Chapters 24, 25, and 26 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. The strike had been carried on with comparatively little disorder. In some cities there had been rioting, but half-hearted and easily controlled. Almost without exception, it was the foreign and unassimilated element that broke the peace. Alien women spat on the state police and flung stones at them. Here and there property was destroyed. A few bomb outrages filled the newspapers with great scareheads and sent troops and a small army of Secret Service men here and there. In the American Federation of Labor, a stocky little man grimly fought to oppose the radical element, which was slowly gaining ground and at the same time to retain his leadership. The great steel companies, united at last by a common danger and a common fate if they yielded, stood doggedly and courageously together, waiting for a return of sanity to the world. The world seemed to have gone mad. Everywhere in the country production was reduced by the cessation of labor, and as a result the cost of living was mounting. And every strike lost in the end. Labor had yet to learn that to cease to labor may express a grievance, but that in itself it righted no wrongs. Rather, it turned that great weapon, public opinion, without which no movement may succeed, against it. And that to stand behind the country in war was not enough. It must stand behind the country in peace. It had to learn, too, that a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. The weak link in the labor chain was its radical element. Rioters were arrested with union cards in their pockets. In vain the unions protested their lack of sympathy with the unruly element. The vast respectable family of union labor found itself accused of the sins of the minority, and lost standing thereby. At Friendship the unruly element was very strong. For a time it held its meetings in a hall. When that was closed it resorted to the open air. On the 15th of July it held an incendiary meeting on the unused polo field, and the next day awakened to the sound of hammers, and to find a high wooden fence, reinforced with barbed wire, being built around the field, with the state police on guard over the carpenters. In a few days the fence was finished, only to be partly demolished the next night, secretly and noiselessly. But no further attempts were made to hold meetings there. It was rumored that meetings were being secretly held in the woods near the town, but the rendezvous was not located. On the restored fence around the polo grounds a red flag was found one morning, and 2 nights later the guard at the padlocked gate was shot through the heart from ambush. Then, about the 1st of August, out of a clear sky, sporadic riotings began to occur. They seemed to originate without cause, and to end as suddenly as they began. Usually they were in the outlying districts, but 1 or 2 took place in the city itself. The rioters were not all foreign strikers from the mills. They were garment workers, hotel waiters, a rabble of the discontented from all trades. The riots were to no end, apparently. They began with a chance word, fought their furious way for an hour or so, and ended, leaving a trail of broken heads and torn clothing behind them. On toward the end of July, one such disturbance grew to considerable size. The police were badly outnumbered, and a surprising majority of the rioters were armed with revolvers, with wooden bludgeons, lengths of pipe, and short, wicked iron bars. Things were rather desperate until the police found themselves suddenly and mysteriously reinforced by a cool-headed number of citizens, led by a tall, thin man who limped slightly, and who disposed his heterogeneous support with few words and considerable skill. The same thin young man, stopping later in an alleyway to investigate an arm badly bruised by an iron bar, overheard a conversation between 2 roundsmen, met under a lamp-post after the battle, for comfort and a little conversation. "Can you beat that, Henry?" said one. "Where the hell'd they come from?" "Search me," said Henry. "D'you see the skinny fellow? Limped, too. D'you notice that? Probably hurt in France. But he hasn't forgotten how to fight, I'll tell the world." The outbreaks puzzled the leaders of the Vigilance Committee. Willy Cameron was inclined to regard them as without direction or intention, purely as manifestations of hate, and as such contrary to the plans of their leaders. And Mr. Hendricks, nursing a black eye at home after the recent outburst, sized up the situation shrewdly. "You can boil a kettle too hard," he said, "and then the lid pops off. Doyle and that outfit of his have been burning the fire a little high, that's all. They'll quit now, because they want to get us off guard later. You and your committee can take a vacation, unless you can set them to electioneering for me. They've had enough for a while, the devils. They'll wait now for Akers to get in and make things easy for them. Mind my words, boy. That's the game." And the game it seemed to be. Small violations of order still occurred, but no big ones. To the headquarters in the Denslow Bank came an increasing volume of information, to be duly docketed and filed. Some of it was valueless. Now and then there came in something worth following up. Thus one night Pink and a picked band, following a vague clue, went in automobiles to the state borderline, and held up and captured 2 trucks loaded with whiskey and destined for Friendship and Baxter. He reported to Willie Cameron late that night. "Smashed it all up and spilled it in the road," he said. "Hurt like sin to do it, though. Felt like the fellow who shot the last passenger pigeon." But if the situation in the city was that of armed neutrality, in the Boyd house things were rapidly approaching a climax, and that through Dan. He was on edge, constantly to be placated and watched. The strike was on his nerves. He felt his position keenly, resented Willie Cameron supporting the family, and had developed a curious jealousy of his mother's affection for him. Toward Edith his suspicions had now become certainty, and an open break came on an evening when she said that she felt able to go to work again. They were at the table, and Ellen was moving to and from the kitchen, carrying in the meal. Her utmost thrift could not make it other than scanty, and finally Dan pushed his plate away. "Going back to work, are you?" he sneered. "And how long do you think you'll be able to work?" "You keep quiet," Edith flared at him. "I'm going to work. That's all you need to know. I can't sit here and let a man who doesn't belong to us provide every bite we eat, if you can." Willie Cameron got up and closed the door, for Mrs. Boyd had an uncanny ability to hear much that went on below. "Now," he said when he came back, "we might as well have this out. Dan has a right to be told, Edith, and he can help us plan something." He turned to Dan. "It must be kept from your mother, Dan." "Plan something?" Dan snarled. "I know what to plan, all right. I'll find the—" He broke into foul, furious language, but suddenly Willie Cameron rose, and there was something threatening in his eyes. "I know who it is," Dan said more quietly. "And he's got to marry her or I'll kill him." "You know, do you? Well, you don't," Edith said. "And I won't marry him anyhow." "You will marry him. Do you think I'm going to see mother disgraced, sick as she is, and let you get away with it? Where does Akers live? You know, don't you? You've been there, haven't you?" All Edith's caution was forgotten in her shame and anger. "Yes, I know," she said hysterically. "But I won't tell you. And I won't marry him. I hate him. If you go to him, he'll beat you to death." Suddenly the horrible picture of Dan in Akers' brutal hands overwhelmed her. "Dan, you won't go," she begged. "He'll kill you." "A lot you'd care," he said coldly. "As if we didn't have enough already. As if you couldn't have married Joe Wilkinson next door, and been a decent woman. And instead you're a—" "Be quiet, Dan," Willie Cameron interrupted him. "That sort of talk doesn't help any. Edith is right. If you go to Akers there will be a fight, and that's no way to protect her." "God," Dan muttered. "With all the men in the world to choose that rotten anarchist." It was sordid, terribly tragic, the 3 of them sitting there in the badly lighted little room around the disordered table, with Ellen grimly listening in the doorway, and the odors of cooking still heavy in the air. Edith sat there, her hands on the table, staring ahead, and recounted her wrongs. She had never had a chance. Home had always been a place to get away from. Nobody had cared what became of her. And hadn't she tried to get out of the way? Only they all did their best to make her live. She wished she had died. Dan, huddled low in his chair, his legs sprawling, stared at nothing with hopeless eyes. Afterwards Willie Cameron could remember nothing of the scene in detail. He remembered its setting, but of all the argument and quarreling, only one thing stood out distinctly, and that was Edith's acceptance of Dan's accusation. It was Akers, then. And Lily Cardew was going to marry him. was in love with him. "Does he know how things are?" he asked. She nodded. "Yes." "Does he offer to do anything?" "Him? He does not. And don't you go to him and try to get him to marry me. I tell you I'd die first." He left them there, sitting in the half light, and going out into the hall, picked up his hat. Mrs. Boyd heard him and called to him, and before he went out he ran upstairs to her room. It seemed to him, as he bent over her, that her lips were bluer than ever, her breath a little shallower and more difficult. Her untouched supper tray was beside her. "I wasn't hungry," she explained. "Seems to me, Willy, if you'd let me go downstairs so I could get some of my own cooking, I'd eat better. Ellen's all right, but I kinda crave sweet stuff, and she don't like making desserts." "You'll be down before long," he assured her. "And making me pies. Remember those pies you used to bake?" "You always were a great one for my pies," she said complacently. He kissed her when he left. He had always marveled at the strange lack of demonstrativeness in the household, and he knew that she valued his small tendernesses. "Now remember," he said, "light out at 10 o'clock, and no going downstairs in the middle of the night because you smell smoke. When you do, it's my pipe." "I don't think you hardly ever go to bed, Willy." "Me? Get too much sleep. I'm getting fat with it." The stale little joke was never stale with her. He left her smiling, and went down the stairs and out into the street. He had no plan in his mind except to see Louis Akers, and to find out from him if he could what truth there was in Edith Boyd's accusation. He believed Edith, but he must have absolute certainty before he did anything. Girls in trouble sometimes shielded men. If he could get the facts from Louis Akers. But he had no idea of what he would do then. He couldn't very well tell Lily, but her people might do something. Or Mrs. Doyle. He knew Lily well enough to know that she would far rather die than marry Akers under the circumstances. That her failure to marry Louis Akers would mean anything as to his own relationship with her, he never even considered. All that had been settled long ago, when she said she did not love him. At the Benedict he found that his man had not come home, and for an hour or two he walked the streets. The city seemed less majestic to him than usual. Its quiet by-streets were lined with homes, it is true, but those very streets hid also vice and degradation and ugly passions. They sheltered, but also they concealed. At 11 o'clock he went back to the Benedict, and was told that Mr. Akers had come in. It was Akers himself who opened the door. Because the night was hot he had shed his coat and shirt, and his fine torso, bare to the shoulders and at the neck, gleamed in the electric light. Willy Cameron had not seen him since those spring days when he had made his casual, bold-eyed visits to Edith at the pharmacy, and he had a swift insight into the power this man must have over women. He himself was tall, but Akers was taller, fully muscled, his head strongly set on a neck like a column. But he surmised that the man was soft, out of condition. And he had lost the first elasticity of youth. Akers' expression had changed from one of annoyance to watchfulness when he opened the door. "Well," he said, "making a late call, aren't you? What I had to say wouldn't wait." Akers had, rather unwillingly, thrown the door wide, and he went in. The room was very hot, for a small fire, littered as to its edges with papers, burned in the grate. Although he knew that Akers had guessed the meaning of his visit at once, and was on guard, there was a moment or two when each sparred for an opening. "Sit down. Have a cigarette?" "No, thanks." He remained standing. "Or a highball? I still have some fairly good whiskey." "No. I came to ask you a question, Mr. Akers." "Well, answering questions is one of the best little things I do." "You know about Edith Boyd's condition. She says you are responsible. Is that true?" Louis Akers was not unprepared. Sooner or later he had known that Edith would tell. But what he had not counted on was that she would tell anyone who knew Lily. He had felt that her leaving the pharmacy had eliminated that chance. "What do you mean, her condition?" "You know. She says she has told you." "You're pretty thick with her yourself, aren't you?" "I happen to live at the Boyd house." He was keeping himself well under control, but Akers saw his hand clench and resorted to other tactics. He was not angry himself, but he was wary now. He considered that life was unnecessarily complicated, and that he had a distinct grievance. "I have asked you a question, Mr. Akers." "You don't expect me to answer it, do you?" "I do." "If you have come here to talk to me about marrying her—" "She won't marry you," Willy Cameron said steadily. "That's not the point. I want your own acknowledgment of responsibility, that's all." Akers was puzzled, suspicious, and yet relieved. He lighted a cigarette, and over the match stared at the other man's quiet face. "No," he said suddenly. "I'm damned if I'll take the responsibility. She knew her way around long before I ever saw her. Ask her. She can't lie about it. I can produce other men to prove what I say. I played around with her, but I don't know whose child that is, and I don't believe she does. I think you are lying." "All right, but I can produce the goods." Willy Cameron went very pale. His hands were clenched again, and Akers eyed him warily. "None of that," he cautioned. "I don't know what interest you've got in this, and I don't give a goddamn. But you'd better not try any funny business with me." Willy Cameron smiled. Much the sort of smile he had worn during the rioting. "I don't like to soil my hands on you," he said, "but I don't mind telling you that any man who ruins a girl's life and then tries to get out of it by defaming her is a skunk." Akers lunged at him. Some time later Mr. William Wallace Cameron descended to the street. He wore his coat collar turned up, to conceal the absence of certain articles of wearing apparel which he had mysteriously lost. And he wore, too, a somewhat distorted, grim, and entirely complacent smile. Chapter 25. The city had taken the rioting with a weary philosophy. It was tired of fighting. For 2 years it had labored at high tension for the European war. It had paid taxes and bought bonds for the war. It had saved and skimped and denied itself for the war. And for the war it had made steel for cannon and for tanks, for ships and for railroads. It had labored hard and well, and now all it wanted was to be allowed to get back to normal things. It wanted peace. It said, in effect, "I have both fought and labored, sacrificed and endured. Give me now my rest of nights after a day's work. Give me marriage and children. Give me contentment. Give me the things I have loved long since, and lost awhile." And because the city craved peace, it was hard to rouse it to its danger. It was war weary, and its weariness was not of apathy but of exhaustion. It was not yet ready for new activity. Then, the same night that had seen Willy Cameron's encounter with Akers, it was roused from its lethargy. A series of bomb outrages shook the downtown district. The Denslow Bank was the first to go. Willy Cameron, inspecting a cut lip in his mirror, heard a dull explosion, and ran down to the street. There he was joined by Joe Wilkinson, in trousers over his nightshirt, and as they looked, a dull red glare showed against the sky. Joe went back for more clothing, but Willy Cameron ran down the street. At the first corner he heard a second explosion, further away and to the east, but apparently no fire followed it. That, he learned later, was the City Club, founded by Anthony Cardew years before. The Denslow Bank was burning. The facade had been shattered, and from the interior already poured a steady flow of flame and smoke. He stood among the crowd, while the engines throbbed and the great fire hose lay along the streets, and watched the little upper room where the precious records of the committee were burning brightly. The front wall gone, the small office stood open to the world, a bright and shameless thing, flaunting its nakedness to the crowd below. He wondered why Providence should so play into the hands of the enemy. After a time he happened on Pink Denslow, wandering alone on the outskirts of the crowd. "Just about killed the governor, this," said Pink heavily. "Don't suppose the watchmen got out either. Not that they'd care," he added savagely. "How about the vaults? I suppose they are fireproof?" "Yes. Do you realize that every record we've got has gone? Do you suppose those fellows knew about them?" Willy Cameron had been asking himself the same question. "Trouble is," Pink went on, "you don't know who to trust. They're not all foreigners. Let's get away from here. It makes me sick." They wandered through the night together, almost unconsciously in the direction of the City Club, but within a block of it they realized that something was wrong. A hospital ambulance dashed by, its gong ringing wildly, and a fire engine not pumping stood at the curb. "Come on," Pink said suddenly. "There were 2 explosions. It's just possible." The club was more sinister than the burning bank. It was a mass of grim wreckage, black and gaping, with now and then the sound of settling masonry, and already dotted with the moving flashlights of men who searched. To Pink, this catastrophe was infinitely greater than that of the bank. Men he knew had lived there. There were old club servants who were like family retainers. 1 or 2 employees were ex-service men for whom he had found employment. He stood there, with Willy Cameron's hand on his arm, with a new maturity and a vast suffering in his face. "Before God," he said solemnly, "I swear never to rest until the fellows behind this are tried, condemned, and hanged. You've heard it, Cameron." The death list for that night numbered 13, the 2 watchmen at the bank, and 11 men at the club, 2 of them members. Willy Cameron, going home at dawn, exhausted and covered with plaster dust, bought an extra, and learned that a 3rd bomb, less powerful, had wrecked the mayor's house. It had been placed under the sleeping porch, and but for the accident of a sick baby the entire family would have been wiped out. Even his high courage began to waver. His records were gone. That was all to do over again. But what seemed to him the impasse was this fighting in the dark. An unseen enemy always. And an enemy which combined with skill a total lack of any rules of warfare, which killed here, there, and everywhere, as though for the sheer joy of killing. It struck at the high, but killed the low. And it had only begun. Chapter 26. Dominant family traits have a way of skipping one generation and appearing in the next. Lily Cardew, at that stage of her life, had a considerable amount of old Anthony's obstinacy and determination, although it was softened by a long line of Cardew women behind her, women who had loved and suffered dominance because they loved. Her very infatuation for Louis Akers, like Elinor's for Doyle, was possibly an inheritance from her foremothers, who had been wont to overlook the evil in a man for the strength in him. Only Lily mistook physical strength for moral fiber, insolence and effrontery for courage. In both her virtues and her faults, however, irrespective of heredity, Lily represented very fully the girl of her position and period. With no traditions to follow, setting her course by no compass, taught to think but not how to think, resentful of tyranny but unused to freedom, she moved ahead along the path she had elected to follow, blindly and obstinately, yet unhappy and suffering. Her infatuation for Louis Akers had come to a new phase of its rapid development. She had reached that point where a woman realizes that the man she loves is, not a god of strength and wisdom, but a great child who needs her. It is at that point that one of 2 things happens. The weak woman abandons him and follows her dream elsewhere. The woman of character, her maternal instinct roused, marries him, bears him children, is both wife and mother to him, and finds in their united weaknesses such strength as she can. In her youth and self-sufficiency, Lily stood ready to give rather than to receive. She felt now that he needed her more than she needed him. There was something unconsciously patronizing those days in her attitude toward him, and if he recognized it, he did not resent it. Women had always been easy for him. Her very aloofness, her faint condescension, her air of a young grande dame, were a part of her attraction for him. Love sees clearly, and seeing, loves on. But infatuation is blind. When it gains sight, it dies. Already Lily was seeing him with the critical eyes of youth, his loud voice, his over-fastidious dress, his occasional grossnesses. To offset these she placed vast importance on his promise to leave his old associates when she married him. The time was very close now. She could not hold him off much longer, and she began to feel, too, that she must soon leave the house on Cardew Way. Doyle's attitude to her was increasingly suspicious and ungracious. She knew that he had no knowledge of Louis's promise, but he began to feel that she was working against him, and showed it. And in Louis Akers, too, she began to discern an inclination not to pull out until after the election. He was ambitious, and again he urged that he would be more useful for the purpose in her mind if he were elected first. The issue came to a climax the day she had seen her mother and learned the terms on which she might return home. She was alarmed by his noisy anger at the situation. "Do sit down, Louis, and be quiet," she said. "You have known their attitude all along, haven't you?" "I'll show them," he said thickly. "Damned snobs." He glanced at her then, uneasily, and her expression put him on his guard. "I didn't mean that, little girl. Honestly, I didn't. I don't care for myself. It's you. You must understand that they think they are acting for my good. And I am not sure," she added, her clear eyes on him, "that they are not right. You frighten me sometimes, Louis." But a little later he broke out again. If he wasn't good enough to enter their house, he'd show them something. The election would show them something. They couldn't refuse to receive the mayor of the city. She saw then that he was bent on remaining with Doyle until after the election. Lily sat back, listening and thinking. Sometimes she thought that he did not love her at all. He always said he wanted her, but that was different. "I think you love yourself more than you love me, Louis," she said, when he had exhausted himself. "I don't believe you know what love is." That brought him to his knees, his arms around her, kissing her hands, begging her not to give him up, and once again her curious sense of responsibility for him triumphed. "You will marry me soon, dear, won't you?" he implored her. But she thought of Willy Cameron, oddly enough, even while his arms were around her, of the difference in the two men. Louis, big, crouching, suppliant and insistent. Willy Cameron, grave, reserved and steady, taking what she now knew was the blow of her engagement like a gentleman and a soldier. They represented, although she did not know it, the two divisions of men in love, the men who offer much and give little, the others who, out of deep humility, offer little and give everything they have. In the end nothing was settled. After he had gone, Lily went up to Elinor's room. She had found in Elinor lately a sort of nervous tension that puzzled her, and that tension almost snapped when Lily told her of her visit home, and of her determination to marry Louis within the next few days. Elinor had dropped her sewing and clenched her hands in her lap. "Not soon, Lily," she said. "Oh, not soon. Wait a little. Wait 2 months." "2 months?" Lily said wonderingly. "Why 2 months?" "Because at the end of 2 months nothing would make you marry him," Elinor said almost violently. "I have sat by and waited, because I thought you would surely see your mistake. But now Lily, do you envy me my life?" "No," Lily said truthfully. "But you love him." Elinor sat, her eyes downcast and brooding. "You are different," she said finally. "You will break where I have only bent." But she said no more about a delay. She had been passive too long to be able to take any strong initiative now. And all her moral and physical courage she was saving for a great emergency. Cardew Way was far from the center of town, and Lily knew nothing of the bomb outrages of that night. When she went down to breakfast the next morning, she found Jim Doyle pacing the floor of the dining room in a frenzy of rage, a newspaper clenched in his hand. By the window stood Elinor, very pale and with slightly reddened eyes. They had not heard her, and Doyle continued a furious harangue. "The fools!" he said. "Damn such material as I have to work with. This isn't the time, and they know it. I've warned them over and over. The fools!" Elinor saw her then, and made a gesture of warning. But it was too late. Lily had a certain quality of directness, and it did not occur to her to dissemble. "Is anything wrong?" she asked, and went at once to Elinor. She had once or twice before this stood between them for Elinor's protection. "Everything is as happy as a May morning," Doyle sneered. "Your Aunt Elinor has an unpleasant habit of weeping for joy." Lily stiffened, but Elinor touched her arm. "Sit down and eat your breakfast, Lily," she said, and left the room. Doyle stood staring at Lily angrily. He did not know how much she had heard, how much she knew. At the moment he did not care. He had a reckless impulse to tell her the truth, but his habitual caution prevailed. He forced a cold smile. "Don't bother your pretty head about politics," he said. Lily was equally cold. Her dislike of him had been growing for weeks, coupled to a new and strange distrust. "Politics? You seem to take your politics very hard." "I do," he said urbanely. "Particularly when I'm fighting my wife's family. May I pour you some coffee?" And pour it he did, eyeing her furtively the while, and brought it to her. "May I give you a word of advice, Lily?" he said. "Don't treat your husband to tears at breakfast, unless you want to see him romping off to some other woman." "If he cared to do that, I shouldn't want him anyhow." "You're a self-sufficient child, aren't you? Well, the best of us do it sometimes." He had successfully changed the trend of her thoughts, and he went out, carrying the newspaper with him. Nevertheless, he began to feel that her presence in the house was a menace. With all her theories, he knew that a word of the truth would send her flying, breathless with outrage, out of his door. He could quite plainly visualize that home-coming of hers. The instant steps that would be taken against him, old Anthony on the wire appealing to the governor, Howard closeted with the chief of police, an instant closing of the net. And he was not ready for the clash. No. She must stay. If only Elinor would play the game instead of pulling and mouthing. In the room across the hall where his desk stood he paced the floor, first angrily, then thoughtfully, his head bent. He saw, and not far away now, himself seated in the city hall, holding the city in the hollow of his hand. From that his dreams ranged far. He saw himself the head, not of the nation. There would be no nation, as such, but of the country. The very incidents of the night before, blundering as they were, showed him the ease with which the new force could be applied. He was drunk with power. End of chapters 24, 25, and 26. Chapters 27, 28, and 29 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Lily had an unexpected visitor that afternoon in the person of Pink Denslow. She had assumed some of Elinor's cares for the day, for Elinor herself had not been visible since breakfast. It soothed the girl to attend to small duties, and she was washing and wiping Elinor's small stock of fine china when the bell rang. "Mr. Denslow is calling," said Jenny. "I didn't know if you'd see him, so I said I didn't know if you were in." Lily's surprise at Pink's visit was increased when she saw him. He was covered with plaster dust, even to the brim of his hat, and his hands were scratched and rough. "Pink!" she said. "Why, what is the matter?" For the first time he was conscious of his appearance, and for the first time in his life, perhaps, entirely indifferent to it. "I've been digging in the ruins," he said. "Is that man Doyle in the house?" Her color faded. Suddenly she noticed a certain wildness about Pink's eyes, and the hard strained look of his mouth. "What ruins, Pink?" she managed to ask. "All the ruins," he said. "You know, don't you? The bank, our bank, and the club." It seemed to her afterwards that she knew before he told her, saw it all, a dreadful picture which had somehow superimposed upon it a vision of Jim Doyle with the morning paper, and the thing that this was not the time for. "That's all," he finished. 11 at the club, 2 of them my own fellows. In France, you know. I found one of them myself this morning." He stared past her, over her head. "Killed for nothing, the way the Germans terrorized Belgium. Haven't you seen the papers?" "No, they wouldn't let you see them, of course, Lily. I want you to leave here. If you don't, if you stay now, you're one of them, whether you believe what they preach or not. Don't you see that?" She was not listening. Her faith was dying hard, and the mental shock had brought her dizziness and a faint nausea. He stood watching her, and when she glanced up at him it seemed to her that Pink was hard. Hard and suspicious, and the suspicion was for her. It was incredible. "Do you believe what they preach?" he demanded. "I've got to know, Lily. I've suffered the tortures of the damned all night." "I didn't know it meant this." "Do you?" he repeated. "No. You ought to know me better than that. But I don't believe that it started here, Pink. He was very angry this morning, and he wouldn't let me see the paper." "He's behind it, all right," Pink said grimly. "Maybe he didn't plant the bombs, but his infernal influence did it just the same. Do you mean to say you've lived here all this time and don't know he is plotting a revolution? What if he didn't authorize these things last night? He is only waiting to place 100 bombs instead of 3. 1,000, perhaps." "Oh, no." "We've got their own statements. Department of Justice found them. The fools, they think they can overthrow the government. Can you imagine men planning to capture this city and hold it?" "It wouldn't be possible, Pink." "It isn't possible now, but they'll make a try at it." There was a short pause, with Lily struggling to understand. Pink's set face relaxed somewhat. All that night he had been fighting for his belief in her. "I never dreamed of it, Pink. I suppose all the talk I've heard meant that, but I never—" "Are you sure? About Jim Doyle, I mean." "We know he is behind it. We haven't got the goods on him yet, but we know. Cameron knows. You ask him and he'll tell you." "Willy Cameron?" "Yes. He's had some vision, while the rest of us. He's got a lot of us working now, Lily. We are on the right trail, too, although we lost some records last night that put us back a couple of months. We'll get them all right. We'll smash their little revolution into a cocked hat." It occurred to him then that this house was a poor place for such a confidence. "I'll tell you about it later. Get your things now, and let me take you home." But Lily's problem was too complex for Pink's simple remedy. She was stricken with sudden conviction. The very mention of Willy Cameron gave Pink's statements authority. But to go like that, to leave Elinor in that house, with all that it implied, was impossible. And there was her own private problem to dispose of. "I'll go this afternoon, Pink. I'll promise you that. But I can't go with you now. I can't. You'll have to take my word, that's all. And you must believe I didn't know." "Of course you didn't know," he said sturdily. "But I hate like thunder to go and leave you here." He picked up his hat, reluctantly. "If I can do anything—" Lily's mind was working more clearly now. This was the thing Louis Akers had been concerned with, then, a revolution against his country. But it was the thing, too, that he had promised to abandon. He was not a killer. She knew him well, and he was not a killer. He had got to a certain point, and then the thing had sickened him. Even without her he would never have gone through with it. But it would be necessary now to get his information quickly. Very quickly. "Suppose," she said hesitatingly, "suppose I tell you that I think I am going to be able to help you before long." "Help? I want you safe. This is not work for women." "But suppose I can bring you a very valuable ally," she persisted. "Someone who knows all about certain plans, and has changed his views about them." "One of them?" "He has been." "Is he selling his information?" "In a way, yes," said Lily, slowly. "We're the fellow who sells information," Pink said. "But we'll be glad to have it. We need it, God knows. And you'll leave." "I couldn't stay, could I?" He kissed her hand when he went away, doing it awkwardly and self-consciously, but withal reverently. She wondered, rather dully, why she could not love Pink. A woman would be so safe with him, so sure. She had not even then gathered the full force of what he had told her. But little by little things came back to her, the man on guard in the garden, the incident of the locked kitchen door, Jim Doyle once talking angrily over a telephone in his study, although no telephone, so far as she knew, was installed in the room, his recent mysterious absences, and the increasing visits of the hateful Woslosky. She went back to Louis. This was what he had meant. He had known all along, and plotted with them. Even if his stomach had turned now, he had been a party to this infamy. Even then she did not hate him. She saw him, misled as she had been by Doyle's high-sounding phrases, lured on by one of those wild dreams of empire to which men were sometimes given. She did not love him any more. She was sorry for him. She saw her position with the utmost clearness. To go home was to abandon him, to lose him for those who needed what he could give, to send him back to the enemy. She had told Pink she could secure an ally for a price, and she was the price. There was not an ounce of melodrama in her as she stood facing the situation. She considered, quite simply, that she had assumed an obligation which she must carry out. Perhaps her pride was dictating to her also. To go crawling home, bowed to the dust, to admit that life had beaten her, to face old Anthony's sneers and her mother's pity. That was hard for any Cardew. She remembered Elinor's homecomings of years ago, the strained air of the household, the whispering servants, and Elinor herself shut away, or making her rare, almost furtive visits downstairs when her father was out of the house. No, she could not face that. Her own willfulness had brought her to this pass. She faced that uncompromisingly. She would marry Louis, and hold him to his promise, and so perhaps out of all this misery some good would come. But at the thought of marriage she found herself trembling violently. With no love and no real respect to build on, with an intuitive knowledge of the man's primitive violences, the reluctance toward marriage with him which she had always felt crystallized into something very close to dread. But a few minutes later she went upstairs, quite steady again, and fully determined. At Elinor's door she tapped lightly, and she heard movements within. Then Elinor opened the door wide. She had been lying on her bed, and automatically after closing the door she began to smooth it. Lily felt a wave of intense pity for her. "I wish you would go away from here, Aunt Elinor," she said. Elinor glanced up without surprise. "Where could I go?" "If you left him definitely, you could go home." Elinor shook her head, dumbly, and her passivity drove Lily suddenly to desperation. "You know what is going on," she said, her voice strained. "You don't believe it is right, you know it is wicked. Clothe it in all the fine language in the world, Aunt Elinor, and it is still wicked. If you stay here you condone it. I won't. I am going away." "I wish you had never come, Lily." "It's too late for that," Lily said stonily. "But it is not too late for you to get away." "I shall stay," Elinor said, with an air of finality. But Lily made one more effort. "He is killing you." "No, he is killing himself." Suddenly Elinor flared into a passionate outburst. "Don't you think I know where all this is leading? Do you believe for a moment that I think all this can lead to anything but death? It is madness, Lily. They are all mad, these men. Don't you know that I have talked and argued and prayed against it? Then come away. You have done all you could, and you have failed, haven't you?" "It's not time for me to go," Elinor said. And Lily, puzzled and baffled, found herself again looking into Elinor's quiet, inscrutable eyes. Elinor had taken it for granted that the girl was going home, and together they packed almost in silence. Once Elinor looked up from folding a garment, and said, "You said you had not understood before, but that now you do. What did you mean?" "Pink Denslow was here." "What does he know?" "Do you think I ought to tell you, Aunt Elinor? It isn't that I don't trust you. You must believe that. But don't you see that so long as you stay here, he said that to me, you are one of them." Elinor resumed her folding. "Yes, I suppose I am one of them," she said quietly. "And you are right. You must not tell me anything. Pink is Henry Denslow's son, I suppose?" "Yes." "Do they still live in the old house?" "Yes." Elinor continued her methodical work. CHAPTER XXVIII. Willy Cameron was free that evening. Although he had not slept at all the night before, he felt singularly awake and active. The committee had made temporary quarters of his small back room at the pharmacy, and there had sat in rather depressed conclave during a part of the afternoon. Pink Denslow had come in late, and had remained silent and haggard through the debate. There was nothing to do but to start again in an attempt to get files and card indexes. Greater secrecy was to be preserved and enjoined, the location of the office to be known only to a small inner circle, and careful policing of it and of the building which housed it to be established. As a further safeguard, 2 duplicate files would be kept in other places. The committee groaned over its own underestimate of the knowledge of the radicals. The 2 buildings chosen for destruction were, respectively, the bank building, where their file was kept, and the club, where 9/10 of the officers of the committee were members. The significance of the double outrage was unquestionable. When the meeting broke up, Pink remained behind. He found it rather difficult to broach the matter in his mind. It was always hard for him to talk about Lily Cardew, and lately he had a growing conviction that Willy Cameron found it equally difficult. He wondered if Cameron, too, was in love with Lily. There had been a queer look in his face on those rare occasions when Pink had mentioned her, a sort of exaltation, and an odd difficulty afterwards in getting back to the subject in hand. Pink had developed an enormous affection and admiration for Willy Cameron, a strange, loyal, half-wistful, totally unselfish devotion. It had steadied him when the loss of Lily might have made him reckless, and had taken the form in recent weeks of finding innumerable business opportunities, which Willy Cameron cheerfully refused to take. "I'll stay here until this other thing is settled," was Willy's invariable answer. "I have a certain amount of time here, and the fellows can drop in to see me without causing suspicion. In an office it would be different. And besides, I can't throw Mr. Davis down. His wife is in bad shape." So that afternoon Pink waited until the committee had dispersed, and then said, with some difficulty, "I saw her, Cameron. She has promised to leave." "Today?" "This afternoon. I wanted to take her away, but she had some things to do." "Then she hadn't known before?" "No, she thought it was just talk, and they'd kept the papers from her. She hadn't heard about last night. Well, that's all. I thought you'd want to know." Pink started out, but Willy Cameron called him back. "Have any of your people any influence with the Cardews?" "No one has any influence with the Cardews, if you mean the Cardew men. Why?" "Because Cardew has got to get out of the mayoralty campaign, that's all." "That's a plenty," said Pink, grinning. "Why don't you go and tell him so?" "I'm thinking of it. He hasn't a chance in the world, but he'll defeat Hendricks by splitting the vote, and let the other side in. And you know what that means." "I know it," Pink observed, "but Mr. Cardew doesn't, and he won't after you've told him. They've put a lot of money in, and once a Cardew has invested in a thing he holds on like death. Especially the old man. Wouldn't wonder he was the fellow who pounded the daylights out of Akers last night," he added. Willy Cameron, having carefully filled his pipe, closed the door into the shop and opened a window. "Akers?" he inquired. "Noon edition has it," Pink said. "Claims to have been attacked in his rooms by 2 masked men. Probably wouldn't have told it, but the doctor talked. Looks as though he could wallop 6 masked men, doesn't he?" "Yes," said Willy Cameron reflectively. "Yes, he does, rather." He felt more hopeful than he had for days. Lily, on her way home, clear once more of the poisonous atmosphere of Doyle and his associates. Akers temporarily out of the way, perhaps for long enough to let the normal influences of her home life show him to her in a real perspective, and a rather unholy but very human joy that he had given Akers a part of what was coming to him. All united to cheer him. He saw Lily going home, and a great wave of tenderness flooded him. If only they would be tactful and careful, if only they would be understanding and kind. If they would only be normal and everyday, and accept her as though she had never been away. These people were so hedged about with conventions and restrictions, they put so much emphasis on the letter and so little on the spirit. If only God, if only they wouldn't patronize her. His mother would have known how to receive her. He felt that afternoon a real homesickness for his mother. He saw her ample and comfortable and sane, so busy with the comforts of the body that she seemed to ignore the soul, and yet bringing healing with her every matter-of-fact movement. If only Lily could have gone back to her, instead of to that great house full of curious eyes and whispering voices. He saw Mr. Hendricks that evening on his way home to supper. Mr. Hendricks had lost flesh and some of his buoyancy, but he was persistently optimistic. "Up to last night I'd have said we were done, son," he observed. "But this bomb business has settled them. The labor vote'll split on it, sure as whooping cough. They've bought a half page in all the morning papers, disclaiming all responsibility and calling on all citizens to help them in protecting private property." "Have they now?" said Hendricks with grudging admiration. "Can you beat that? Where do they get the money, anyhow? If I lost my watch these days I'd have to do some high finance before I'd be able to advertise for it." "All right, see Cardew," were his parting words. But he doesn't want this election any more than I want my right leg. He'll stick. You can talk, Cameron, I'll say it. But you can't pry him off with kind words any more than you can a porous plaster." Behind Mr. Hendricks' colloquialisms there was something sturdy and fine. His very vernacular made him popular. His honesty was beyond suspicion. If he belonged to the old school in politics, he had most of its virtues and few of its vices. He would take care of his friends, undoubtedly, but he was careful in his choice of friends. He would make the city a good place to live in. Like Willy Cameron, he saw it, not a center of trade so much as a vast settlement of homes. Business supported the city in his mind, not the city business. Nevertheless, the situation was serious, and it was with a sense of a desperate remedy for a desperate disease that Willy Cameron, after a careful toilet, rang the bell of the Cardew house that night. He had no hope of seeing Lily, but the mere thought that they were under one roof gave him a sense of nearness and of comfort in her safety. Dinner was recently over, and he found both the Cardews, father and son, in the library smoking. He had arrived at a bad moment, for the bomb outrage, coming on top of Lily's refusal to come home under the given conditions, had roused Anthony to a cold rage, and left Howard with a feeling of helplessness. Anthony Cardew nodded to him grimly, but Howard shook hands and offered him a chair. "I heard you speak some time ago, Mr. Cameron," he said. "You made me wish I could have had your support." "I came to talk about that. I am sorry to have to come in the evening, but I am not free at any other time." "When we go into politics," said old Anthony in his jibing voice, "the ordinary amenities have to go. When you are elected, Howard, I shall live somewhere else." Willy Cameron smiled. "I don't think you will be put to that inconvenience, Mr. Cardew." "What's that?" Old Anthony's voice was incredulous. Here, in his own house, this whippersnapper. "I am sure Mr. Howard Cardew realizes he cannot be elected." The small ragged vein on Anthony's forehead was the storm signal for the family. Howard glanced at him and said urbanely, "Will you have a cigar, Mr. Cameron? Or a liqueur?" "Nothing, thank you. If I can have a few minutes' talk with you." "If you mean that as a request for me to go out, I will remind you that I am heavily interested in this matter myself," said old Anthony. "I have put in a great deal of money. If you people are going to drop out, I want to hear it. You've played the devil with us already, with your independent candidate who can't talk English." Willy Cameron kept his temper. "No," he said slowly, "it wasn't a question of Mr. Hendricks withdrawing. It was a question of Mr. Cardew getting out." Sheer astonishment held old Anthony speechless. "It's like this," Willy Cameron said. "Your son knows it. Even if we drop out, he won't get it. Justly or unjustly, and I mean that, nobody with the name of Cardew can be elected to any high office in this city. There's no reflection on anybody in my saying that. I am telling you a fact." Howard had listened attentively and without anger. "For a long time, Mr. Cameron," he said, "I have been urging men of position in the city to go into politics. We have needed to get away from the professional politician. I went in, without much hope of election, well, you can say to blaze a trail. It is not being elected that counts with me, so much as to show my willingness to serve." Old Anthony recovered his voice. "The Cardews made this town, sir," he barked. "Willingness to serve, piffle! We need a businessman to run the city, and by God we'll get it." "You'll get an anarchist," said Willy Cameron, slightly flushed. "If you want my opinion, young man, this is a trick, a political trick. And how do we know that your Vigilance Committee isn't a trick, too? You try to tell us that there is an organized movement here to do heaven knows what, and by sheer terror you build up a machine which appeals to the public imagination. You don't say anything about votes, but you see they vote for your man. Isn't that true?" "Yes, if they can keep an anarchist out of office. Akers is an anarchist. He calls himself something else, but that's what it amounts to. And those bombs last night were not imaginary." The introduction of Louis Akers' name had a sobering effect on Anthony Cardew. After all, more than anything else, he wanted Akers defeated. The discussion slowly lost its acrimony and ended, oddly enough, in Willy Cameron and Anthony Cardew virtually uniting against Howard. What Willy Cameron told him about Jim Doyle fed the old man's hatred of his daughter's husband, and there was something very convincing about Cameron himself. Something of fearlessness and honesty that began slowly to dispose Anthony in his favor. It was Howard who held out. "If I quit now it will look as though I didn't want to take a licking," he said, quietly obstinate. "Grant your point that I'm defeated. All right, I'll be defeated, but I won't quit." And Anthony Cardew, confronted by that very quality of obstinacy which had been his own weapon for so many years, retired in high dudgeon to his upper rooms. He was living in a strange new world, a reasonable soul on an unreasonable earth, an earth where a man's last sanctuary, his club, was blown up about him, and a man's family apparently lived only to thwart him. With Anthony gone, Howard dropped the discussion with the air of a man who has made a final stand. "What you have said about Mr. Doyle interests me greatly," he observed, "because, you probably do not know this, my sister married him some years ago. It was a most unhappy affair." "I do know it. For that reason I am glad that Miss Lily has come home." "Has come home? She has not come home, Mr. Cameron. There was a condition we felt forced to make, and she refused to agree to it. Perhaps we were wrong. Willy Cameron got up. "Was that today?" he asked. "No. But she was coming home today. She was to leave there this afternoon." "How do you know that?" "Denslow saw her there this afternoon. She agreed to leave at once. He had told her of the bombs and of other things. She hadn't understood before, and she was horrified. It is just possible Doyle wouldn't let her go." "But that's ridiculous. She can't be a prisoner in my sister's house." "Will you telephone and find out if she is there?" Howard went to the telephone at once. It seemed to Willy Cameron that he stood there for uncounted years, and as though, through all that eternity of waiting, he knew what the answer would be. And that he knew, too, what that answer meant, where she had gone, what she had done. If only she had come to him. If only she had come to him. He would have saved her from herself. "She is not there," Howard Cardew said, in a voice from which all life had gone. "She left this afternoon at 4:00. Of course she has friends. Or she may have gone to a hotel. We have managed to make it practically impossible for her to come home." Willy Cameron glanced at his watch. He had discounted the worst before it came, and, unlike the older man, was ready for action. It was he who took hold of the situation. "Order a car, Mr. Cardew, and go to the hotels," he said. "And if you will drop me downtown, I'll tell you where. I'll follow up something that has just occurred to me." Chapter 29. In one way, Howard had been correct in his surmise. It had been Lily's idea to go to a hotel until she had made some definite plan. She would telephone Louis then, and the rest. She did not think beyond that. She called a taxi and took a small bag with her, but in the taxicab she suddenly realized that she could not go to any of the hotels she knew. She would be recognized at once. She wanted a little time to herself, time to think. And before it was discovered that she had left Cardew Way she must see Louis, and judge again if he intended to act in good faith. While he was with her, reiterating his promises, she believed him, but when he was gone she always felt a curious doubt. She thought then of finding a quiet room somewhere, and stopping the cab, bought a newspaper. It was when she was searching for the Rooms for Rent column that she saw he had been attacked and slightly injured. They had got him. He had said that if they ever suspected him of playing them false they would get him, and now they had done so. That removed the last doubt of his good faith from her mind. She felt indignation and dismay, and a sort of aching consciousness that always she brought only trouble to the people who cared for her. She felt that she was going through her life leaving only unhappiness behind her. He had suffered, and for her. She told the chauffeur to go to the Benedict Apartments, and sitting back read the notice again. He had been attacked by 2 masked men and badly bruised after putting up a terrific resistance. They would wear masks, of course. They loved the theatrical. Their very flag was theatrical. And he had made a hard fight. That was like him, too. He was a fighter. She was a Cardew, and she loved strength. There were other men like Willie Cameron, for instance, who were lovable in many ways, but they were not fighters. They sat back and let life beat them, and they took the hurt bravely and stoically. But they never got life by the throat and shook it until they gave up what they wanted. She had never been in a bachelor's apartment house before, and she was both frightened and self-conscious. The girl at the desk eyed her curiously while she telephoned her message, and watched her as she moved toward the elevator. "Ever seen her before?" she said to the hall boy. "No, she's a new one." "Face is kind of familiar to me," said the telephone girl reflectively. "Looks worried, doesn't she? 2 masked men. Huh. All Sam took up there last night was a thin fellow with a limp." The hall boy grinned. "Then his limp didn't bother him any. Sam says you ought to seen that place." In the meantime, outside the door of Akers' apartment, Lily's fine courage almost left her. Had it not been for the eyes of the elevator man, fixed on her while he lounged in his gateway, she might have gone away even then. But she stood there, committed to a course of action, and rang. Louis himself admitted her, an oddly battered Louis in a dressing gown and slippers; an oddly watchful Louis, too, waiting, after the manner of men of his kind the world over, to see which way the cat would jump. He had had a bad day, and his nerves were on edge. All day he had sat there, unable to go out, and had wondered just when Cameron would see her and tell her about Edith Boyd. For just as Willie Cameron rushed him for the first time, there had been something from between clenched teeth about marrying another girl under the given circumstances. Only that had not been the sort of language in which it was delivered. "I just saw about it in the newspaper," Lily said. "How dreadful, Louis." He straightened himself and drew a deep breath. The game was still his, if he played it right. "Bad enough, dear," he said. "But I gave them some trouble, too." He pushed a chair toward her. "It was like you to come. But I don't like your seeing me all mussed up, little girl." He made a move then to kiss her, but she drew back. "Please," she said, "not here, and I can't sit down. I can't stay. I only came because I wanted to tell you something, and I didn't want to telephone it. Louis, Jim Doyle knew about those bombs last night. He didn't want it to happen before the election, but that doesn't alter the fact, does it?" "How do you know he knew?" "I do know. That's all. And I have left Aunt Elinor's." "No." "I couldn't stay, could I?" She looked up at him, the little wistful glance that Willie always found so infinitely touching, like the appeal of a willful but lovable child that has somehow got into trouble. "And I can't go home, Louis, unless you give me up," he finished for her. "Well?" She hesitated. She hated making terms with him, and yet somehow she must make terms. "Well?" he repeated. "Are you going to throw me over?" Apparently, merely putting the thought into words crystallized all his fears of the past hours. Seeing her there, too, had intensified his want of her. She stood there, where he had often dreamed of seeing her, but still holding him off with the aloofness that both chilled and inflamed him, and with a question in her eyes. He held out his arms, but she drew back. "Do you mean what you have said, Louis, about leaving them, if I marry you, and doing all you can to stop them?" "You know I mean it." "Then I'll not go home." "You are going to marry me? Now?" "Whenever you say." Suddenly she was trembling violently, and her lips felt dry and stiff. He pushed her into a chair and knelt down beside her. "You poor little kid," he said softly. Through his brain were racing 100 thoughts. Lily his, in his arms, in spite of that white-faced drug clerk with the cold eyes; himself in the Cardew house, one of them, beating old Anthony Cardew at his own cynical game; and persistently held back and often rising again to the surface, Woslosky and Doyle and the others, killers that they were, pursuing him with their vengeance over the world. They would have to be counted in. They were his price, as he, had he known it, was Lily's. "My wife," he said. "My wife." She stiffened in his arms. "I must go, Louis," she said. "I can't stay here. I felt very queer downstairs. They all stared so." There was a clock on the mantel-shelf, and he looked at it. It was 5:15. "One thing is sure, Lily," he said. "You can't wander about alone, and you are right, you can't stay here. They probably recognize you downstairs. You are pretty well known." For the first time it occurred to her that she had compromised herself, and that the net, of her own making, was closing fast about her. "I wish I hadn't come." "Why? We can fix that all right in a jiffy." But when he suggested an immediate marriage she made a final struggle. In a few days, even tomorrow, but not just then. He listened impatiently, his eyes on the clock. Beside it in the mirror he saw his own marred face, and it added to his anger. In the end he took control of the situation; went into his bedroom, changed into a coat, and came out again, ready for the street. He telephoned down for a taxicab, and then confronted her, his face grim. "I've let you run things pretty much to suit yourself, Lily," he said. "Now I'm in charge. It won't be tomorrow, or next week, or next month. It will be now. You're here. You've given them a chance to talk downstairs. You've nowhere to go, and you're going to marry me at once." In the cab he explained more fully. They would get a license, and then go to one of the hotels. There they could be married in their own suite. "All regularly and in order, honey," he said, and kissed her hand. She had hardly heard. She was staring ahead, not thinking, not listening, not seeing, fighting down a growing fear of the man before her, of his sheer physical proximity, of his increasing exuberance. "I'm mad about you, girl," he said. "Mad. And now you are going to be mine, until death do us part." She shivered and drew away, and he laughed a little. Girls were like that at such times. They always took a step back for every 2 steps forward. He let her hand go, and took a careful survey of his face in the mirror of the cab. The swelling had gone down, but that bruise below his eye would last for days. He cursed under his breath. It was after 9 o'clock when one of the Cardew cars stopped not far from the Benedict Apartments, and Willy Cameron got out. He was quite certain that Louis Akers would know where Lily was, and he anticipated the interview with a sort of grim humor. There might be another fight. Certainly Akers would try to get back at him for the night before. But he set his jaw. He would learn where Lily was if he had to choke the knowledge out of that leering devil's thick white throat. His arrival in the foyer of the Benedict Apartments caused more than a ripple of excitement. "Well, look who's here," muttered the telephone girl, and watched his approach, with its faint limp over the top of her desk. Behind from his cage the elevator man was staring with avid interest. "I suppose Mr. Akers is in?" said Willy Cameron politely. The girl smiled up at him. "I'll say he ought to be after last night. What are you going to do now? Kill him?" In spite of his anxiety there was a faint twinkle in Willy Cameron's eyes. "No," he said slowly. "No, I think not. I want to talk to him." "Sam," called the telephone girl, "take this gentleman up to 43. 43's out." Sam partly shut the elevator door. He had seen 43's rooms the night before, and he had the discretion of his race. "Went out with a lady at 4:45. Willy Cameron took a step or two toward the cage. "You don't happen to be lying, I suppose?" "No, sir," said Sam. "I'll take you up to look, if you like. And about an hour ago he sent a boy here with a note, to get some of his clothes. The young lady at the desk was out at the movies at the time." "I was getting my supper, Sam." Willy Cameron had gone very white. "Did the boy say where he was taking the things?" "To the St. Elmo Hotel, sir." On the street again Willy Cameron took himself fiercely in hand. There were half a dozen reasons why Akers might go to the St. Elmo. He might, for one thing, have thought that he, Cameron, would go back to the Benedict. He might be hiding from Dan, or from reporters. But there had been, apparently, no attempt to keep his new quarters secret. If Lily was at the St. Elmo. He found a taxicab, and as it drew up at the curb before the hotel he saw the Cardew car moving away. It gave him his first real breath for 20 minutes. Lily was not there. But Louis Akers was. He got his room number from a clerk and went up, still determinedly holding on to himself. Afterwards he had no clear recollection of any interval between the Benedict and the moment he found himself standing outside a door on an upper floor of the St. Elmo. From that time on it was clear as crystal, his own sudden calm, the overturning of a chair inside, a man's voice, slightly raised, which he recognized, and then the thin crash of a wineglass dropped or thrown to the floor. He opened the door and went in. In the center of the sitting room a table was set, and on it the remains of a dinner for two. Akers was standing by the table, his chair overturned behind him, a splintered glass at his feet, staring angrily at the window. Even then Willy Cameron saw that he had had too much to drink, and that he was in an ugly mood. He was in dinner clothes, but with his bruised face and scowling brows he looked like a sinister imitation of a gentleman. By the window, her back to the room, was Lily. Neither of them glanced at the door. Evidently the waiter had been moving in and out, and Akers considered him as little as he would a dog. "Come and sit down," he said angrily. "I've quit drinking, I tell you. Good God, just because I've had a little wine, and I had the hell of a time getting it. You won't eat and you won't talk. Come here." "I'm not hungry." "Come here." "Stay where you are, Lily," said Willy Cameron from inside the closed door. "Or perhaps you'd better get your wraps. I came to take you home." Akers had wheeled at the voice and now stood staring incredulously. First anger, and then a grin of triumph showed in his face. Drink had made him not so much drunk as reckless. He had lost last night, but today he had won. "Hello, Cameron," he said. Willy Cameron ignored him. "Will you come?" he said to Lily. "I can't, Willy." "Listen, Lily dear," he said gravely. "Your father is searching the city for you. Do you know what that means? Don't you see that you must go home at once? You can't dine here in a private suite like this, and not expose yourself to all sorts of talk." "Go on," said Akers, leering. "I like to hear you." "Especially," continued Willy Cameron, "with a man like this." Akers took a step toward him, but he was not too sure of himself, and he knew now that the other man had a swing to his right arm like the driving rod of a locomotive. He retreated again to the table, and his hand closed over a knife there. "Louis!" Lily said sharply. He picked up the knife and smiled at her, his eyes cunning. "Not going to kill him, my dear," he said. "Merely to give him a hint that I'm not as easy as I was last night." That was a slip, and he knew it. Lily had left the window and come forward, a stricken slip of a girl, and he turned to her angrily. "Go into the other room and close the door," he ordered. "When I've thrown this fellow out you can come back." But Lily's eyes were fixed on Willy Cameron's face. "It was you last night?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because," Willy Cameron said steadily, "he had got a girl into trouble, and then insulted her. I wouldn't tell you, but you've got to know the truth before it's too late." Lily threw out both hands dizzily, as though catching for support. But she steadied herself. Neither man moved. "It is too late, Willy," she said. "I have just married him." End of chapters 27, 28, and 29. Chapters 30 through 34 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. At midnight Howard Cardew reached home again, a tired and broken man. Grace had been lying awake in her bedroom, puzzled by his unexplained absence, and brooding, as she now did continually, over Lily's absence. At 11:30 she heard Anthony Cardew come in and go upstairs, and for some time after that she heard him steadily pacing back and forth overhead. Sometimes Grace felt sorry for Anthony. He had made himself at such cost, and now when he was old he had everything, and yet nothing. They had never understood women, these Cardews. Howard was gentle with them where Anthony was hard, but he did not understand either. She herself, of other blood, got along by making few demands, but the Cardew women were as insistent in their demands as the men. Elinor, Lily. She formed a sudden resolution, and getting up, dressed feverishly. She had no plan in her mind, nothing but a desperate resolution to put Lily's case before her grandfather, and to beg that she be brought home without conditions. She was frightened as she went up the stairs. Never before had she permitted things to come to an issue between herself and Anthony. But now it must be done. She knocked at the door. Anthony Cardew opened it. The room was dark, save for one lamp burning dimly on a great mahogany table, and Anthony's erect figure was little more than a blur of black and white. "I heard you walking about," she said breathlessly. "May I come in and talk to you?" "Come in," he said, with a sort of grave heaviness. "Shall I light the other lamps?" "Please don't." "Will you sit down?" "No? Do you mind if I do? I am very tired. I suppose it is about Lily." "Yes. I can't stand it any longer. I can't." Sitting under the lamp, she saw that he looked very old and very weary. A tired little old man, almost a broken one. "She won't come back?" "Not under the conditions. But she must come back, father. To let her stay on there, in that house, after last night." She had never called him father before. It seemed to touch him. "You're a good woman, Grace," he said, still heavily. "We Cardews all marry good women, but we don't know how to treat them. Even Howard." His voice trailed off. "No, she can't stay there," he said, after a pause. "But I must tell you, she refuses to give up that man." "You are a woman, Grace. You ought to know something about girls. Does she actually care for him, or is it because he offers the liberty she thinks we fail to give her? Or," he smiled faintly, "is it Cardew pig-headedness?" Grace made a little gesture of despair. "I don't know. She wanted to come home. She begged. It was dreadful." Grace hesitated. "Even that couldn't be as bad as this, father," she said. "We have lived all our own lives, you and Howard and myself, and now we won't let her do it." "And a pretty mess we have made of them." His tone was grim. "No, I can't say that we offer her any felicitous examples. But the fellow's plan is transparent enough. He is ambitious. He sees himself installed here, one of us. Mark my words, Grace, he may love the child, but his real actuating motive is that. He's a radical, because since he can't climb up, he'll pull down. But once let him get his foot on the Cardew ladder and he'll climb, over her, over all of us." He sat after that, his head dropped on his chest, his hands resting on the arms of his chair, in a brooding reverie. Grace waited. "Better bring her home," he said finally. "Tell her I surrender. I want her here. Let her bring that fellow here too, if she has to see him. But for God's sake, Grace," he added, with a flash of his old fire, "show her some real men too." Suddenly Grace bent over and kissed him. He put up his hand and patted her on the shoulder. "A good woman, Grace," he said. "And a good daughter to me. I'm sorry. I'll try to do better." As Grace straightened, she heard the door close below, and Howard's voice. Almost immediately she heard him coming up the staircase, and going out into the hall she called softly to him. "Where are you?" he asked, looking up. "Is father there?" "Yes." "I want you both to come down to the library, Grace." She heard him turn and go slowly down the stairs. His voice had been strained and unnatural. As she turned, she found Anthony behind her. "Something has happened." "I rather think so," said old Anthony slowly. They went together down the stairs. In the library Lily was standing, facing the door, a quiet figure, listening and waiting. Howard had dropped into a chair and was staring ahead. And beyond the circle of lights was a shadowy figure, vaguely familiar, tall, thin, and watchful. Willy Cameron. CHAPTER XXXI. The discovery that Lily had left his house threw Jim Doyle into a frenzy. The very manner of her going filled him with dark suspicion. Either she had heard more that morning than he had thought, or, in his cunning mind for weeks there had been growing a smoldering suspicion of his wife. She was too quiet, too acquiescent. In the beginning, when Woslosky had brought the scheme to him, and had promised it financial support from Europe, he had taken a cruel and savage delight in outlining it to her, in seeing her cringe and go pale. He had not feared her then. She had borne with so much, endured, tolerated, accepted, that he had not realized that she might have a breaking point. The plan had appealed to his cynical soul from the first. It was the apotheosis of cynicism, this reducing of a world to its lowest level. And it had amused him to see his wife, a gentlewoman born, bewildered before the chaos he depicted. "But it is German," she had said. "I bow before intelligence. It is German. Also it is Russian. Also it is of all nations. All this talk now of a League of Nations, a few dull diplomats acting as God over the peoples of the earth." His eyes blazed. "While the true League of the workers of the world is already in effect." But he watched her after that, not that he was afraid of her, but because her reaction as a woman was important. He feared women in the movement. It had its disciples, fervent and eloquent, paid and unpaid women agitators, but he did not trust them. They were invariably women without home ties, women with nothing to protect, women with everything to gain and nothing to lose. The woman in the home was a natural anti-radical. Not the police, not even the army, but the woman in the home was the deadly enemy of the great plan. He began to hate Elinor, not so much for herself as for the woman she represented. She became the embodiment of possible failure. She stood in his path, passively resistant, stubbornly brave. She was not a clever woman, and she was slow in gathering the full significance of a nation-wide general strike, that with an end of all production the non-producing world would be beaten to its knees. And then she waited for a world movement, forgetting that a flame must start somewhere and then spread. But she listened and learned. There was a great deal of talk about class and mass. She learned that the mass, for instance, was hungry for a change. It would welcome any change. Woslosky had been in Russia when the Kerensky regime was overthrown, and had seen that strange 3 days when the submerged part of the city filled the streets, singing, smiling, endlessly walking, exalted and without guile. No problems troubled them. They had ceased to labor, and that was enough. Had it not been for its leaders, the mass would have risen like a tide and ebbed again. Elinor had struggled to understand. This was not socialism. Jim had been a socialist for years. He had believed that the gradual elevation of the few, the gradual subjection of the many, would go on until the majority would drag the few down to their own level. But this new dream was something immediate. At her table she began to hear talk of substituting for that slow process a militant minority. She was a long time, months, in discovering that Jim Doyle was one of the leaders of that militant minority, and that the methods of it were unspeakably criminal. Then had begun Elinor Doyle's long battle, at first to hold him back, and that failing, the fight between her duty to her husband and that to her country. He had been her one occupation and obsession too long to be easily abandoned, but she was sturdily national too. In the end she made her decision. She lived in his house, mended his clothing, served his food, met his accomplices, and watched. She hated herself for it. Every fine fiber of her revolted. But as time went on, and she learned the full wickedness of the thing, her days became one long waiting. She saw one move after another succeed, strike after strike slowing production, and thus increasing the cost of living. She saw the growing discontent and muttering, the vicious circle of labor striking for more money, and by its own ceasing of activity making the very increases they asked inadequate. And behind it all she saw the ceaseless working, the endless sowing of a grim-faced band of conspirators. She was obliged to wait. A few men talking in secret meetings, a hidden propaganda of crime and disorder, there was nothing to strike at. And Elinor, while not clever, had the Cardew shrewdness. She saw that, like the crisis in a fever, the thing would have to come, be met and defeated. She had no hope that the government would take hold. Government was aloof, haughty, and secure in its own strength. Just now, too, it was objective, not subjective. It was like a horse set to win a race and unconscious of the fly on its withers. But the fly was a gadfly. Elinor knew Doyle was beginning to suspect her. Sometimes she thought he would kill her if he discovered what she meant to do. She did not greatly care. She waited for some inkling of the day set for the uprising in the city, and saved out of her small house allowance by innumerable economies and subterfuges. When she found out the time, she would go to the governor of the state. He seemed to be a strong man, and she would present him facts. Facts and names. Then he must act, and quickly. Cut off from her own world, and with no roots thrown out in the new, she had no friends, no one to confide in or of whom to ask assistance. And she was afraid to go to Howard. He would precipitate things. The leaders would escape, and a new group would take their places. Such a group, she knew, stood ready for that very emergency. On the afternoon of Lily's departure, she heard Doyle come in. He had not recovered from his morning's anger, and she heard his voice, raised in some violent reproof to Jenny. He came up the stairs, his head sagged forward, his every step deliberate, heavy, ominous. He had an evening paper in his hand, and he gave it to her with his finger pointing to a paragraph. "You might show that to the last of the Cardews," he sneered. It was the paragraph about Louis Akers. Elinor read it. "Who were the masked men?" she asked. "Do you know?" "I wish to God I did. I'd Makes him a laughing stock, of course. And just now, when Where is Lily?" Elinor put down the paper. "She is not here. She went home this afternoon." He stared at her, angrily incredulous. "Home?" "This afternoon." She passed him and went out into the hall. But he followed her and caught her by the arm as she reached the top of the staircase. "What made her go home?" "I don't know, Jim." "She didn't say?" "Don't hold me like that. No." She tried to free her arm, but he held her, his face angry and suspicious. "You are lying to me," he snarled. "She gave you a reason. What was it?" Elinor was frightened, but she had not lost her head. She was thinking rapidly. "She had a visitor this afternoon, a young man. He must have told her something about last night. She came up and told me she was going." "You know he told her something, don't you?" "Yes." Elinor had cowered against the wall. "Jim, don't look like that. You frighten me. I couldn't keep her here. "What did he tell her?" "He accused you." He was eyeing her coldly, calculatingly. All his suspicions of the past weeks suddenly crystallized. "And you let her go after that?" he said slowly. "You were glad to have her go. You didn't deny what she said. You let her run back home with what she had guessed and what you told her today. You." He struck her then. The blow was as remorseless as his voice, as deliberate. She fell down the staircase headlong and lay there, not moving. The elderly maid came running from the kitchen, and found him halfway down the stairs, his eyes still calculating, but his body shaking. "She fell," he said, staring down. But the servant faced him, her eyes full of hate. "You devil," she said. "If she's dead, I'll see you hang for it." But Elinor was not dead. Dr. Smalley, making rounds in a nearby hospital and answering the emergency call, found her lying on her bed, fully conscious and in great pain, while her husband bent over her in seeming agony of mind. She had broken her leg. He sent Doyle out during the setting. It was a principle of his to keep agonized husbands out of the room. Chapter 32. Life had beaten Lily Cardew. She went about the house, pathetically reminiscent of Elinor Doyle in those days when she had sought sanctuary there. But where Elinor had seen those days only as interludes in her stormy life, Lily was finding a strange new peace. She was very tender, very thoughtful, insistently cheerful, as though determined that her own ill fortune should not affect the rest of the household. But to Lily this peace was not an interlude, but an end. Life for her was over. Her bright dreams were gone, her future settled. Without so putting it even to herself, she dedicated herself to service, to small kindnesses and little thoughtful acts. She was, daily and hourly, making reparation to them all for what she had cost them, in hope. That was the thing that had gone out of life. Hope. Her loathing of Louis Akers was gone. She did not hate him. Rather, she felt toward him a sort of numbed indifference. She wished never to see him again, but the revolt that had followed her knowledge of the conditions under which he had married her was gone. She tried to understand his viewpoint, to make allowances for his lack of some fundamental creed to live by. But as the days went on, with that healthy tendency of the mind to bury pain, she found him, from a figure that bulked so large as to shut out all the horizon of her life, receding more and more. But always he would shut off certain things. Love and marriage, and of course the hope of happiness. Happiness was a thing one earned, and she had not earned it. After the scene at the St. Elmo, when he had refused to let her go, and when Willy Cameron had at last locked him in the bedroom of the suite and had taken her away, there had followed a complete silence. She had waited for some move on his part, perhaps an announcement of the marriage in the newspapers, but nothing had appeared. He had commenced a whirlwind campaign for the mayoralty and was receiving a substantial support from labor. The months at the house on Cardew Way seemed more and more dreamlike, and that quality of remoteness was accentuated by the fact that she had not been able to talk to Elinor. She had telephoned more than once during the week, but a new maid had answered. Mrs. Doyle was out. Mrs. Doyle was unable to come to the telephone. The girl was a foreigner, with something of Woslosky's burr in her voice. Lily had not left the house since her return. During that family conclave which had followed her arrival, a stricken thing of few words and long anxious pauses, her grandfather had suggested that. He had been curiously mild with her, her grandfather. He had made no friendly overtures, but he had neither jibed nor sneered. "It's done," he had said briefly. "The thing now is to keep her out of his clutches." He had turned to her. "I wouldn't leave the house for a few days, Lily." It was then that Willy Cameron had gone. Afterwards she thought that he must have been waiting, patiently protective, to see how the old man received her. Her inability to reach Elinor began to dismay her at last. There was something sinister about it, and finally Howard himself went to the Doyle house. Lily had come back on Thursday, and on the following Tuesday he made his call, timing it so that Doyle would probably be away from home. But he came back baffled. "She was not at home," he said. "I had to take the servant's word for it, but I think the girl was lying." "She may be ill. She almost never goes out." "What possible object could they have in concealing her illness?" Howard said impatiently. But he was very uneasy, and what Lily had told him since her return only increased his anxiety. The house was a hotbed of conspiracy, and for her own reasons Elinor was remaining there. It was no place for a sister of his. But Elinor for years had only touched the outer fringes of his life, and his days were crowded with other things. The increasing arrogance of the strikers, the utter uselessness of trying to make terms with them, his own determination to continue to fight his futile political campaign. He put her out of his mind. Then, at the end of another week, a curious thing happened. Anthony and Lily were in the library. Old Anthony without a club was old Anthony lost, and he had developed a habit, at first embarrassing to the others, of spending much of his time downstairs. He was no sinner turned saint. He still let the lash of his tongue play over the household, but his old zest in it seemed gone. He made, too, small tentative overtures to Lily, intended to be friendly, but actually absurdly self-conscious. Grace, watching him, often felt him rather touching. It was obvious to her that he blamed himself rather than Lily for what had happened. On this occasion he had asked Lily to read to him. "And leave out the politics," he had said. "I get enough of that wherever I go." As she read she felt him watching her, and in the middle of a paragraph he suddenly said, "What's become of Cameron?" "He must be very busy. He is supporting Mr. Hendricks, you know." "Supporting him? "He's carrying him on his back," grunted Anthony. "What is it, Grayson?" "A lady, a woman, calling on Miss Cardew." Lily rose, but Anthony motioned her back. "Did she give any name?" "She said it was Jenny, sir." "Jenny? It must be Aunt Elinor's Jenny." "Send her in," said Anthony, and stood waiting. Lily noticed his face twitching. It occurred to her then that this strange old man might still love his daughter, after all the years and all his cruelty. It was the elderly servant from the Doyle house who came in, a tall gaunt woman, looking oddly unfamiliar to Lily in a hat. "Why, Jenny," she said, and then, "is anything wrong?" "There is and there isn't," Jenny said somberly. "I just wanted to tell you, and I don't care if he kills me for it. It was him that threw her downstairs. I heard him hit her." Old Anthony stiffened. "He threw Aunt Elinor downstairs?" "That's how she broke her leg." Sheer amazement made Lily inarticulate. "But they said we didn't know. Do you mean that she has been there all this time, hurt?" "I mean just that," said Jenny, stolidly. "I helped set it, with him pretending to be all worked up, for the doctor to see. He got rid of me all right. He's got one of his spies there now, a Bolshevik like himself. You can ask the neighbors." Howard was out, and when the woman had gone Anthony ordered his car. Lily, frightened by the look on his face, made only one protest. "You mustn't go alone," she said. "Let me go too. Or take Grayson, anybody." But he went alone. In the hall he picked up his hat and stick and drew on his gloves. "What is the house number?" Lily told him, and he went out, moving deliberately, like a man who has made up his mind to follow a certain course, but to keep himself well in hand. Chapter 33. Acting on Willy Cameron's suggestion, Dan Boyd retained his membership in the union and frequented the meetings. He learned various things, that the strike vote had been padded, for instance, and that the radicals had taken advantage of the absence of some of the conservative leaders to secure such support as they had received. He found the better class of workmen dissatisfied and unhappy. Some of them, men who loved their tools, had resented the order to put them down where they were and walk out, and this resentment, childish as it seemed, was an expression of their general dissatisfaction with the autocracy they had themselves built up. Finally, Dan's persistent attendance and meek acquiescence added to his war record brought him reward. He was elected member of a conference to take to the Central Labor Council the suggestion for a general strike. It was arranged that the delegates take the floor one after the other, and hold it for as long as possible. Then they were to ask the president of the council to put the question. The arguments were carefully prepared. The general strike was to be urged as the one salvation of the labor movement. It would prove the solidarity of labor. And at the council meeting a few days later, the rank and file were impressed by the arguments. Dan, gnawing his nails and listening, watched anxiously. The idea was favorably received, and the delegates went back to their local unions to urge, coerce, and threaten. Not once during the meeting had there been any suggestion of violence, but violence was in the air nevertheless. The quantity of revolutionary literature increased greatly during the following 10 days, and now it was no longer furtively distributed. It was sold or given away at all meetings. It flooded the various headquarters with its skillful compound of lies and truth. The leaders, notified of the situation, pretended that it was harmless raving, a natural and safe outlet for suppressed discontents. Dan gathered up an armful of it and took it home. On a Sunday following, there was a mass meeting at the Coliseum, and a business agent of one of the unions made an impassioned speech. He recited old and new grievances, said that the government had failed to live up to its promises, that the government boards were always unjust to the workers, and ended with a statement of the steel makers' profits. Dan turned impatiently to a man beside him. "Why doesn't he say how much of that profit the government gets?" he demanded. But the man only eyed him suspiciously. Dan fell silent. He knew it was wrong, but he had no gift of tongue. It was at that meeting that for the first time he heard used the word revolution. Chapter 34. Old Anthony's excursion to his daughter's house had not prospered. During the drive to Cardew Way he sat forward on the edge of the seat of his limousine, his mouth twitching with impatience and anger, his stick tightly clutched in his hand. Almost before the machine stopped, he was out on the pavement, scanning the house with hostile eyes. The building was dark. Paul, the chauffeur, watching curiously, for the household knew that Anthony Cardew had sworn never to darken his daughter's door, saw his erect, militant figure enter the gate and lose itself in the shadow of the house. There followed a short interval of nothing in particular, and then a tall man appeared in the rectangle of light which was the open door. Jim Doyle was astounded when he saw his visitor. Astounded and alarmed. But he recovered himself quickly and smiled. "This is something I never expected to see," he said. "Mr. Anthony Cardew on my doorstep." "I don't give a damn what you expected to see," said Mr. Anthony Cardew. "I want to see my daughter." "Your daughter? You have said for a good many years that you have no daughter." "Stand aside, sir. I didn't come here to quibble." "But I love to quibble," sneered Doyle. "However, if you insist, I might as well tell you I haven't the remotest intention of letting you in." "I'll ask you a question," said old Anthony. "Is it true that my daughter has been hurt?" "My wife is indisposed. I presume we are speaking of the same person." "You infernal scoundrel!" shouted Anthony, and raising his cane brought it down with a crack on Doyle's head. The chauffeur was halfway up the walk by that time, and broke into a run. He saw Doyle, against the light, reel, recover, and raise his fist, but he did not bring it down. "Stop that!" yelled the chauffeur, and came on like a charging steer. When he reached the steps, old Anthony was hanging his stick over his left forearm, and Doyle was inside the door, trying to close it. This was difficult, however, because Anthony had quietly put his foot over the sill. "I am going to see my daughter, Paul," said Anthony Cardew. "Can you open the door?" "Open it?" Paul observed truculently. "Watch me." He threw himself against the door, but it gave suddenly, and sent him sprawling inside at Doyle's feet. He was up in an instant, squared to fight, but he only met Jim Doyle's mocking smile. Doyle stood, arms folded, and watched Anthony Cardew enter his house. Whatever he feared he covered with the cynical mask that was his face. He made no move, offered no speech. "Is she upstairs?" "She is asleep. Do you intend to disturb her?" "I do," said old Anthony grimly. "I'll go first, Paul. You follow me, but I'd advise you to come up backwards." Suddenly Doyle laughed. "What?" he said. "Mr. Anthony Cardew paying his first visit to my humble home, and anticipating violence. You underestimate the honor you are doing me." He stood like a mocking devil at the foot of the staircase until the two men had reached the top. Then he followed them. The mask had dropped from his face, and anger and watchfulness showed in it. If she talked, he would kill her. But she knew that. She was not a fool. Elinor lay in the bed, listening. She had recognized her father's voice, and her first impulse was one of almost unbearable relief. They had found her. They had come to take her away. For she knew now that she was a prisoner. Even without the broken leg she would have been a prisoner. The girl downstairs was one of them, and her jailer. A jailer who fed her, and gave her grudgingly the attention she required, but that was all. Just when Doyle had begun to suspect her she did not know, but on the night after her injury he had taken pains to verify his suspicions. He had found first her little store of money, and that had angered him. In the end he had broken open a locked trinket box and found a notebook in which for months she had kept careful records. Here and there, scattered among house accounts, were the names of the radical members of the Central Labor Council, and other names spoken before her and carefully remembered. He had read them out to her as he came to them, suffering as she was, and she had expected death then. But he had not killed her. He had sent Jenny away and brought in this Russian girl, a mad-eyed fanatic named Olga, and from that time on he visited her once daily. In his anger and triumph over her he devised the most cunning of all punishments. He told her of the movement's progress, of its ingeniously contrived devilments in store, of its inevitable success. What buildings and homes were to be bombed, the Cardew house first among them. What leading citizens were to be held as hostages, with all that that implied. And again the Cardews headed the list. When Dr. Smalley came, he or the Russian were always present, solicitous and attentive. She got out of her bed one day, and dragging her splinted leg got to her desk, in the hope of writing a note and finding some opportunity of giving it to the doctor. Only to discover that they had taken away her pen, pencils, and paper. She had been found there by Olga, but the girl had made no comment. Olga had helped her back into bed without a word, but from that time on had spent most of her day on the upper floor. Not until Doyle came in would she go downstairs to prepare his food. Elinor lay in her bed and listened to her father coming up the stairs. She knew, before he reached the top, that Doyle would never let her be taken away. He would kill her first. He might kill Anthony Cardew. She had a sickening sense of tragedy coming up the staircase, tragedy which took the form of her father's familiar, deliberate step. Perhaps had she known of the chauffeur's presence she might have chanced it, for every fiber of her tired body was crying for release. But she saw only her father, alone in that house with Doyle and the smoldering Russian. The key turned in the lock. Anthony Cardew stood in the doorway, looking at her. With her long hair in braids, she seemed young, almost girlish. She looked like the little girl who had gone to dancing school in short white frocks and long black silk stockings so many years ago. "I've just learned about it, Elinor," he said. He moved to the bed and stood beside it, looking down, but he did not touch her. "Are you able to be taken away from here?" She knew that Doyle was outside, listening, and she hardened her heart for the part she had to play. It was difficult. She was so infinitely moved by her father's coming, and in the dim light he, too, looked like himself of years ago. "Taken away? Where?" she asked. "You don't want to stay here, do you?" he demanded bluntly. "This is my home, father." "Good God, home! Do you mean to tell me that, with all you must know about this man, you still want to stay with him?" "I have no other home." "I am offering you one." Old Anthony was bewildered and angry. Elinor put out a hand to touch him, but he drew back. "After he has thrown you downstairs and injured you." "How did you hear that?" "The servant you had here came to see me tonight, Elinor. She said that that blackguard outside there had struck you and you fell down the stairs. If you tell me that's the truth, I'll break every bone in his body." Sheer terror for Anthony made her breathless. "But it isn't true," she said wildly. "You mustn't think that. I slipped and fell." "Then," said Anthony, speaking slowly, "you are not a prisoner here?" "A prisoner? I'd be a prisoner anywhere, father. I can't walk." "That door was locked." She was fighting valiantly for him. "I can't walk, father. I don't require a locked door to keep me in." He was too confused and puzzled to notice the evasion. "Do you mean to say that you won't let me have you taken home? You are still going to stay with this man? You know what he is, don't you?" "I know what you think he is." She tried to smile, and he looked away from her quickly, and stared around the room, seeing nothing, however. Suddenly he turned and walked to the door, but he stopped there, his hand on the knob, and his face twitching. "Once more, Elinor," he said, "I ask you if you will let me take you back with me. This is the last time. I have come, after a good many years of bad feeling, to make my peace with you and to offer you a home. Will you come?" "No." Her courage almost failed her. She lay back, her eyes closed and her face colorless. The word itself was little more than a whisper. Her father opened the door and went out. She heard him going down the stairs, heard other footsteps that followed him, and listened in an agony of fear that Doyle would drop him in the hall below. But nothing happened. The outside door closed, and after a moment she opened her eyes. Doyle was standing by the bed. "So," he said, "you intend to give me the pleasure of your society for some time, do you?" She said nothing. She was past any physical fear for herself. "You liar," he said softly. "Do you think I don't understand why you want to remain here? You are cleverer than I thought you were, but you are not as clever as I am. You'd have done better to have let him take you away." "You would have killed him first." "Perhaps I would." He lighted a cigarette. "But it is a pleasant thought to play with, and I shall miss it when the thing is fait accompli. I see Olga has left you without ice water. Shall I bring you some?" He was still smiling faintly when he brought up the pitcher some time later and placed it on the stand beside the bed. End of chapters 30 through 34. Chapters 35, 36, and 37 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. In the Boyd house things went on much as before, but with a new heaviness. Ellen, watching keenly, knew why the little house was so cheerless and somber. It had been Willy Cameron who had brought to it its gayer moments. Willy determinedly cheerful, slamming doors and whistling. Willy racing up the stairs with something hot for Mrs. Boyd's tray. Willy at the table, making them forget the frugality of the meals with campaign anecdotes. Willy lamenting the lack of a chance to fish, and subsequently eliciting a rare smile from Edith by being discovered angling in the kitchen sink with a piece of twine on the end of his umbrella. Rather forced, some of it, but eminently good for all of them. And then suddenly it ceased. He made an effort, but there was no spontaneity in him. He came in quietly, never whistled, and ate very little. He began to look almost gaunt, too, and Edith, watching him with jealous, loving eyes, gave voice at last to the thought that was in her mind. "I wish you'd go away," she said, "and let us fight this thing out ourselves. Dan would have to get something to do then, for one thing." "But I don't want to go away, Edith." "Then you're a fool," she observed bitterly. "You can't help me any, and there's no use hanging mother around your neck." "She won't be around anyone's neck very long, Edith dear." "After that, will you go away?" "Not if you still want me." "Want you?" Dan was out, and Ellen had gone up for the invalid's tray. They were alone together, standing in the kitchen doorway. Suddenly Edith, beside him, ran her hand through his arm. "If I had been a different sort of girl, Willy, do you think could you ever have cared for me?" "I never thought about you that way," he said simply. "I do care for you. You know that." She dropped her hand. "You are in love with Lily Cardew. That's why you don't. I've known it all along, Willy. I used to think you'd get over it, never seeing her and all that. But you don't, do you?" She looked up at him. "The real thing lasts, I suppose. It will with me. I wish to heaven it wouldn't." He was most uncomfortable, but he drew her hand within his arm again and held it there. "Don't get to thinking that you care anything about me," he said. "There's not as much love in the world as there ought to be, and we all need to hold hands, but don't fancy anything like that." "I wanted to tell you. If I hadn't known about her I wouldn't have told you. But you said it when you said there's not as much love as there ought to be. I'm gone, but I guess my caring for you hasn't hurt me any. It's the only reason I'm alive today." She freed her hand and stood staring out over the little autumn garden. There was such brooding trouble in her face that he watched her anxiously. "I think mother suspects," she said at last. "I hope not, Edith." "I think she does. She watches me all the time, and she asked to see Dan tonight. Only he didn't come home." "You must deny it, Edith," he said almost fiercely. "She must not know, ever. That is one thing we can save her, and must save her." But going upstairs as usual before he went out, he realized that Edith was right, and that matters had reached a crisis. The sick woman had eaten nothing, and her eyes were sunken and anxious. There was an unspoken question in them, too, as she turned them on him. Most significant of all, the little album was not beside her, nor the usual litter of newspapers on the bed. "I wish you weren't going out, Willy," she said querulously. "I want to talk to you about something." "Can't we discuss it in the morning?" "I won't sleep till I get it off my mind, Willy." But he could not face that situation then. He needed time, for one thing. Surely there must be some way out, some way to send this frail little woman dreamless to her last sleep. Life could not be so cruel that death would seem kind. He spoke at 3 different meetings that night, for the election was close at hand. Pink Denslow took him about in his car, and stood waiting for him at the back of the crowd. In the intervals between hall and hall Pink found Willy Cameron very silent and very grave, but he could not know that the young man beside him was trying to solve a difficult question. Which was, did 2 wrongs ever make a right? At the end of the last meeting Willy Cameron decided to walk home. "I have some things to think over, Pink," he said. "Thanks for the car. It saves a lot of time." Pink sat at the wheel, carefully scrutinizing Willy. It struck him then that Cameron looked fagged and unhappy. "Nothing I can do, I suppose?" "Thanks, no." Pink knew nothing of Lily's marriage, nor of the events that had followed it. To his uninquiring mind all was as it should be with her. She was at home again, although strangely quiet and very sweet, and her small world was at peace with her. It was all right with her, he considered, although all wrong with him. Except that she was strangely subdued, which rather worried him. It was not possible, for instance, to rouse her to one of their old red-hot discussions on religion or marriage or love. "I saw Lily Cardew this afternoon, Cameron." "Is she all right?" asked Willy Cameron, in a carefully casual tone. "I don't know." Pink's honest voice showed perplexity. "She looks all right, and the family's eating out of her hand. But she's changed somehow. She asked for you." "Thanks. Well, good night, old man." Willy Cameron was facing the decision of his life that night, as he walked home. Lily was gone, out of his reach and out of his life. But then, she had never been within, either. She was only something wonderful and far away, like a star to which men looked and sometimes prayed. Some day she would be free again, and then in time she would marry. Someone like Pink, her own sort, and find happiness. But he knew that he would always love her to the end of his days, and even beyond, in that heaven in which he so simply believed. All the things that puzzled him would be straightened out there, and perhaps a man who had loved a woman and lost her here would find her there, and walk hand in hand with her through the bright days of paradise. Not that that satisfied him. He was a very earthly lover, with the hungry arms of youth. He yearned unspeakably for her. He would have died for her as easily as he would have lived for her, but he could do neither. That was one side of him. The other, having put her away in that warm corner of his heart, which was hers always, was busy with the practical problem of the Boyds. He saw only one way out, and that way he had been seeing with increasing clearness for several days. Edith's candor that night, and Mrs. Boyd's suspicions clearly pointed to it. There was one way by which to save Edith and her child, and to save the dying woman the agony of full knowledge. Edith was sitting on the doorstep alone. He sat down on the step below her, rather silent, still busy with his problem. Although the night was warm, the girl shivered. "She's not asleep. She's waiting for me to go up, Willy. She means to call me in and ask me." "Then I'd better say what I have to say quickly. Edith, will you marry me?" She drew off and looked at him. "I'd better explain what I mean," he said, speaking with some difficulty. "I mean, go through the ceremony with me. I don't mean actual marriage. That wouldn't be fair to either of us, because you know that I care for someone else." "But you mean a real marriage?" "Of course. Your child has the right to a name, dear. And if you don't mind telling a lie to save our souls, and for her peace of mind, we can say that it took place some time ago." She gazed at him dazedly. Then something like suspicion came into her face. "Is it because of what I told you to-night?" "I had thought of it before. That helped, of course. It seemed so surprisingly simple, put into words, and the light on the girl's face was his answer. A few words so easily spoken, and 2 lives were saved. No, 3, for Edith's child must be considered. "You are like God," said Edith in a low voice. "Like God," and fell to soft weeping. She was unutterably happy and relieved. She sat there, not daring to touch him, and looked out into the quiet street. Before her she saw all the things that she had thought were gone: honor, a place in the world again, the right to look into her mother's eyes. She saw marriage and happy, golden days. He did not love her, but he would be hers, and perhaps, in his own good time, the manager of all destinies would make him love her. She would try so hard to deserve that. Mrs. Boyd was asleep when at last Edith went up to the staircase, and Ellen, lying sleepless on her cot in the hot attic room, heard the girl softly humming to herself as she undressed, and marveled. Chapter 36. When Lily had been home for some time, and Louis Akers had made no attempt to see her or to announce the marriage, the vigilance of the household began to relax. Howard Cardew had already consulted the family lawyer about an annulment, and that gentleman had sent a letter to Mr. Akers, which had received no reply. Then one afternoon Grayson, whose instructions had been absolute as to admitting Akers to the house, opened the door to Mrs. Denslow, who was calling, and found behind that lady Louis Akers himself. He made an effort to close the door behind the lady, but Akers was too quick for him, and a scene at the moment was impossible. He ushered Mrs. Denslow into the drawing room, and coming out closed the doors. "My instructions, sir, are to say to you that the ladies are not at home." But Akers held out his hat and gloves with so ugly a look that Grayson took them. "I have come to see my wife," he said. "Tell her that, and that if she doesn't see me here I'll go upstairs and find her." When Grayson still hesitated, he made a move toward the staircase, and the elderly servant, astounded at the speech and the movement, put down the hat and faced him. "I do not recognize anyone in the household by that name, sir." "You don't you? Very well. Tell Miss Cardew I am here, and that either she will come down or I'll go up. I'll wait in the library." He watched Grayson start up the stairs, and then went into the library. He was very carefully dressed, and momentarily exultant over the success of his ruse, but he was uneasy too, and wary, and inclined to regard the house as a possible trap. He had made a gambler's venture, risking everything on the cards he held, and without much confidence in them. His vanity declined to believe that his old power over Lily was gone, but he had held a purely physical dominance over so many women that he knew both his strength and his limitations. What he could not understand, what had kept him awake so many nights since he had seen her, was her recoil from him on Willy Cameron's announcement. She had known he had led the life of his sort; he had never played the plaster saint to her. And she had accepted her knowledge of his connection with the Red movement on his mere promise to reform. But this other, this accident, and she had turned from him with a horror that made him furious to remember. These silly star-eyed virgins who accepted careful abstractions and then turned sick at life itself, a man was a fool to put himself in their hands. Mademoiselle was with Lily in her boudoir when Grayson came up, a thin, tired-faced, suddenly old Mademoiselle, much given those days to early masses, during which she prayed for eternal life for the man who had ruined Lily's life, and that soon. To Mademoiselle, marriage was a final thing, and divorce a wickedness against God and his establishment on earth. Lily, rather like Willy Cameron, was finding on her spirit at that time a burden similar to his, of keeping up the morale of a household. Grayson came in and closed the door behind him. Anger and anxiety were in his worn old face, and Lily got up quickly. "What is it, Grayson?" "I'm sorry, Miss Lily. He was in the vestibule behind Mrs. Denslow, and I couldn't keep him out. I think he had waited for someone to call, knowing I couldn't make a scene." Mademoiselle turned to Lily. "You must not see him," she said in a rapid French. "Remain here, and I shall telephone for your father. Lock your door. He may come up. He will do anything, that man." "I am going down," Lily said quietly. "I owe him that. You need not be frightened. And don't tell Mother. It will only worry her and do no good." Her heart was beating fast as she went down the stairs. From the drawing room came the voices of Grace and Mrs. Denslow, chatting amiably. The second man was carrying in tea, the old silver service gleaming. Over all the lower floor was an air of peace and comfort, the passionless atmosphere of daily life running in old and easy grooves. When Lily entered the library she closed the door behind her. She had, on turning, a swift picture of Grayson, taking up his stand in the hall, and it gave her a sense of comfort. She knew he would remain there, impassively waiting, so long as Akers was in the house. Then she faced the man standing by the center table. He made no move toward her, did not even speak at once. It left on her the burden of the opening, of setting the key of what was to come. She was steady enough now. "Perhaps it is as well that you came, Louis," she said. "I suppose we must talk it over sometime." "Yes," he agreed, his eyes on her. "We must. I have married a wife, and I want her, Lily." "You know that is impossible." "Because of something that happened before I knew you. I never made any pretensions about my life before we met. But I did promise to go straight if you'd have me, and I have. I've lived up to my bargain. What about you?" "It was not a part of my bargain to marry you while you—" "I have thought and thought, Louis. There is only one thing to be done. You will have to divorce me, and marry her." "Marry her? A girl of the streets, who chooses to say that I am the father of her child? It's the oldest trick in the world. Besides," he played his best card, "she won't marry me. Ask Cameron. He chose to make himself so damned busy about my affairs. He's in love with her. Ask him." In spite of herself, Lily winced. Out of the wreckage of the past few weeks one thing had seemed to remain, something to hold to, solid and dependable and fine, and that had been Willy Cameron. She had found in these last days something infinitely comforting in the thought that he cared for her. It was because he had cared that he had saved her from herself. But if this were true— "I am not going back to you, Louis. I think you know that. No amount of talking about things can change that." "Why don't you face life and try to understand it?" he demanded, brutally. "Men are like that. Women are like that, sometimes. You can't measure human passions with a tape line. That's what you good women try to do, and you make life a merry little hell." He made an effort, and softened his voice. "I'll be true to you, Lily, if you'll come back." "No," she said. "You would mean to be, but you would not. You have no foundation to build on." "Meaning that I am not a gentleman." "Not that. I know you, that's all. I understand so much that I didn't before. What you call love is only something different. When that was gone, there would be the same thing again. You would be sorry. But I would be lost." Her coolness disconcerted him. Two small triangular bits of color showed in his face. He had been prepared for tears, even for a refusal to return, but this clear-eyed appraisal of himself and the accuracy of it confused him. He took refuge in the only method he knew. He threw himself on her pity. He made violent, passionate love to her, but her only expression was one of distaste. When at last he caught her to him, she perforce submitted, a frozen thing that told him more than any words how completely he had lost her. He threw her away from him, then, baffled and angry, "You little devil," he said. "You cold little devil." "I don't love you. That's all. I think now that I never did." "You pretended damn well." "Don't you think that you'd better go?" Lily said wearily. "I don't like to hurt you. I am to blame for a great deal. But there is no use going on, is there? I'll give you your freedom as soon as I can. You will want that, of course." "My freedom? Do you think I'm going to let you go like that? I'll fight you and your family in every court in the country before I give you up. You can't bring Edith Boyd up against me, either. If she does that I'll bring up other witnesses, other men, and she knows it." Lily was very pale, but still calm. She made a movement toward the bell, but he caught her hand before she could ring it. "I'll get your Willy Cameron, too," he said. his face distorted with anger. "I'll get him good. You've done a bad thing for your friends and your family today, Lily. I'll go to the limit on getting back at them. I've got the power, and by God, I'll use it." He flung out into the hall and toward the door. There he encountered Grayson, who reminded him of his hat and gloves, or he would have gone without them. Grayson, going into the library a moment later, found Lily standing there, staring ahead and trembling violently. He brought her a cup of tea and stood by, his old face working, while she drank it. Chapter 37. The strike had apparently settled down to the ordinary run of strikes. The newspaper men from New York were gradually recalled, as the mill towns became orderly and no further acts of violence took place. Here and there mills that had gone down fired their furnaces again and went back to work, many with depleted shifts, however. But the strikers had lost, and knew it. Howard Cardew, facing the situation with his customary honesty, saw in the gradual return of the men to work only the urgency of providing for their families, and realized that it was not peace that was coming, but an armed neutrality. The Cardew mills were still down, but by winter he was confident they would be open again. To what purpose? To more wrangling and bickering, more strikes? Where was the middle ground? He was willing to give the men a percentage of the profits they made. He did not want great wealth, only an honest return for his invested capital. But he wanted to manage his own business. It was his risk. The coal miners were going out. The Cardews owned coal mines. The miners wanted to work a minimum day for a maximum wage, but the country must have coal. Shorter hours meant more men for the mines, and they would have to be imported. But labor resented the importation of foreign workers. Again, what was the answer? Still he was grateful for peace. The strike dragged on, with only occasional acts of violence. From the hill above Baxter a sniper daily fired with a long-range rifle at the toluol tank in the center of one of the mills, and had so far escaped capture as the tank had escaped damage. But he knew well enough a long strike was playing into the hands of the Reds. It was impossible to sow the seeds of revolution so long as a man's dinner pail was full, his rent paid, and his family contented. But a long strike, with bank accounts becoming exhausted, and credit curtailed, would pave the way for revolution. Old Anthony had had a drastic remedy for strikes. "Let all the storekeepers the country over refuse credit to the strikers, and we'd have an end to this mess," he said. "We'd have an end to the storekeepers, too," Howard had replied grimly. One good thing had come out of the bomb outrages. They had had a salutary effect on the honest labor element. These had no sympathy with such methods, and said so. But a certain element, both native and foreign born, secretly gloated and waited. One thing surprised and irritated Howard. Public sentiment was not so much with the strikers as against the mill owners. The strike worked a hardship to the stores and small businesses dependent on the great mills. They forgot the years when the Cardews had brought them prosperity, had indeed made them possible, and they felt now only bitter resentment at the loss of trade. In his anger Howard saw them as parasites, fattening on the conceptions and strength of those who had made the city. They were men who built nothing, originated nothing. Men who hated the ladder by which they had climbed, who cared little how shaky its foundation, so long as it stood. In September, lured by a false security, the governor ordered the demobilization of the state troops, save for 2 companies. The men at the Baxter and Friendship plants, owned by the Cardews, had voted to remain out, but their leaders appeared to have them well in hand, and no trouble was anticipated. The agents of the Department of Justice, however, were still suspicious. The foreigners had plenty of money. Given as they were to hoarding their savings in their homes, the local banks were unable to say if they were drawing on their reserves or were being financed from the outside. Shortly before, the mayoralty election trouble broke out in the western end of the state, and in the north, in the steel towns. There were ugly riotings, bombs were sent through the mails, the old tactics of night shootings and destruction of property began. In the threatening chaos, Baxter and Friendship, and the city nearby, stood out by contrast for their very orderliness. The state constabulary remained in diminished numbers, a still magnificent body of men, but far too few for any real emergency, and the federal agents, suspicious but puzzled, were removed to more turbulent fields. The men constituting the Vigilance Committee began to feel a sense of futility, almost of absurdity. They had armed and enrolled themselves — against what? The growth of the organization slowed down, but it already numbered thousands of members. Only its leaders retained their faith in its ultimate necessity, and they owed perhaps more than they realized to Willy Cameron's own conviction. It was owing to him that the city was divided into a series of zones, so that notification of an emergency could be made rapidly by telephone and messenger. Owing to him, too, was a new central office, with someone on duty day and night. Rather ironically, the new quarters were the dismantled rooms of the Myers House Cleaning Company. On the day after his proposal to Edith, Willy Cameron received an unexpected holiday. Mrs. Davis, the invalid wife of the owner of the Eagle Pharmacy, died, and the store was closed. He had seen Edith for only a few moments that morning, but it was understood then that the marriage would take place either that day or the next. He had been physically so weary the night before that he had slept, but the morning found him with a heaviness of spirit that he could not throw off. The exaltation of the night before was gone, and all that remained was a dogged sense of a duty to be done. Although he smiled at Edith, his face remained with her all through the morning. "I'll make it up to him," she thought humbly. "I'll make it up to him somehow." Then, with Ellen out doing her morning marketing, she heard the feeble thump of a cane overhead, which was her mother's signal. She was determined not to see her mother again until she could say that she was married, but the thumping continued, and was followed by a crash of a broken glass. "She's trying to get up," Edith thought, panicky. "If she gets up, it will kill her." She stood at the foot of the stairs, scarcely breathing, and listened. There was a dreadful silence above. She stole up, finally, to where she could see her mother. Mrs. Boyd was still in her bed, but lying with open eyes, unmoving. "Mother!" she called, and ran in. "Mother!" Mrs. Boyd glanced at her. "I thought that glass would bring you," she said sharply, but with difficulty. "I want you to stand over there and let me look at you." Edith dropped on her knees beside the bed and caught her mother's hand. Don't talk like that, mother," she begged. "I know what you mean. It's all right, mother. Honestly it is. I'm married, mother." "You wouldn't lie to me, Edith?" "No, I'm telling you. I've been married a long time. Don't worry, mother. You just lie there and quit worrying. It's all right." There was a sudden light in the sick woman's eyes, an eager light that flared up and died away again. "Who to?" she asked. "If it's some corner loafer, Edie." Edith had gained new courage and new facility. Anything was right that drove the tortured look from her mother's eyes. "You can ask him when he comes home this evening." "Edie? Not Willy?" "You've guessed it," said Edith, and burying her face in the bedclothing, said a little prayer, to be forgiven for the lie and for all that she had done, to be more worthy thereafter, and in the end to earn the love of the man who was like God to her. There are lies and lies. Now and then the great recorder must put one on the credit side of the balance, one that has saved intolerable suffering, or has made well and happy a sick soul. Mrs. Boyd lay back and closed her eyes. "I haven't been so tickled since the day you were born," she said. She put out a thin hand and laid it on the girl's bowed head. When Edith moved a little later, her mother was asleep, with a new look of peace on her face. It was necessary before Ellen saw her mother to tell her what she had done. She shrank from doing it. It was one thing for Willy to have done it, to have told her the plan, but Edith was secretly afraid of Ellen. And Ellen's reception of the news justified her fears. "And you'd take him that way," she said scornfully. "You'd hide behind him, besides spoiling his life for him. It sounds like him to offer, and it's like you to accept." "It's to save mother," said Edith meekly. "It's to save yourself. You can't fool me. And if you think I'm going to sit by and let him do it, you can think again." "It's as good as done," Edith flashed. "I've told Mother." "That you're going to be, or that you are?" "That we are married." "All right," Ellen said triumphantly. "She's quiet and peaceful now, isn't she? You don't have to get married now, do you? You take my advice and let it go at that." It was then that Edith realized what she had done. He would still marry her, of course, but behind all his anxiety to save her had been the real actuating motive of his desire to relieve her mother's mind. That was done now. Then, could she let him sacrifice himself for her? She could. She could and she would. She set her small mouth firmly, and confronted the future. She saw herself, without his strength to support her, going down and down. She remembered those drabs of the street on whom she had turned such cynical eyes in her virtuous youth, and she saw herself one of that lost sisterhood, sodden, hectic, hopeless. When Willy Cameron left the pharmacy that day it was almost noon. He went to the house of mourning first, and found Mr. Davis in a chair in a closed room, a tired little man in a new black necktie around a not over clean collar, his occupation of years gone, confronting a new and terrible leisure that he did not know how to use. "You know how it is, Willy," he said, blinking his reddened eyelids. "You kind of wish sometimes that you had somebody to help you bear your burden, and then it's taken away, but you're kind of bent over and used to it. And you'd give your neck and all to have it back." Willy Cameron pondered that on his way up the street. There was one great longing in him to see Lily again. In a few hours now he would have taken a wife, and whatever travesty of marriage resulted, he would have to keep away from Lily. He meant to play square with Edith. He wondered if it would hurt Lily to see him, remind her of things she must be trying to forget. He decided in the end that it would hurt her, so he did not go. But he walked, on his way to see Pink Denslow at the temporary bank, through a corner of the park near the house, and took a sort of formal and heartbreaking farewell of her. Time had been when life had seemed only a long, long trail, with Lily at the end of it somewhere, like water to the thirsty traveler, or home to the wanderer. Like a campfire at night. But now life seemed to him a broad highway, infinitely crowded, down which he must move, surrounded yet alone. But at least he could walk in the middle of the road, in the sunlight. It was the weaklings who were crowded to the side. He threw up his head. It had never occurred to him that he was in any danger, either from Louis Akers or from the unseen enemy he was fighting. He had a curious lack of physical fear. But once or twice that day, as he went about, he happened to notice a small man, foreign in appearance and shabbily dressed. He saw him first when he came out of the marriage license office, and again when he entered the bank. He had decided to tell Pink of his approaching marriage, and to ask him to be present. He meant to tell him the facts. The intimacy between them was now very close, and he felt that Pink would understand. He neither wanted nor expected approval, but he did want honesty between them. He had based his life on honesty. Yet the thing was curiously hard to lead up to. It would be hard to set before any outsider the conditions at the Boyd house, or his own sense of obligation to help. Put into everyday English, the whole scheme sounded visionary and mock heroic. In the end he did not tell Pink at all, for Pink came in with excitement written large all over him. "I sent for you," he said, "because I think we've got something at last. One of our fellows has just been in, that storekeeper I told you about from Friendship, Cusick. He says he has found out where they're meeting, back in the hills. He's made a map of it. Look, here's the town, and here's the big hill. Well, behind it, about a mile and a half, there's a German outfit, a family with a farm. They're using the barn, according to this chap. The barn wouldn't hold very many of them. That's the point. It's the leaders. The family has an alibi. It goes into the movies in the town on meeting nights. The place has been searched twice, but he says they have a system of patrols that gives them warning. The hills are heavily wooded there, and he thinks they have rigged up telephones in the trees." There was a short silence. Willy Cameron studied the rug. "I had to swear to keep it to ourselves," Pink said at last. "Cusick won't let the federal agents in on it. They've raided him for liquor twice, and he's sick as a poisoned pup." How about the county detectives? You know them. They'll go in and fight like hell when the time comes, but they're likely to gum the game when there's any finesse required. We'd better find out for ourselves first." Willy Cameron smiled. "What you mean is, that it's too good a thing to throw to the other fellow. Well, I'm on if you want me. But I'm no detective." Pink had come armed for such surrender. He produced a road map of the county and spread it on the desk. "Here's the main road to Friendship," he said, "and here's the road they use. But there's another way, back of the hills. Cusick said it was a dirt lane, but dry. It's about 40 miles by it, to a point a mile or so behind the farm. He says he doesn't think they use that road. It's too far around." "All right," said Willy Cameron. "We use that road and get to the farm, and what then? Surrender?" "Not on your life. We hide in the barn, that's all." "That's enough. They'll search the place automatically. You're talking suicide, you know." But his mind was working rapidly. He was a country boy, and he knew barns. There would be other outbuildings, too, probably a number of them. The Germans always had plenty of them. And the information was too detailed to put aside lightly. "When does he think they will meet again?" "That's the point," Pink said eagerly. "The family has been all over the town this morning. It is going on a picnic, and he says those picnics of theirs last half the night. What he got from the noise they were making was that they were raising dust again, and something's on for tonight. They'll leave somebody there. Their stock has to be looked after. This fellow says they drop everything and go. The whole outfit. They're as busy raising an alibi as the other lot is raising the devil." But Willy Cameron was a Scot, and hard-headed. "It looks too simple, Pink," he said reflectively. He sat for some time, filling and lighting his pipe, and considering as he did so. He was older than Pink. Not much, but he felt extremely mature and very responsible. "What do we know about Cusick?" he asked finally. "One of the best men we've got. They've fired his place once, and he's keen to get them." "You're anxious to go?" "I'm going," said Pink cheerfully. "Then I'd better go along and look after you. But I tell you how I see it. After I've done that I'll go as far as you like. Either there is nothing to it, and we're fools for our pains, or there's a lot to it, and in that case we are a pair of double distilled lunatics to go there alone." Pink laughed joyously. Life had been very dull for him since his return from France. He had done considerable suffering and more thinking than was usual with him, but he had had no action. But behind his boyish zest there was something more, something he hid as he did the fact that he sometimes said his prayers, a deep and holy thing that always gave him a lump in his throat at retreat, when the flag came slowly down and the long lines of men stood at attention. Something he was half ashamed and half proud of, love of his country. At the same time another conversation was going on in the rear room of a small printing shop in the heart of the city. It went on to the accompaniment of the rhythmic throb of the presses, and while two printers, in their shirt sleeves, kept guard both at the front and rear entrances. Doyle sat with his back to the light, and seated across from him, smoking a cheap cigar, was the storekeeper from Friendship, Cusick. In a corner on the table, scowling, sat Louis Akers. "I don't know why you're so damn suspicious, Jim," he was saying. "Cusick says the stall about the Federal agents went all right." "Like a house afire," said Cusick, complacently. "I think, Akers," Doyle observed, eyeing his subordinate, "that you are letting your desire to get this Cameron fellow run away with your judgment. If we get him and Denslow, there are 100 ready to take their places." "Cameron is the brains of the outfit," Akers said sulkily. "How do you know Cameron will go?" Akers rose lazily and stretched himself. "I've got a hunch, that's all." A girl came in from the composing room, a bundle of proofs in her hand. With one hand Akers took the sheets from her, with the other he settled his tie. He smiled down at her. End of chapters 35, 36, and 37. Chapters 38 and 39 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. Ellen was greatly disturbed. At 3:00 that afternoon she found Edith and announced her intention of going out. "I guess you can get the supper for once," she said ungraciously. Edith looked up at her with wistful eyes. "I wish you didn't hate me so, Ellen." "I don't hate you." Ellen was slightly mollified. "But when I see you trying to put your burdens on other people." Edith got up then, and rather timidly put her arms around Ellen's neck. "I love him so, Ellen," she whispered. "And I'll try so hard to make him happy." Unexpected tears came into Ellen's eyes. She stroked the girl's fair hair. "Never mind," she said. "The good man's got a way of fixing things to suit himself. And I guess he knows best. We do what it's foreordained we do, after all." Mrs. Boyd was sleeping. Edith went back to her sewing. She had depended all her life on her mother's needle, and now that had failed her she was hastily putting some clothing into repair. In the kitchen near the stove the suit she meant to be married in was hung to dry, after pressing. She was quietly happy. Willy Cameron found her there. He told her of Mrs. Davis's death, and then placed the license on the table at her side. "I think it would be better tomorrow, Edith," he said. He glanced down at the needle in her unaccustomed fingers. She seemed very appealing with her new task and the new light in her eyes. After all, it was worth while, even if it cost a lifetime to take a soul out of purgatory. "I had to tell Mother, Willy." "That's all right. Did it cheer her any?" "Wonderfully. She's asleep now." He went up to his room, and for some time she heard him moving about. Then she heard the scraping of his chair as he drew it to his desk, and vaguely wondered. When he came down he had a sealed envelope in his hand. "I'm going out, Edith," he said. "I shall be late coming back, and I'm going to ask you to do something for me." She loved doing things for him. She flushed slightly. "If I am not back here by 2:00 tonight," he said, "I want you to open that letter and read it. Then go to the nearest telephone and call up the number I've written down. Ask for the man whose name is given, and read him the message." "Willy," she gasped, "you are doing something dangerous." "What I really expect," he said, smiling down at her, "is to be back, feeling more or less of a fool, by 11:00. I'm providing against an emergency that will almost surely never happen, and I'm depending on the most trustworthy person I know." Very soon after he went away. She sat for some time after he had gone, fingering the blank white envelope and wondering, a little frightened but very proud of his trust. Dan came in and went up the stairs. That reminded her of the dinner, and she sat down in the kitchen with a pan of potatoes on her knee. As she pared them she sang. She was still singing when Ellen came back. Something had happened to Ellen. She stood in the kitchen, her hat still on, drawing her cotton gloves through her fingers and staring at Edith without seeing her. "You're not sick, are you, Ellen?" Ellen put down her gloves and slowly took off her hat, still with the absorbed eyes of a sleepwalker. "I'm not sick," she said at last. "I've had bad news." "Sit down and I'll make you a cup of tea. Then maybe you'll feel like talking about it." "I don't want any tea. Do you know that man Akers has married Lily Cardew?" "Married her?" "The devil out of hell that he is!" Ellen's voice was terrible. "And all the time knowing that you. She's at home, the poor child, and Mademoiselle just sat and cried when she told me. It's a secret," she added fiercely. "You keep your mouth shut about it. She never lived with him. She left him right off. I wouldn't know it now, but the servants were talking about the house being forbidden to him, and I went straight to Mademoiselle. I said, 'You keep him away from Miss Lily because I know something about him.' It was when I told her that she said they were married." She went out and up the stairs, moving slowly and heavily. Edith sat still, the pan on her knee, and thought. Did Willy know? Was that why he was willing to marry her? She was swept with bitter jealousy, and added to that came suspicion. Something very near the truth flashed into her mind and stayed there. In her bitterness she saw Willy telling Lily of Akers and herself, and taking her away, or having her taken. It must have been something like that, or why had she left him? But her anger slowly subsided. In the end she began to feel that the new situation rendered her own position more secure, even justified her own approaching marriage. Since Lily was gone, why should she not marry Willy Cameron? If what Ellen had said was true, she knew him well enough to know that he would deliberately strangle his love for Lily. If it were true, and if he knew it. She moved about the kitchen, making up the fire, working automatically in that methodless way that always set Ellen's teeth on edge and thinking. But subconsciously she was listening too. She had heard Dan go into his mother's room and close the door. She was bracing herself against his coming down. Dan was difficult those days, irritable and exacting. Moody too, and much away from home. He hated idleness at its best, and the strike was idleness at its worst. Behind the movement toward the general strike, too, he felt there was some hidden and sinister influence at work, an influence that was determined to turn what had commenced as a labor movement into a class uprising. That very afternoon, for the first time, he had heard whispered the phrase, "When the town goes dark." There was a diabolical suggestion in it that sent him home with his fists clenched. He did not go to his mother's room at once. Instead, he drew a chair to his window and sat there staring out on the little street. When the town went dark, what about all the little streets like this one? After an hour or so of ominous quiet, Edith heard him go into his mother's room. Her hands trembled as she closed her door. She heard him come down at last, and suddenly remembering the license, hid it in a drawer. She knew that he would destroy it if he saw it. And Dan's face justified the move. He came in and stood glowering at her, his hands in his pockets. "What made you tell that lie to Mother?" he demanded. "She was worried, Dan, and it will be true tomorrow. Dan, you didn't tell her it was a lie, did you?" "I should have, but I didn't. What do you mean it will be true tomorrow?" "We are going to be married tomorrow." "I'll lock you up first," he said angrily. "I've been expecting something like that. I've watched you, and I've seen you watching him. You'll not do it, do you hear? Do you think I'd let you get away with that? Isn't it enough that he's got to support us without your coaxing him to marry you?" She made no reply, but went on with a perfunctory laying of the table. Her mouth had gone very dry. "The poor fish," Dan snarled. "I thought he had some sense. Letting himself in for a nice life, isn't he? We're not his kind, and you know it. He knows more in a minute than you'll know all your days. In about 3 months he'll hate the very sight of you, and then where'll you be?" When she made no reply, he called to the dog and went out into the yard. She saw him there, brooding and sullen, and she knew that he had not finished. He would say no more to her, but he would wait and have it out with Willy himself. Supper was silent. No one ate much, and Ellen, coming down with the tray, reported Mrs. Boyd as very tired and wanting to settle down early. "She looks bad to me," she said to Edith. "I think the doctor ought to see her." "I'll go and send him." Edith was glad to get out of the house. She had avoided the streets lately, but as it was the supper hour the pavements were empty. Only Joe Wilkinson, bareheaded, stood in the next doorway, and smiled and flushed slightly when he saw her. "How's your mother?" he asked. "She's not so well. I'm going to get the doctor." "Do you mind if I get my hat and walk there with you?" "I'm going somewhere else from there, Joe." "Well, I'll walk a block or two anyhow." She waited impatiently. She liked Joe, but she did not want him then. She wanted to think and plan alone and in the open air, away from the little house with its odors and its querulous thumping cane upstairs, away from Ellen's grim face and Dan's angry one. He came out almost immediately, followed by a string of little Wilkinsons clamoring to go along. "Do you mind?" he asked her. "They can trail along behind. The poor kids don't get out much." "Bring them along, of course," she said, somewhat resignedly. And with a flash of her old spirit, "I might have brought Jinx, too. Then we'd have had a real procession." They moved down the street with 5 little Wilkinsons trailing along behind, and Edith was uncomfortably aware that Joe's eyes were upon her. "You don't look well," he said at last. "You're wearing yourself out taking care of your mother, Edith." "I don't do much for her." You'd say that, of course. You're very unselfish." "Am I?" She laughed a little, but the words touched her. "Don't think I'm better than I am, Joe." "You're the most wonderful girl in the world. I guess you know how I feel about that." "Don't, Joe." But at that very moment a very little Wilkinson fell headlong and burst into loud, despairing wails. Joe set her on her feet, brushed her down with a fatherly hand, and on her refusal to walk further picked her up and carried her. The obvious impossibility of going on with what he had been saying made him smile sheepishly. "Can you beat it?" he said helplessly. "These darn kids." But he held the child close. At the next corner he turned toward home. Edith stopped and watched his valiant young back, his small train of followers. He was going to be very sad when he knew, poor Joe, with his vicarious fatherhood, his cluttered, noisy, anxious life. Life was queer and cruel. From the doctor's office, the waiting room lined with patient figures, she went on. She had a very definite plan in mind, but it took all her courage to carry it through. Outside the Benedict apartments she hesitated, but she went in finally, upheld by sheer determination. The chair at the telephone desk was empty, but Sam remembered her. "He's out, miss," he said. "He's out most all the time now, with the election coming on." "What time does he usually get in?" "Sometimes early, sometimes late," said Sam, watching her. Everything pertaining to Louis Akers was of supreme interest those days to the Benedict employees. The beating he had received, the coming election, the mysterious young woman who had come but once, and the black days that had followed his return from the St. Elmo, out of such patchwork they were building a small drama of their own. Sam was trying to fit in Edith's visit with the rest. The Benedict was neither more moral nor less than its kind. An unwritten law kept respectable women away, but the management showed no inclination to interfere where there was no noise or disorder. Employees were supposed to see that no feminine visitors remained after midnight. That was all. "You might go up and wait for him," Sam suggested. "That is, if it's important." "It's very important." He threw open the gate of the elevator hospitably. At 10:30 that night Louis Akers went back to his rooms. The telephone girl watched him sharply as he entered. "There's a lady waiting for you, Mr. Akers." He swung toward her eagerly. "A lady? Did she give any name?" "No, Sam let her in and took her up. He said he thought you wouldn't mind. She'd been here before." The thought of Edith never entered Akers' head. It was Lily miraculously come back to him. Lily, his wife. Going up in the elevator, he hastily formulated a plan of action. He would not be too ready to forgive. She had cost him too much. But in the end he would take her in his arms and hold her close. Lily. It was the bitterness of his disappointment that made him brutal. Wicked and unscrupulous as he was with men, with women he was as gentle as he was cruel. He put them from him relentlessly and kissed them good-bye. It was his boast that any one of them would come back to him if he wanted her. Edith, listening for his step, was startled at the change in his face when he saw her. "You," he said thickly, "what are you doing here?" "I've been waiting all evening. I want to ask you something." He flung his hat into a chair and faced her. "Well?" "Is it true that you are married to Lily Cardew?" "If I am, what are you going to do about it?" His eyes were wary, but his color was coming back. He was breathing more easily. "I only heard it today. I must know, Lou. It's awfully important." "What did you hear?" He was watching her closely. "I heard you were married, and that she had left you." It seemed to him incredible that she had come here to taunt him, she who was responsible for the shipwreck of his marriage. That she should come there and face him, and not expect him to kill her where she stood. He pulled himself together. "It is true enough," he swore under his breath. "She didn't leave me, she was taken away. And I'll get her back if I... You little fool, I ought to kill you. If you wanted a cheap revenge, you've got it." "I don't want revenge, Lou." He caught her by the arm. "Then what brought you here?" I wanted to be sure Lily Cardew was married." "Well, she is. What about it?" "That's all." "That's not all. What about it?" She looked up at him gravely. "Because if she is, I'm going to marry Mr. Cameron to morrow." At the sight of his astounded face, she went on hastily. "He knows, Lou, and he offered anyhow." "And what," he said slowly, "has my wife to do with that?" "I wanted to be fair to him. And I think he used to be terribly in love with her." Quite apart from his increasing fear of Willy Cameron and his committee, there had been in Akers for some time a latent jealousy of him. In a flash he saw the room at the St. Elmo, and a cold-eyed man inside the doorway. The humiliation of that scene had never left him, of his own maudlin inadequacy, of hearing from beyond a closed and locked door, the closing of another door behind Lily and the man who had taken her away from him. A mad anger and jealousy made him suddenly reckless. "So," he said, "he is terribly in love with my wife, and he intends to marry you. That's interesting. Because, my sweet child, he's got a damn poor chance of marrying you or anybody." "Lou." "Listen," he said deliberately. "Men who stick their heads into the lion's jaws are apt to lose them. Our young friend Cameron has done that. I'll change the figure. When a man tries to stop a great machine by putting his impudent fingers into the cog wheels, the man's a fool. He may lose his hand, or he may lose his life." Fortunately for Edith, he moved on that speech to the side table, and mixed himself a highball. It gave her a moment to summon her scattered wits to decide on a plan of action. Her early training on the streets, her recent months of deceit, helped her now. If he had expected any outburst from her, it did not come. "If you mean that he is in danger, I don't believe it." "All right, old girl, I've told you." But the whiskey restored his equilibrium again. "That is," he added slowly, "I've warned you." "You'd better warn him. He's doing his best to get into trouble." She knew him well, saw the craftiness come back into his eyes, and met it with equal strategy. "I'll tell him," she said, moving toward the door. "You haven't scared me for a minute, and you won't scare him. You and your machine." She dared not seem to hurry. "You're a boaster," she said, with the door open. "You always were. And you'll never lay a hand on him. You're like all bullies. You're a coward." She was through the doorway by that time, and in terror, for fear, having told her so much, he would try to detain her. She saw the idea come into his face, too, just as she slipped outside. He made a move toward her. "I think," he began. She slammed the door and ran down the hallway toward the stairs. She heard him open the door and come out into the hall, but she was well in advance and running like a deer. "Edith!" he called. She stumbled on the second flight of stairs and fell a half-dozen steps, but she picked herself up and ran on. At the bottom of the lower flight she stopped and listened, but he had gone back. She heard the slam of his door as he closed it. But the insistent need of haste drove her on headlong. She shot through the lobby, past the staring telephone girl, and into the street, and there settled down into steady running, her elbows close to her sides, trying to remember to breathe slowly and evenly. She must get home somehow, get the envelope and follow the directions inside. Her thoughts raced with her. It was almost 11 o'clock, and Willy had been gone for hours. She tried to pray, but the words did not come. Chapter 39. At something after 7 o'clock that night, Willy Cameron and Pink Denslow reached that point on the Mayville Road which had been designated by the storekeeper Cusick. They left the car there, hidden in a grove, and struck off across country to the west. Willy Cameron had been thoughtful for some time, and as they climbed a low hill, going with extreme caution, he said, "I'm still skeptical about Cusick, Pink. Do you think he's straight?" "One of the best men we've got," Pink replied confidently. "He's put us on to several things." "He's foreign born, isn't he?" "That's his value. They don't suspect him for a minute." "But what does he get out of it?" "Good citizen," said Pink, with promptness. You've got to remember, Cameron, that a lot of these fellows are better Americans than we are. They're like religious converts, stronger than the ones born in the fold. They're Americans because they want to be. Anyhow, you ought to be strong for him, Cameron. He said to tell you, but no one else." "I'll tell you how strong I am for him later," Willie Cameron said grimly. "Just at this minute I'm waiting to be shown." They advanced with infinite caution, for the evening was still light. Going slowly, it was well after 8 and fairly dark before they came within sight of the farm buildings in the valley below. Long unpainted, they were barely discernible in the shadows of the hills. The land around had been carefully cleared, and both men were dismayed at the difficulty of access without being seen. "Doesn't look very good, does it?" Pink observed. "I will say this, for seclusion and keeping away unwanted visitors, it has it all over any dugout I ever saw in France." "Listen," Willie Cameron said tensely. They stood on the alert, but only the evening sounds of country and forest rewarded them. "What was it?" Pink inquired, after perhaps 2 minutes of waiting. "Plain scare on my part, probably. I don't so much mind this little excursion, Pink, as I hate the idea that a certain gentleman named Cusick may have a chance to come to our funerals and laugh himself to death." When real darkness had fallen, they had reached the lower fringe of the woods. Pink had the fault of the city dweller, however, of being unable to step lightly in the dark, and their progress had been less silent than it should have been. In spite of his handicap, Willie Cameron made his way with the instinctive knowledge of the country-bred boy, treading like a cat. "Pretty poor," Pink said in a discouraged whisper after a twig had burst under his foot with a report like the shot of a pistol. "You travel like a spook, while I—" "Listen, Pink. I'm going in alone to look around. Stop muttering and listen to me. It's poor strategy not to have a reserve somewhere, isn't it?" "I'm a poor prune at the best," Pink said stubbornly, "but I am not going to let you go into that place alone. You can rave all you want." "Very well. Then we'll both stay here. You are about as quiet as a horse going through a corn patch." After some moments Pink spoke again. "If you insist on stealing the whole show," he said sulkily, "what am I to do? Run to town for help, if you need it?" "I'm not going to round up the outfit, if there is one. I haven't lost my mind. I'll see what is going on or about to go on. Then I'll come back." "Here?" Cameron considered. "Better meet me at the machine," he decided, after a glance at the sky. "In half an hour you won't be able to see your hand in front of you. Wait here for a half hour or so, and then start back, and for heaven's sake don't shoot at anything you see moving. As a matter of fact, I might as well have your revolver. I won't need it, but it may avoid any accidental shooting by a youth I both love and admire." "If I hear any shooting, I'll come in," Pink said, still sulky. "Come in and welcome," said Willie Cameron, and Pink knew he was smiling. He took the revolver and slipped away into the darkness, leaving Pink both melancholy and disturbed. Unaccustomed to night in the woods, he found his nerves twitching at every sound. In the war there had been a definite enemy, definitely placed. Even when he had gone into that vile strip between the trenches, there had been a general direction for the inimical. Here— He moved carefully, and stood with his back against a tree. Not a sound came from the farm buildings. Willie Cameron's progress, too, was noiseless. With no way to tell the lapse of time, and gauging it by his war experience, when an hour had apparently passed, he knew that Cameron had been gone about 10 minutes. Time dragged on. A cow, unmilked, lowed plaintively once or twice. A September night breeze set the dying leaves on the trees to rustling, and stirred the dry ones about his feet. Pink's mind, gradually reassured, turned to other things. He thought of Lily Cardew, for one. Like Willie Cameron, he knew he would always love her, but unlike Willie, the first pain of her loss was gone. He was glad that time was over. He was glad that she was at home again, safe from those— Someone was moving near him, passing within 20 feet. Whoever it was stepping cautiously, but blunderingly. It was not Cameron, then. He was a football only, not even an outline. Before Pink could decide on a line of action, the sound was lost. Every sense acute, he waited. He had decided that if the incident were repeated he would make an effort to get the fellow from behind, but there was no return. The wind had died again, and there was no longer even the rustling of the leaves to break the utter stillness. Suddenly he saw a red flash near the barn, and an instant later heard the report of a pistol. Came immediately after that a brief fusillade of shots, a pause, then 2 or 3 scattering ones. With the first shot Pink started running. He was vaguely conscious of other steps near him, running also, but he could see nothing. His whole mind was set on finding Willy Cameron. Alone he had not a chance, but 2 of them together could put up a fight. He pelted along, stumbling, recovering, stumbling again. Another shot was fired. They hadn't got him yet, or they wouldn't be shooting. He raised his voice in a great call. "Cameron! Here! Cameron!" He ran into a low fence then, and it threw him. He had hardly got to his knees before the other running figure had hurled itself on him and struck him with the butt of a revolver. He dropped flat and lay still. For weeks Woslosky had known of the growing strength of the Vigilance Committee, and that it was arming steadily. It threatened absolutely the success of his plans. Even the election of Akers and the changes he would make in the city police, even the ruse of other strikes and machine-made riotings to call away the state troops, none of these, or all of them, would be effectual against an organized body of citizens duly called to the emergency. And such an organization was already effected. Within a week, when the first card reached his hands, it had grown to respectable proportions. Woslosky went to Doyle, and they made their counter-moves quickly. No more violence. A seemingly real, but deceptive, orderliness. They were dealing with inflammatory material, however, and now and then it got out of hand. Unlike Doyle, the calculating, who made each move slowly and watched its results with infinite zest, the Pole chafed under delay. "We can't hold them much longer," he complained bitterly. "This thing of holding them off until after the election. And until Akers takes office. It's got too many ifs in it." "It was haste lost Seattle," said Doyle, as unmoved as Woslosky was excited. Woslosky did not like Louis Akers. What was more important, he distrusted him. When he heard of his engagement to Lily Cardew, he warned Doyle about him. "He's in this thing for what he can get out of it," he said. "He'll go as far as he can, with safety, to be accepted by the Cardews." "Exactly," was Doyle's dry comment. "With safety, you said. But he knows you, and he knows me, and he'll be straight because he's afraid not to be." "When there's a woman in it," said the Pole skeptically. But Doyle only smiled. He had known many women, and loved none of them, and he was temperamentally unable to understand the type of man who saw the world through a woman's eyes and in them. So Woslosky was compelled to watch the growth of Willy Cameron's organization, and to hold in check the violent passions he had himself roused, and to wait, gnawing his nails with inaction and his heart with rage. But these certain things he discovered. That the organization's growth was coincident with a new interest in local politics, as though some vital force had wakened the plain people to a sense of responsibility. That a drug clerk named Cameron was the founder and moving spirit of the League, and that he was, using Hendricks' candidacy as a means, rousing the city to a burning patriotic activity that Mr. Woslosky regarded as extremely pernicious. And that this same Willy Cameron had apparently a knowledge of certain plans, which was rather worse than pernicious. Mr. Woslosky's name for it was damnable. For instance, there were the lists of the various city stores and their estimated contents, missing from Mr. Woslosky's own inconspicuous trunk in a storage house. On that had been based the plan for feeding the Revolution, by the simple expedient of exchanging by organized pillage the contents of the city stores for foodstuffs from the farmers in outlying districts. Revolution, according to Mr. Woslosky, could only be starved out. He had no anxiety as to troops which would be sent against them, because he had a cynical belief that a man's country was less to him than various other things, including his stomach. He believed that all armies were riddled with sedition and fundamentally opposed to law. Copies of other important matters, too, were missing. Lists of officials for the revolutionary city government and of deputies, to take the places of the disbanded police, plans for manning, by the radicals, the city light, water and power plants. a schedule of public eating houses to take the place of the restaurants. Woslosky began to find this drug clerk with the ridiculous given name getting on his nerves. He considered him a dangerous enemy to progress, that particular form of progress which Mr. Woslosky advocated, and he suspected him of a lack of ethics regarding trunks in storage. Mr. Woslosky had the old world idea that the best government was a despotism tempered by assassination. He thought considerably about Willy Cameron. But the plan concerning the farmhouse was, in the end, devised by Louis Akers. Woslosky was skeptical. It was true that Cameron might stick his head into the lion's jaws, but precautions had been known to be taken at such times to prevent their closing. However, the Pole was desperate. He took 6 picked men with him that afternoon to the farm, and made a strategic survey of the situation. The house was closed and locked, but he was not concerned with the house. Cusick had told Denslow the meetings were held late at night in the barn, and to the barn Woslosky repaired, sawed-off shotgun under his coat and cigarette in mouth, and inspected it with his evil smile. 2 men, young and reckless, might easily plan to conceal themselves under the hay in the loft, and... Woslosky put down his gun and went down into the cow barn below, whistling softly to himself. He began to enjoy the prospect. He gathered some eggs from the feed boxes, carrying them in his hat, and breaking the lock of the kitchen door, he and his outfit looted the closet there and had an early supper, being careful to extinguish the fire afterwards. Not until dusk was falling did he post his men, 3 outside among the outbuildings, 1 as a sentry near the woods, and 2 in the barn itself. He himself took up his station inside the barn door, sitting on the floor with his gun across his knees. Looking out from there, he saw the sharp flash of a hastily extinguished match, and snarled with anger. He had forbidden smoking. "I've got to go out," he said cautiously. "Don't you fools shoot me when I come back." He slipped out into what was by that time complete blackness. Some 5 minutes later he came back, still noiselessly, and treading like a cat. He could only locate the barn door by feeling for it, and above the light scraping of his fingers he could hear inside cautious footsteps over the board floor. He scowled again. Damn this country quiet anyhow. But he had found the doorway, and was feeling his way through when he found himself caught and violently thrown. The fall and the surprise stunned him. He lay still for an infuriated, helpless second, with a knee on his chest and both arms tightly held, to hear one of his own men above him saying, "Got him all right, Woslosky. You've got the rope, haven't you?" "You fool!" snarled Woslosky from the floor. "Let me up. You've half killed me. Didn't I tell you I was going out?" He scrambled to his feet, and to an astounded silence. "But you came in a couple of minutes ago. Somebody came in. You heard him, Cusick, didn't you?" Woslosky whirled and closed and fastened the barn doors, and almost with the same movement drew a searchlight and flashed it over the place. It was apparently empty. The Pole burst into blasphemous anger, punctuated with sharp questions. Both men had heard the cautious entrance they had taken for his own, both men had remained silent and unsuspicious, and both were positive whoever had come in had not gone out again. He stationed 1 man at the door, and commenced a merciless search. The summer's hay filled one end, but it was closely packed below and offered no refuge. Armed with the shotgun, and with the flash in his pocket, Woslosky climbed the ladder to the loft, going softly. He listened at the top, and then searched it with the light, holding it far to the left for a possible bullet. The loft was empty. He climbed into it, and walked over it, gun in one hand and a flash in the other, searching for some buried figure. But there was nothing. The loft was fragrant with the newly dried hay, sweet and empty. Woslosky descended the ladder again, the flash extinguished, and stood again on the barn floor, considering. Cusick was a man without imagination, and he had sworn that someone had come in. Then... Suddenly there was a whir of wings outside and above, excited flutterings first, and then a general flight of the pigeons who roosted on the roof. Woslosky listened, and slowly smiled. "We've got him, boys," he said without excitement. "Outside, and call the others. He's on the roof." Cusick whistled shrilly, and as the Pole ran out he met the others coming pell-mell toward him. He flung a guard of all 5 of them around the barn, and he himself walked off 100 feet or so and gazed upward. The very outline of the ridgepole was indistinguishable, and he swore softly. In the hope of drawing an answering flash he fired, but without result. The explosion echoed and re-echoed, died away. He called to Cusick and had him try the same experiment, following the line of the gutter as nearly as possible in the darkness, on that side, and emptying his revolver. Still silence. Woslosky began to doubt. The pigeons might have seen his flashlight, might have heard his own stealthy movements. He was intensely irritated. The shooting, if the alarm had been false, had ruined everything. He saw, as in a vision, Doyle's sneering face when he told him. Beside him, Cusick was reloading his revolver in the darkness. Then, out of the night, came a call from the direction of the woods, and unintelligible at that distance. "What's that?" Cusick said hoarsely. Woslosky made no reply. He was listening. Someone was approaching, now running, now stopping as though confused. Woslosky held his gun ready, and waited. Then, from a distance, he heard his name called. He stepped inside the door of the barn and showed the light for a moment. Soon after the sentry floundered in, breathless and excited. "I got one of them," he gasped. "Hit him with my gun. He's lying back by the stone fence." "Did you call out, or did he?" "He did. That's how I knew it wasn't one of our fellows. He called Cameron. So he's the other one." Woslosky drew a deep breath. Then it was Cameron on the roof. It was Cameron they wanted. "He'll sleep for an hour or two if he ever wakes up," Pink's assailant boasted. But Woslosky was taking no chances that night. He sent 2 men after Pink, and began to pace the floor thoughtfully. If he could have waited for daylight it would have been simple enough, but he did not know how much time he had. He did not underestimate young Cameron's intelligence, and it had occurred to him that young Scot might cannily have provided against his failure to return. Then, too, the state constabulary had an uncomfortable habit of riding lonely back roads at night, and shots could be heard a long distance off. He had never surveyed the barn roof closely, but he knew that it was steeply pitched. Cameron, then, was probably braced somewhere in the gutter. The departure of the 2 men had left him short-handed, and he waited impatiently for their return. With a ladder, provided it could be quietly placed, a man could shoot from a corner along 2 sides of the roof. With 2 ladders at diagonal corners, they could get him. But a careful search discovered no ladders on the place. He went out, and standing close against the wall for protection, called up. "We know you're there, Cameron," he said. "If you come down we won't hurt you. If you don't, we'll get you, and you know it." But he received no reply. Soon after that the 2 men carried in Pink Denslow and laid him on the floor of the barn. Then Woslosky tried again, more reckless this time with anger. He stood out somewhat from the wall and called, "One more chance, Cameron, or we'll put a bullet through your friend here. Come down, or we'll—" Something struck him heavily, and he fell, with a bullet in the shoulder. He struggled to his feet and gained the shelter of the wall, his face twisted with pain. "All right," he said, "if that's the way you feel about it." He regained the barn, and had his arm supported in an extemporized sling. Then he ordered Pink to be tied, and fighting down his pain, considered the situation. Cameron was on the roof, and armed. Even if he had no extra shells, he still had 5 shots in reserve, and he would not waste any of them. Whoever tried to scale the walls would be done in at once. Whoever attempted to follow him to the roof by way of the loft would be shot instantly. And his own condition demanded haste. The bullet striking from above had broken his arm. Every movement was torture. He thought of setting fire to the barn. Then Cameron would have the choice of 2 things, to surrender or to be killed. He might get some of them first, however. Well, that was a part of the game. He delivered a final ultimatum from the shelter of the doorway. "I've just thought of something, Cameron," he called. "We're going to fire the barn. Your young friend is here, tied, and we'll leave him here. Do you get that? Either throw down that gun of yours and come down, or I'm inclined to think you'll be up against it. I'll give you a minute or so to think it over." At 11:30 that night, the first of 4 automobiles drove into Friendship. It was driven by a hatless young man in a raincoat over a suit of silk pajamas, and it contained 4 county detectives and the city chief of police. Behind it, but well outdistanced, came the other cars, some of them driven by leading citizens in a state of considerable déshabillé. At a cross street in Friendship, the lead car drew up, and flashlights were turned on a road map in the rear of the car. There was some argument over the proper road, and a member of the state constabulary, riding up to investigate, showed a strong inclination to place them under arrest. It took a moment to put him right. "Wish I could go along," he said wistfully. "The place you want is back there. I can't leave the town, but I'll steer you out. You'll probably run into some of our fellows back there." He rode on ahead, his big black horse restive in the light from the lamps behind him. At the end of a lane he stopped. "Straight ahead up there," he said. "You'll find—" He broke off and stared ahead to where a dull red glare reflected on the low-hanging clouds had appeared over the crest of the hill. "Something doing up there," he called suddenly. "Let's go." He jerked his revolver free, dug his heels into the flanks of his horse, and was off on a dead run. Halfway up the hill the car passed him, the black going hard and its rider's face under the rim of the uniform hat a stern profile. His reins lay loose on the animal's neck, and he was examining his gun. The road mounted to a summit, and dipped again. They were in a long valley, and the burning barn was clearly outlined at the far end of it. One side was already flaming, and tongues of fire leaped out through the roof. The men in the car were standing now, doors open, ready to leap, while the car lurched and swayed over the uneven road. Behind them they heard the clatter of the oncoming horse. As they drew nearer they could see 3 watching figures against the burning building, and as they turned into the lane which led to the barnyard, a shot rang out, and one of the figures dropped and lay still. There was a cry of warning from somewhere, and before the detectives could leap from the car the group had scattered, running wildly. The state policeman threw his horse back on its haunches and fired without apparently taking aim at one of the running shadows. The man threw up his arms and fell. The state policeman galloped toward him, dismounted and bent over him. Firing as they ran, detectives leaped out of the car and gave chase, and so it was that the young gentleman in bedroom slippers and pajamas, standing in his car and shielding his eyes against the glare, saw a curious thing. First of all, the roof blazed up brightly, and he perceived a human figure, hanging by its hands from the eaves and preparing to drop. The young gentleman in pajamas was feeling rather out of things by that time, so he made a hasty exit from his car toward the barn, losing a slipper as he did so, and yelling in a slightly hysterical manner. It thus happened that he and the dropping figure reached the same spot at almost the same moment, one result of which was that the young gentleman in pajamas found himself struck a violent blow with a doubled-up fist, and at the same moment his bare right foot was tramped on with extreme thoroughness. The young gentleman in pajamas reeled back dizzily and gave tongue, while standing on one foot. The person he addressed was the state constable, and his instructions were to get the fugitive and kill him. But the fugitive here did a very strange thing. Through the handkerchief which it was now seen he wore tied over his mouth, he told the running policeman to go to perdition, and then with seeming suicidal intent rushed into the burning barn. From it he emerged a moment later, dragging a figure bound hand and foot, blackened with smoke, and with its clothing smoldering in a dozen places. A figure which alternately coughed and swore in a strangled whisper, but which found breath for a loud whoop almost immediately after, on its being immersed, as it promptly was, in a nearby horse trough. Very soon after that the other cars arrived. They drew up, and men emerged from them, variously clothed and even more variously armed, but all they saw was the ruined embers of the barn, and in the glow 5 figures. One of the 5 lay face up to the sky, as though the prostrate body followed with its eyes the unkillable traitor soul of one Cusick, lately storekeeper at Friendship. Woslosky, wounded for the 2nd time, lay on an automobile rug on the ground, conscious but sullenly silent. On the driving seat of an automobile sat a young gentleman with an overcoat over a pair of silk pajamas, carefully inspecting the toes of his right foot by the light of a match, while another young gentleman with a white handkerchief around his head was sitting on the running board of the same car, dripping water and rather dazedly staring at the ruins. And beside him stood a gaunt figure, blackened of face, minus eyebrows and charred of hair, and considerably torn as to clothing. A figure which seemed disinclined to talk, and which gave its explanations in short staccato sentences. Having done which, it relapsed into uncompromising silence again. Some time later the detectives returned. They had made no further captures, for the refugees had known the country, and once outside the light from the burning barn, search was useless. The chief of police approached Willy Cameron and stood before him, eyeing him severely. "The next time you try to raid an anarchist meeting, Cameron," he said, "you'd better honor me with your confidence. You've probably learned a lesson from all this." Willy Cameron glanced at him, and for the first time that night smiled. "I have," he said. "I'll never trust a pigeon again." The chief thought him slightly unhinged by the night's experience. End of chapters 38 and 39. Chapters 40 through 43 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. Edith Boyd's child was prematurely born at the Memorial Hospital early the next morning. It lived only a few moments, but Edith's mother never knew either of its birth or of its death. When Willy Cameron reached the house at 2:00 that night, he found Dan in the lower hall, a new Dan, grave and composed, but very pale. "Mother's gone, Willy," he said quietly. "I don't think she knew anything about it. Ellen heard her breathing hard and went in, but she wasn't conscious." He sat down on the horsehair covered chair by the stand. "I don't know anything about these things," he observed, still with that strange new composure. "What do you do now?" "Don't worry about that, Dan, just now. There's nothing to do until morning." He looked about him. The presence of death gave a new dignity to the little house. Through the open door he could see in the parlor Mrs. Boyd's rocking chair, in which she had traveled so many conversational miles. Even the chair had gained dignity. That which it had once enthroned had now penetrated the ultimate mystery. He was shaken and very weary. His mind worked slowly and torpidly, so that even grief came with an effort. He was grieved, he knew that. Someone who had loved him and depended on him was gone. Someone who loved life had lost it. He ran his hand over his singed hair. "Where is Edith?" Dan's voice hardened. "She's out somewhere. It's like her, isn't it?" Willy Cameron roused himself. "Out?" he said incredulously. "Don't you know where she is?" "No, and I don't care." Willy Cameron was fully alert now, and staring down at Dan. "I'll tell you something, Dan. She probably saved my life tonight. I'll tell you how later. And if she is still out, there is something wrong." "She used to stay out to all hours. She hasn't done it lately, but I thought—" Dan got up and reached for his hat. "Where'll I start to look for her?" But Willy Cameron had no suggestion to make. He was trying to think straight, but it was not easy. He knew that for some reason Edith had not waited until midnight to open the envelope. She had telephoned her message clearly, he had learned, but with great excitement, saying that there was a plot against his life, and giving the farmhouse and the message he had left in full. And she had not rung off until she knew that a posse would start at once. And that had been before 11:00. 3 hours. He looked at his watch. Either she had been hurt or was a prisoner, or— He came close to the truth, then. He glanced at Dan, standing hat in hand. "We'll try the hospitals first, Dan," he said. "And the best way to do that is by telephone. I don't like Ellen being left alone here, so you better let me do that." Dan acquiesced unwillingly. He resumed his seat in the hall, and Willy Cameron went upstairs. Ellen was moving softly about, setting in order the little upper room. The windows were opened, and through them came the soft night wind, giving a semblance of life and movement under it to the sheet that covered the quiet figure on the bed. Willy Cameron stood by it, and looked down, with a great wave of thankfulness in his heart. She had been saved much, And if from some new angle she was seeing them now, it would be with the vision of eternity and its understanding. She would see how sometimes the soul must lose here to gain beyond. She would see the world filled with its Ediths, and she would know that they too were a part of the great plan, and that the breaking of the body sometimes freed the soul. He was shy of the forms of religion, but he voiced a small inarticulate prayer, standing beside the bed while Ellen straightened the few toilet articles on the dresser, that she might have rest, and then a long and placid happiness. And love, he added. There would be no heaven without love. Ellen was looking at him in the mirror. "Your hair looks queer, Willie," she said. "And I declare your clothes are a sight." She turned sternly. "Where have you been?" "It's a long story, Ellen. Don't bother about it now. I'm worried about Edith." Ellen's lips closed into a grim line. "The less said about her, the better. She came back in a terrible state about something or other, ran in and up to your room and out again. I tried to tell her her mother wasn't so well, but she looked as if she didn't hear me." It was 4:00 in the morning when Willy Cameron located Edith. He had gone to the pharmacy and let himself in, intending to telephone, but the card on the door, edged with black, gave him a curious sense of being surrounded that night by death, and he stood for a moment, unwilling to begin for fear of some further tragedy. In that moment, what with reaction from excitement and weariness, he had a feeling of futility, of struggling to no end. One fought on, and in the last analysis it was useless. So soon passeth it away, and we are gone. He saw Mr. Davis sitting alone in his house. He saw Ellen moving about that quiet upper room. He saw Cusick lying on the ground beside the smoldering heap that had been the barn, and staring up with eyes that saw only the vast infinity that was the sky. All the struggling and the fighting, and it came to that. He picked up the telephone book at last, and finding the hospital list in the directory, began his monotonous calling of numbers, and still the revolt was in his mind. Even life lay through the gates of death. Daily and hourly women everywhere laid down their lives that some new soul be born. But the revulsion came with that, a return to something nearer the normal. Daily and hourly women lived, having brought to pass the miracle of life. At 4:30 he located Edith at the memorial, and learned that her child had been born dead, but that she was doing well. He was suddenly exhausted. He sat down on a stool before the counter, and with his arms across it and his head on them, fell almost instantly asleep. When he waked it was almost 7, and the intermittent sounds of early morning came through the closed doors, as though the city stirred but had not wakened. He went to the door and opened it, looking out. He had been wrong before. Death was a beginning and not an end. It was the morning of the spirit. Tired bodies lay down to sleep, and their souls wakened to the morning, rested. The first fruits of them that slept. From the chimneys of the houses nearby, small spirals of smoke began to ascend, definite promise of food and morning cheer behind the closed doors. Where the milk bottles stood like small white sentinels, and the morning paper was bent over the knob. Morning in the city, with children searching for lost stockings and buttoning little battered shoes; with women hurrying about, from stove to closet, from table to stove; with all burdens a little lighter, and all thoughts a little kinder. Morning. Chapter 41. In her bed in the maternity ward, Edith at first lay through the days, watching the other women with their babies, and wondering over the strange instinct that made them hover, like queer misshaped ministering angels, over the tiny quivering bundles. Some of them were like herself, or herself as she might have been, bearing their children out of wedlock. Yet they faced their indefinite futures impassively, content in relief from pain, in the child in their arms, in present peace and security. She could not understand. She herself felt no sense of loss. Having never held her child in her arms, she did not feel them empty. She had not been told of her mother's death, men were not admitted to the ward, but early on that first morning, when she lay there, hardly conscious but in an ecstasy of relief from pain, Ellen had come. A tired Ellen, with circles around her eyes, and a bag of oranges in her arms. "How do you feel?" she had asked, sitting down self-consciously beside the bed. The ward had its eyes on her. "I'm weak, but I'm all right. Last night was awful, Ellen." She had roused herself with an effort. Ellen reminded her of something that had to do with Willy Cameron. Then she remembered, and tried to raise herself in the bed. "Willy!" she gasped. "Did he come home? Is he all right?" "He's all right. It was him that found you were here. You lie back now. The nurse is looking." Edith lay down and closed her eyes, and the ecstasy of relief and peace gave to her pale face an almost spiritual look. Ellen saw it, and patted her arm with a roughened hand. "You poor thing," she said. "I've been as mean to you as I knew how to be. I'm going to be different, Edith. I'm just a cross old maid, and I guess I didn't understand." "You've been all right," Edith said. Ellen kissed her when she went away. So for 3 days Edith lay and rested. She felt that God had been very good to her, and she began to think of God as having given her another chance. This time he had let her off, but he had given her a warning. He had said, in effect, that if she lived straight and thought straight from now on, he would forget this thing she had done. But if she did not... Then what about Willy Cameron? Did he mean her to hold him to that now? Willy did not love her. Perhaps he would grow to love her, but she was seeing things more clearly than she had before, and one of the things she saw was that Willy Cameron was a one-woman man, and that she was not the woman. "But I love him so," she would cry to herself. The ward moved in its orderly routine around her. The babies were carried out, bathed and brought back, their nuzzling mouths open for the waiting mother breast. The nurses moved about, efficient, kindly, whimsically maternal. Women went out when their hour came, swollen of feature and figure, and were wheeled back later on, etherealized, purified as by fire, and later on were given their babies. Their faces were queer then, frightened and proud at first, and later watchful and tenderly brooding. For 3 days Edith's struggle went on. She had her strong hours and her weak ones. There were moments when, exhausted and yet exalted, she determined to give him up altogether, to live the fiction of the marriage until her mother's death, and then to give up the house and never see him again. If she gave him up she must never see him again. At those times she prayed not to love him any longer, and sometimes, for a little while after that, she would have peace. It was almost as though she did not love him. But there were the other times, when she lay there and pictured them married, and dreamed a dream of bringing him to her feet. He had offered a marriage that was not a marriage, but he was a man, and human. He did not want her now, but in the end he would want her. Young as she was, she knew already the strength of a woman's physical hold on a man. Late on the afternoon of the 3rd day Ellen came again, a swollen-eyed Ellen, dressed in black with black cotton gloves and a black veil around her hat. Ellen wore her mourning with the dogged sense of duty of her class, and would as soon have gone to the burying ground in her kitchen apron as without black. She stood in the doorway of the ward, hesitating, and Edith saw her and knew. Her first thought was not of her mother at all. She saw only that the God who had saved her had made her decision for her, and that now she would never marry Willy Cameron. All this time he had let her dream and struggle. She felt very bitter. Ellen came and sat down beside her. "She's gone, Edith," she said. "We didn't tell you before, but you have to know sometime. We buried her this afternoon." Suddenly Edith forgot Willy Cameron, and God, and Dan, and the years ahead. She was a little girl again, and her mother was saying, "Brush your teeth and say your prayers, Edie. And tomorrow's Saturday, so you don't need to get up until you're good and ready." She lay there. She saw her mother growing older and more frail, the house more untidy, and her mother's bright spirit fading to the drab of her surroundings. She saw herself slipping in late at night, listening always for that uneasy, querulous voice. And then she saw those recent months, when her mother had bloomed with happiness. She saw her struggling with her beloved desserts, cheerfully unconscious of any failure in them. She saw her living like a lady, as she had said, with every anxiety kept from her. There had been times when her thin face had been almost illuminated with her new content and satisfaction. Suddenly grief and remorse overwhelmed her. "Mother," she said huskily, and lay there crying quietly, with Ellen holding her hand. All that was hard and rebellious in Edith Boyd was swept away in that rush of grief, and in its place there came a new courage and resolution. She would meet the future alone, meet it and overcome it. But not alone either. There was always... It was a Sunday afternoon, and the nurse had picked up the worn ward Bible and was reading from it aloud. In their rocking chairs in a semicircle around her were the women, some with sleeping babies in their arms, others with tense, expectant faces. "Let not your heart be troubled," read the nurse in a grave young voice. "Ye believe in God. Believe also in me. In my Father's house." There was always God. Edith Boyd saw her mother in the Father's house, pottering about some small celestial duty, and eagerly seeking and receiving approval. She saw her in some celestial rocking chair, her tired hands folded, slowly rocking and resting. And perhaps, as she sat there, she held Edith's child on her knee, like the mothers in the group around the nurse. Held it and understood at last. Chapter 42. It was at this time that Doyle showed his hand with his customary fearlessness. He made a series of incendiary speeches, the general theme being that the hour was close at hand for putting the fear of God into the exploiting classes for all time to come. His impassioned oratory coming at the psychological moment when the long strike had brought its train of debt and evictions made a profound impression. Had he asked for a general strike vote then, he would have secured it. As it was some time before all the unions had voted for it. And the day was not set. Doyle was holding off, and for a reason. Day by day he saw a growth of the theory of Bolshevism among the so-called intellectual groups of the country. Almost every university had its radicals, men who saw emerging from Russia the beginning of a new earth. Every class now had its Bolshevists. They found a ready market for their propaganda, intelligent and insidious as it was, among a certain liberal element of the nation, disgruntled with the autocracy imposed upon them by the war. The reaction from that autocracy was a swinging to the other extreme, and as if to work into the hands of the Revolutionary Party, living costs remained at the maximum. The cry of the revolutionists, to all enough, and to none too much, found a response not only in the anxious minds of honest workmen, but among an underpaid intelligentsia. Neither political party offered any relief. The old lines no longer held, and new lines of cleavage had come. Progressive Republicans and Democrats had united against reactionary members of both parties. There were no great leaders, no men of the hour. The old vicious cycle of empires threatened to repeat itself, the old story of the many led by the few. Always it had come, autocracy, the too great power of one man; then anarchy, the overthrow of that power by the angry mob. Out of that anarchy, the gradual restoration of order by the people themselves into democracy. And then, in time again, by that steady gravitation of the strong up and the weak down, some one man who emerged from the mass and crowned himself, or was crowned. And there was autocracy again, and again the vicious circle. But such movements had always been, in the last analysis, the work of the few. It had always been the militant minority which ruled. Always the great mass of the people had submitted. They had fought, one way or the other, when the time came, but without any deep conviction behind them. They wanted peace, the right to labor. They warred to find peace. Small concern was it to the peasant plowing his field, whether one man ruled over him or a dozen. He wanted neither place nor power. It came to this, then, Willie Cameron argued to himself. This new world conflict was a struggle between the contented and the discontented. In Europe, discontent might conquer, but in America, never. There were too many who owned a field or had the chance to labor. There were too many ways legitimately to aspire. Those who wanted something for nothing were but a handful to those who wanted to give that they might receive. 3 days before the election, Willie Cameron received a note from Lily, sent by hand. "Father wants to see you tonight," she wrote, "and Mother suggests that as you are busy you try to come to dinner. We are dining alone. Do come, Willie. I think it is most important." He took the letter home with him and placed it in a locked drawer of his desk, along with a hard and shrunken doughnut, tied with a bow of Christmas ribbon, which had once helped to adorn the Christmas tree they had trimmed together. There were other things in the drawer. A postcard photograph, rather blurred, of Lily in the doorway of her little hut, smiling, and the cigar box which had been her cash register at the camp. He stood for some time looking down at the postcard. It did not seem possible that in the few months since those wonderful days, life could have been so cruel to them both. Lily married, and he himself. Ellen came up when he was tying his tie. She stood behind him, watching him in the mirror. "I don't know what you've done to your hair, Willy," she said. "It certainly looks queer." "It usually looks queer, so why worry, heart of my heart?" But he turned and put an arm around her shoulders. "What would the world be without women like you, Ellen?" he said gravely. "I haven't done anything but my duty," Ellen said in her prim voice. "Listen, Willy. I saw Edith again to-day, and she told me to do something." "To go home and take a rest? That's what you need." "No. She wants me to tear up that marriage license." He said nothing for a moment. "I'll have to see her first." "She said it wouldn't be any good, Willy. She's made up her mind." She watched him anxiously. "You're not going to be foolish, are you? She says there's no need now, and she's right." "Somebody will have to look after her." "Dan can do that. He's changed since she went." Ellen glanced toward Mrs. Boyd's empty room. "You've done enough, Willy. You've seen them through, all of them. Isn't it time you began to think about yourself?" He was putting on his coat, and she picked up a bit of thread from it, with nervous fingers. "Where are you going to-night, Willy?" "To the Cardews. Mr. Cardew has sent for me." She looked up at him. "Willy, I want to tell you something. The Cardews won't let that marriage stand, and you know it. I think she cares for you." "Don't look at me like that. I do." "That's because you are fond of me," he said, smiling down at her. "I'm not the sort of man girls care about, Ellen. Let's face that. The general manager said when he planned me, 'Here's going to be a fellow who is to have everything in the world, health, intelligence, wit, and the beauty of an Adonis, but he has to lack something, so we'll make it that.'" But Ellen, glancing up swiftly, saw that although his tone was light, there was pain in his eyes. He reflected on Edith's decision as he walked through the park toward the Cardew house. It had not surprised him, and yet he knew it had cost her an effort. How great an effort, manlike, he would never understand, but something of what she had gone through he realized. He wondered vaguely whether, had there never been a Lily Cardew in his life, he could ever have cared for Edith. Perhaps. Not the Edith of the early days, that was certain. But this new Edith, with her gentleness and meekness, her clear, suffering eyes, her strange, new humility. She had sent him a message of warning about Akers, and from it he had reconstructed much of the events of the night she had taken sick. "Tell him to watch Louis Akers," she had said. "I don't know how near Willy was to trouble the other night, Ellen, but they're going to try to get him." Ellen had repeated the message, watching him narrowly, but he had only laughed. "Who are they?" she had persisted. "I'll tell you all about it some day," he had said. But he had told Dan the whole story, and although he did not know it, Dan had from that time on been his self-constituted bodyguard. During his campaign speeches Dan was always near, his right hand on a revolver in his coat pocket, and for hours at a time he stood outside the pharmacy, favoring every seeker for drugs or soap or perfume with a scowling inspection. When he could not do it, he enlisted Joe Wilkinson in the evenings, and sometimes the two of them, armed, policed the meeting halls. As a matter of fact, Joe Wilkinson was following him that night. On his way to the Cardews, Willy Cameron, suddenly remembering the uncanny ability of Jinx to escape and trail him, remaining meanwhile at a safe distance in the rear, turned suddenly and saw Joe, walking sturdily along in rubber-soled shoes, and obsessed with his high calling of personal detective. Joe, discovered, grinned sheepishly. "Thought that looked like your back," he said. "Nice evening for a walk, isn't it?" "Let me look at you, Joe," said Willy Cameron. "You look strange to me. Ah, now I have it. You look like a comet without a tail. Where's the family?" "Making taffy. How is Edith?" "Doing nicely." He avoided the boy's eyes. "I guess I'd better tell you. Dan's told me about her. Joe hesitated. Then, she never seemed like that sort of a girl," he finished bitterly. She isn't that sort of a girl, Joe. She did it. How could a fellow know she wouldn't do it again? She has had a pretty sad sort of lesson." Joe, his real business forgotten, walked on with eyes down and shoulders drooping. "I might as well finish with it," he said, "now I've started. I've always been crazy about her. Of course now I haven't slept for 2 nights." "I think it's rather like this, Joe," Willy Cameron said, after a pause. "We are not one person, really. We are all 2 or 3 people, and all different. We are bad and good, depending on which of us is the strongest at the time, and now and then we pay so much for the bad we do that we bury that part. That's what has happened to Edith. Unless, of course," he added, "we go on convincing her that she is still the thing she doesn't want to be." "I'd like to kill the man," Joe said. But after a little, as they neared the edge of the park, he looked up. "You mean, go on as if nothing had happened?" "Precisely," said Willy Cameron. "As though nothing had happened." Chapter 43. The atmosphere of the Cardew house was subtly changed and very friendly. Willy Cameron found himself received as an old friend, with no tendency to forget the service he had rendered, or that, in their darkest hour, he had been one of them. To his surprise, Pink Denslow was there, and he saw at once that Pink had been telling them of the night at the farmhouse. Pink was himself again, save for a small shaved place at the back of his head, covered with plaster. "I've told them, Cameron," he said. "If I could only tell it generally, I'd be the most popular man in the city, at dinners." "Pair of young fools," old Anthony muttered, with his sardonic smile. But in his hand clasp, as in Howard's, there was warmth and a sort of envy of youth and the adventurous spirit of youth. Lily was very quiet. The story had meant more to her than to the others. She had more nearly understood Pink's reference to the sealed envelope Willy Cameron had left, and the help sent by Edith Boyd. She connected that with Louis Akers, and from that to Akers' threat against Cameron was only a step. She was frightened and somewhat resentful that this other girl should have saved him from a revenge that she knew was directed at herself; that she, who had brought this thing about, had sat quietly at home while another woman, a woman who loved him, had saved him. She was puzzled at her own state of mind. Dinner was almost gay. Perhaps the gaiety was somewhat forced, with Pink keeping his eyes from Lily's face, and Howard Cardew relapsing now and then into abstracted silence. Because of the men who served, the conversation was carefully general. It was only in the library later, the men gathered together over their cigars, that the real reason for Willy Cameron's summons was disclosed. Howard Cardew was about to withdraw from the contest. "I'm late in coming to this decision," he said. "Perhaps too late. But after a careful canvass of the situation I find you are right, Cameron. Unless I withdraw, Akers," he found a difficulty in speaking the name, "will be elected. At least it looks that way." "And if he is," old Anthony put in, "he'll turn all the devils of hell loose on us." It was late, very late. The Cardews stood ready to flood the papers with announcements of Howard's withdrawal, and urging his supporters to vote for Hendricks, but the time was short. Howard had asked his campaign managers to meet there that night, and also Hendricks and 1 or 2 of his men, but personally he felt doubtful. And as it happened, the meeting developed more enthusiasm than optimism. Cardew's withdrawal would be made the most of by the opposition. They would play it up as the end of the old regime, the beginning of new and better things. Before midnight the conference broke up, to catch the morning editions. Willy Cameron, detained behind the others, saw Lily in the drawing room alone as he passed the door, and hesitated. "I have been waiting for you, Willy," she said. But when he went in she seemed to have nothing to say. She sat in a low chair, in a soft dark dress which emphasized her paleness. To Willy Cameron she had never seemed more beautiful or more remote. "Do you remember how you used to whistle 'The Long, Long Trail,' Willy?" she said at last. "All evening I have been sitting here thinking what a long trail we have both traveled since then." "A long, hard trail," he assented. "Only you have gone up, Willy, and I have gone down, into the valley. I wish," she smiled faintly, "I wish you would look down from your peak now and then. You never come to see me." "I didn't know you wanted me," he said bluntly. Why shouldn't I want to see you? I couldn't help reminding you of things. But I never forget them anyhow. Sometimes I almost go mad remembering. It isn't quite as selfish as it sounds. I've hurt them all so. Willie, do you mind telling me about the girl who opened that letter and sent you help? About Edith Boyd? I'd like to tell you, Lily. Her mother is dead, and she lost her child. She is in the Memorial Hospital. Then she has no one but you? She has a brother. Tell me about her sending help that night. She really saved your life, didn't she? While he was telling her, she sat staring straight ahead, her fingers interlaced in her lap. She was telling herself that all this could not possibly matter to her, that she had cut herself off, finally and forever, from the man before her, that she did not even deserve his friendship. Quite suddenly she knew that she did not want his friendship. She wanted to see again in his face the look that had been there the night he had told her very simply that he loved her. And it would never be there. It was not there now. She had killed his love. All the light in his face was for someone else, another girl, a girl more unfortunate but less wicked than herself. When he stopped she was silent. Then, I wonder if you know how much you have told me that you did not intend to tell. That I didn't intend to tell? I have made no reservations, Lily. Are you sure? Or don't you realize it yourself? Realize what? He was greatly puzzled. I think, Willie, she said quietly, that you care a great deal more for Edith Boyd than you think you do. He looked at her in stupefaction. How could she say that? How could she fail to know better than that? And he did not see the hurt behind her careful smile. You are wrong about that. He made a little gesture of despair. He could not tell her now that he loved her. That was all over. She is in love with you. He felt absurd and helpless. He could not deny that, yet how could she sit there, cool and faintly smiling, and not know that as she sat there so she sat enshrined in his heart? She was his saint, to kneel and pray to, and she was his woman, the woman of his life. More woman than saint, he knew, and even for that he loved her. But he did not know the barbarous cruelty of the loving woman. I don't know what to say to you, Lily, he said at last. It is possible that she thinks she cares, but under the circumstances. Ellen told Mademoiselle you were going to marry her. That's true, isn't it? Yes. You always said that marriage without love was wicked, Willie. Her child had a right to a name. And there were other things. I can't very well explain them to you. Her mother was ill. Can't you understand, Lily? I don't want to throw any heroics. In his excitement he had lapsed into boyish vernacular. Here was a plain problem, and a simple way to solve it. But it is off now, anyhow. Things cleared up without that. She got up and held out her hand. It was like you to try to save her, she said. Does this mean I am to go? I am very tired, Willie. He had a mad impulse to take her in his arms and holding her close to rest her there. She looked so tired. For fear he might do it, he held his arms rigidly at his sides. You haven't asked me about him, she said unexpectedly. I thought you would not care to talk about him. That's over and done, Lily. I want to forget about it myself. She looked up at him. And had he had Louis Akers' intuitive knowledge of women, he would have understood then. I am never going back to him, Willie. You know that, don't you? I hoped it, of course. I know now that I never loved him. But the hurt of her marriage was still too fresh in him for speech. He could not discuss Louis Akers with her. No, he said after a moment. I don't think you ever did. I'll come in some evening if I may, Lily. I must not keep you up now. How old he looked, for him. How far removed from those busy, cheerful days at the camp. And there were new lines of repression in his face, from the nostrils to the corners of his mouth. Above his ears, his hair showed a faint cast of gray. You have been having rather a hard time, Willie, haven't you? She said suddenly. I have been busy, of course. And worried. Sometimes. but things are clearing up now." She was studying him with the newly opened eyes of love. What was it he showed that the other men she knew lacked? Sensitiveness? Kindness? But her father was both sensitive and kind; so was Pink, in less degree. In the end she answered her own question, and aloud. "I think it is patience," she said. And to his unspoken question, "You are very patient, aren't you?" "I never thought about it. For heaven's sake, don't turn my mind in on myself, Lily. I'll be running around in circles like a pup chasing his tail." He made a movement to leave, but she seemed oddly reluctant to let him go. "Do you know that father says you have more influence than any other man in the city?" "That's more kind than truthful." "And I think he and grandfather are planning to try to get you when the mills reopen. Father suggested it, but grandfather says you'd have the presidency of the company in 6 months, and he'd be sharpening your lead pencils." Suddenly Willy Cameron laughed, and the tension was broken. "If he did it with his tongue they'd be pretty sharp," he said. For just a moment before he left they were back to where they had been months ago, enjoying together their small jokes and their small mishaps. The present fell away, with its hovering tragedy, and they were boy and girl together. Exaltation and sacrifice were a part of their love, as of all real and lasting passion, but there was always between them also that soundest bond of all, liking and comradeship. "I love her, I like her, I adore her," was the cry in Willy Cameron's heart when he started home that night. End of chapters 40 through 43. Chapters 44 through 48 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44. Elinor Doyle was up and about in her room. She walked slowly and with difficulty, using crutches, and she spent most of the time at her window, watching and waiting. From Lily there came at frequent intervals notes, flowers, and small delicacies. The flowers and food Olga brought to her, but the notes she never saw. She knew they came. She could see the car stop at the curb, and the chauffeur, his shoulders squared and his face watchful, carrying a white envelope up the walk, but there it ended. She felt more helpless than ever. The doctor came less often, but the vigilance was never relaxed, and she had, too, less and less hope of being able to give any warning. Doyle was seldom at home, and when he was he had ceased to give her his taunting information. She was quite sure now of his relations with the Russian girl, and her uncertainty as to her course was gone. She was no longer his wife. He held another woman in his rare embraces, a traitor like himself. It was sordid. He was sordid. Woslosky had developed blood poisoning, and was at the point of death, with a stolid policeman on guard at his bedside. She knew that from the newspapers she occasionally saw. And she connected Doyle unerringly with the tragedy at the farm behind Friendship. She recognized, too, since that failure, a change in his manner to her. She saw that he now both hated her and feared her, and that she had become only a burden and a menace to him. He might decide to do away with her, to kill her. He would not do it himself. He never did his own dirty work. But the Russian girl. Olga was in love with Jim Doyle. Elinor knew that, as she knew many things, by a sort of intuition. She watched them in the room together, and she knew that to Doyle the girl was an incident, the vehicle of his occasional passion, a strumpet and a tool. He did not even like her. She saw him looking at her sometimes with a sort of amused contempt. But Olga's somber eyes followed him as he moved, lit with passion and sometimes with anger, but always they followed him. She was afraid of Olga. She did not care particularly about death, but it must not come before she had learned enough to be able to send out a warning. She thought if it came it might be by poison in the food that was sent up, but she had to eat to live. She took to eating only one thing on her tray, and she thought she detected in the girl an understanding and a veiled derision. By Doyle's increasing sullenness she knew things were not going well with him, and she found a certain courage in that, but she knew him too well to believe that he would give up easily. And she drew certain deductions from the newspapers she studied so tirelessly. She saw the announcement of the unusual number of hunting licenses issued, for one thing, and she knew the cover that such licenses furnished armed men patrolling the country. The state permitted the sale of firearms without restriction. Other states did the same, or demanded only the formality of a signature, never verified. Would they never wake to the situation? She watched the election closely. She knew that if Akers were elected, the general strike and the chaos to follow would be held back until he had taken office and made the necessary changes in the city administration, but that if he went down to defeat, the council would turn loose its impatient hordes at once. She waited for election day with burning anxiety. When it came, it so happened that she was left alone all day in the house. Early in the morning Olga brought her tray and told her she was going out. She was changed, the Russian. She had dropped the mask of sodden servility and stood before her, erect, cunningly intelligent, and oddly powerful. "I am going to be away all day, Mrs. Doyle," she said in her excellent English. "I have work to do." "Work?" said Elinor. "Isn't there work to do here?" "I am not a houseworker. I came to help Mr. Doyle. To-day I shall make speeches." Elinor was playing the game carefully. "But can you make speeches?" she asked. "Me? That is my work here, in Russia, everywhere. In Russia it is the women who speak, the men who do what the women tell them to do. Here some day it will be the same." Always afterwards Elinor remembered the 5 minutes that followed, for Olga, standing before her, suddenly burst into impassioned oratory. She cited the wrongs of the poor under the old regime. She painted in glowing colors the new. She was excited, hectic, powerful. Elinor in her chair, an aristocrat to the fingertips, was frightened, interested, thrilled. Long after Olga had gone she sat there, wondering at the real conviction, the intensity of passion, of hate and of revenge that actuated this newest tool of Doyle's. Doyle and his associates might be actuated by self-interest, but the real danger in the movement lay not with the Doyles of the world, but with these fanatic liberators. They preached to the poor a new religion, not of creed or of church, but of freedom. Freedom without laws of God or of man, freedom of love, of lust, of time, of all responsibility. And the poor, weighted with laws and cares, longed to throw off their burdens. Perhaps it was not the doctrine itself that was wrong. It was its imposition by force on a world not yet ready for it that was wrong; its imposition by violence. It might come, but not this way. Not, God preventing, this way. There was a polling place across the street, in the basement of a schoolhouse. The vote was heavy, and all day men lounged on the pavement, smoking and talking. Once she saw Olga in the crowd, and later on Louis Akers drove up in an open automobile, handsome, apparently confident, and greeted with cheers. But Elinor, knowing him well, gained nothing from his face. Late that night she heard Doyle come in and move about the lower floor. She knew every emphasis of his walk, and when in the room underneath she heard him settle down to a steady, deliberate pacing, she knew that he was facing some new situation, and after his custom, thinking it out alone. At midnight he came up the stairs and unlocked her door. He entered, closing the door behind him, and stood looking at her. His face was so strange that she wondered if he had decided to do away with her. "Tomorrow," he said, in an inflectionless voice, "you will be moved by automobile to a farm I have selected in the country. You will take only such small luggage as the car can carry." "Is Olga going with me?" "No. Olga is needed here." "I suppose I am to understand from this that Louis has been defeated, and there is no longer any reason for delay in your plans?" "You can understand what you like." "Am I to know where I am going?" "You will find that out when you get there. I will tell you this. It is a lonely place, without a telephone. You'll be cut off from your family, I am afraid." She gazed at him. It seemed unbelievable to her that she had once lain in this man's arms. "Why don't you kill me, Jim? I know you've thought about it." "Yes, I have thought of it. But killing is a confession of fear, my dear. I am not afraid of you." "I think you are. You are afraid now to tell me when you are going to try to put this wild plan into execution." He smiled at her with mocking eyes. "Yes," he agreed again, "I am afraid. You have a sort of diabolical ingenuity, not intelligence so much as cunning. But because I always do the thing I'm afraid to do, I'll tell you. Of course, if you succeed in passing it on." He shrugged his shoulders. "Very well, then. With your usual logic of deduction, you have guessed correctly. Louis Akers has been defeated. Your family and how strangely you are a Cardew lost its courage at the last moment, and a gentleman named Hendricks is now setting up imitation beer and cheap cigars to his friends." Behind his mocking voice she knew the real fury of the man, kept carefully in control by his iron will. "As you have also correctly surmised," he went on, "there is now nothing to be gained by any delay. A very few days, 3 or 4, and" his voice grew hard and terrible "the first stone in the foundation of this capitalistic government will go. Inevitable law. Inevitable retribution." His voice trailed off. He turned like a man asleep and went toward the door. There he stopped, and faced her. "I've told you," he said darkly. "I am not afraid of you. You can no more stop this thing than you can stop living by ceasing to breathe. It has come." She heard him in his room for some time after that, and she surmised from the way he moved, from closet to bed and back again, that he was packing a bag. At 2:00 she heard Olga come in. The girl was singing in Russian, and Elinor had a sickening conviction that she had been drinking. She heard Doyle send her off to bed, his voice angry and disgusted, and resume his packing, and 10 minutes later she heard a car draw up on the street, and knew that he was off to begin the mobilization of his heterogeneous forces. Ever since she had been able to leave her bed Elinor had been formulating a plan of escape. Once the door had been left unlocked, but her clothing had been removed from the room, and then, too, she had not learned the thing she was waiting for. Now she had clothing, a dark dressing gown and slippers, and she had the information. But the door was securely locked. She had often thought of the window. In the daytime it frightened her to look down, although it fascinated her, too. But at night it seemed much simpler. The void below was concealed in the darkness, a soft darkness that hit the hard, inhospitable earth. A darkness one could fall into and onto. She was not a brave woman. She had moral rather than physical courage. It was easier for her to face Doyle in a black mood than the gulf below the window sill, but she knew now that she must get away, if she were to go at all. She got out of bed, and using her crutches carefully, moved to the sill, trying to accustom herself to the thought of going over the edge. The plaster cast on her leg was a real handicap. She must get it over first. How heavy it was, and unwieldy. She found her scissors, and stripping the bed, sat down to cut and tear the bedding into strips. Prisoners escaped that way. She had read about such things. But the knots took up an amazing amount of length. It was 4:00 in the morning when she had a serviceable rope, and she knew it was too short. In the end she tore down the curtains and added them, working desperately against time. She began to suspect, too, that Olga was not sleeping. She smelled faintly the odor of the long Russian cigarettes the girl smoked. She put out her light and worked in the darkness, a strange figure of adventure, this middle-aged woman with her smooth hair and lined face, sitting in her cambric nightgown, with her crutches on the floor beside her. She secured the end of the rope to the foot of her metal bed, pushing the bed painfully and cautiously, inch by inch, to the window. And in so doing she knocked over the call bell on the stand, and almost immediately she heard Olga moving about. The girl was coming unsteadily toward the door. If she opened it— "I don't want anything, Olga," she called. "I knocked the bell over accidentally." Olga hesitated, muttered, moved away again. Elinor was covered with a cold sweat. She began to think of the window as a refuge. Surely nothing outside could be so terrible as this house itself. The black aperture seemed friendly. It beckoned to her with friendly hands. She dropped her crutches. They fell with 2 soft thuds on the earth below, and it seemed to her that they were a long time in falling. She listened after that, but Olga made no sign. Then, slowly and painfully, she worked her injured leg over the sill, and sat there looking down and breathing with difficulty. Then she freed her dressing gown around her and slid over the edge. Chapter 45. Election night found various groups in various places. In the back room of the Eagle Pharmacy was gathered once again the neighborhood forum, a wildly excited forum which ever and anon pounded Mr. Hendricks on the back and drank round after round of soda water and pop. Dr. Smalley, coming in rather late, found them all there, calling Mr. Hendricks "Mr. Mayor" or "Your Honor," reciting election anecdotes, and prophesying the end of the Reds. Only Willy Cameron, sitting on a table near the window, was silent. Mr. Hendricks, called upon for a speech, rose with his soda water glass in his hand. "I've got a toast for you, boys," he said. "You've been talking all evening about my winning this election. Well, I've been elected, but I didn't win it. It was the plain people of this town who elected me, and they did it because my young friend on the table yonder told them to." He raised his glass. "Cameron," he said. "Cameron, Cameron," shouted the crowd. "Speech, Cameron." But Willy shook his head. "I haven't any voice left," he said. "And you've heard me say all I know a dozen times. The plain truth is that Mr. Hendricks got the election because he was the best man, and enough people knew it. That's all." To Mr. Hendricks the night was one of splendid solemnity. He felt at once very strong and very weak, very proud and very humble. He would do his best, and if honesty meant anything, the people would have it, but he knew that honesty was not enough. This city needed a strong man. He hoped that the good man who made cities, as he made them, both evil and good, would lend him a hand with things. As prayer in his mind was indissolubly connected with church, he made up his mind to go to church the next Sunday and get matters straightened out. At the same time, another group was meeting at the Benedict. Louis Akers had gone home early. By 5 o'clock he knew that the chances were against him, but he felt a real lethargy as to the outcome. He had fought, and fought hard, but it was only the surface mind of him that struggled. Only the surface mind of him hated and had ambitions, dreamed revenge. Underneath that surface mind was a sore that ate like a cancer, and that sore was his desertion by Lily Cardew. For once in his life he suffered, who had always inflicted pain. At 6 o'clock Doyle had called him on the telephone and told him that Woslosky was dead, but the death of the Pole had been discounted in advance, and already his place had been filled by a Russian agent, who had taken the first syllable of his name and called himself Ross. Louis Akers heard the news apathetically, and went back to his chair again. By 8 o'clock he knew that he had lost the election, but that too seemed relatively unimportant. He was not thinking coherently, but certain vague ideas floated through his mind. There was a law of compensation in the universe. It was all rot to believe that one was paid or punished in the hereafter for what one did. Hell was real, but it was on earth, and its place was in a man's mind. He couldn't get away from it, because each man carried his own hell around with him. It was all stored up there. Nothing he had done was left out, and the more he put into it the more he got out, when the time came. This was his time. Ross and Doyle, with one or two others, found him there at 9 o'clock, an untasted meal on the table, and the ends of innumerable cigarettes on the hearth. In the conference that followed he took but little part. The Russian urged immediate action, and Doyle, by a saturnine silence, tacitly agreed with him. But Louis only half heard them. His mind was busy with that matter of hell. Only once he looked up. Ross was making use of the phrase "militant minority." "Militant minority," he said scornfully. "You overworked that idea, Ross. What we've got here now is a militant majority, and that's what elected Hendricks. You're licked before you begin, and my advice is don't begin." But they laughed at him. "You act like a whipped dog," Doyle said, "crawling under the doorstep for fear somebody else with a strap comes along." "They're organized against us. We could have put it over 6 months ago. Not now." "Then you'd better get out," Doyle said shortly. "I'm thinking of it." But Doyle had no real fear of him. He was sulky. Well, let him sulk. Akers relapsed into silence. His interest in the conspiracy had always been purely self-interest. He had never had Woslosky's passion or Doyle's cold fanaticism. They had carried him off his feet with their promises, but how much were they worth? They had failed to elect him. Every bit of brains, cunning and resource in their organization had been behind him, and they had failed. This matter of hell, now. Suppose one put by something on the other account? Suppose one turned square? Wouldn't that earn something? Suppose that one went to the Cardews and put all his cards on the table, asking nothing in return? Suppose one gave up the bypaths of life and love in a hedgerow, and did the other thing? Wouldn't that earn something? He roused himself and took a perfunctory part in the conversation, but his mind obstinately returned to itself. He knew every rendezvous of the Red element in the country. He knew where their literature was printed. He knew the storehouses of arms and ammunition, and the plans for carrying on the city government by the strikers after the reign of terrorization which was to subdue the citizens. Suppose he turned informer. Could he set a price, and that price Lily? But he discarded that. He was not selling now, he was earning. He would set himself right first, and, provided the government got the leaders before those leaders got him, as they would surely try to do, he would have earned something, surely. Lily had come to him once when he called. She might come again, when he had earned her. Doyle sat back in his chair and watched him. He saw that he had gone to pieces under defeat, and men did strange things at those times. With uncanny shrewdness he gauged Akers' reaction, his loss of confidence, and he surmised his loyalty. He would follow his own interests now, and if he thought that it lay in turning informer, he might try it. But it would take courage. When the conference broke up, Doyle was sure of where his man stood. He was not worried. They did not need Akers any longer. He had been a presentable tool, a lay figure to give the organization front, and they had overrated him at that. He had failed them. Doyle, watching him contemptuously, realized in him his own fallacious judgment, and hated Akers for proving him wrong. Outside the building Doyle drew the Russian aside and spoke to him. Ross started, then grinned. "You're wrong," he said. "He won't try it. But of course he may. And we'll see that he doesn't get away with it." From that time on, Louis Akers was under espionage. Chapter 46. Dr. Smalley was by way of achieving a practice. During his morning and evening hours he had less and less time to read the papers and the current magazines in his little back office, or to compare the month's earnings, visit by visit, with the same month of the previous year. He took to making his hospital rounds early in the morning, rather to the outrage of various head nurses, who did not like the staff to come a-visiting until every counterpane was drawn stiff and smooth, every bed corner a geometrical angle, every patient washed and combed and temperatured and in the exact center of the bed. Interns were different. They were like husbands. They came and went, seeing things at their worst as well as at their best, but mostly at their worst. Like husbands, too, they developed a sort of philosophy as to the early morning, and would only make occasional remarks, such as, "Cyclone struck you this morning, or anything?" Dr. Smalley, being a bachelor, was entirely blind to the early morning deficiencies of his wards. Besides, he was young and had had a cold shower and 2 eggs and various other things, and he saw the world at 8 a.m. as a good place. He would get into his little car, whistling, and driving through the market square he would sometimes stop and buy a bag of apples for the children's ward, or a bunch of fall flowers. Thus armed, it was impossible for the most austere of head nurses to hate him. "We're not straightened up yet, doctor," they would say. "Looks all right to me," he would reply cheerfully, and cast an eager eye over the ward. To him they were all his children, large and small, and if he did not exactly carry healing in his wings, having no wings, he brought them courage and a breath of fresh morning air, slightly tinged with bay rum, and the feeling that this was a new day. A new page, on which to write such wonderful things, in the order book, as "Jenny may get up this afternoon," or "Lizzie Smith, small piece of beef steak." On the morning after the election, Dr. Smalley rose unusually early, and did 5 minutes of dumb bells, breathing very deep before his window, having started the cold water in the tub first. At the end of that time he padded in his bare feet to the top of the stairs, and called in a huge, deep breathing voice, 10 minutes." These two cryptic words seemed to be perfectly understood below, followed the sound of a body plunging into water, a prolonged "wow" from the bathroom, and noisy, hurried splashing. Dressing was a rapid process, due to a method learned during college days, which consists of wearing as little as possible and arranging it at night so that 2 thrusts, trousers and underdrawers, 1 enveloping gesture, shirt and undershirt, and a gymnastic effort of standing first on one leg and then on the other, socks and shoes, made a fairly completed toilet. While putting on his collar and tie the doctor stood again by the window, and lustily called the garage across the narrow street. "Jim!" he yelled. "Annabelle breakfasted yet?" Annabelle was his shabby little car. Annabelle had breakfasted on gasoline, oil and water. The doctor finished tying his tie, singing lustily, and went to the door. At the door he stopped singing, put on a carefully professional air, restrained an impulse to slide down the stair rail, and descended with the dignity of a man with a growing practice, and a possible patient in the waiting room. At 7:30 he was on his way to the hospital. He stopped at the market and bought 3 dozen oranges out of a $10 bill he had won on the election, and almost bought a live rabbit because it looked so dreary in its slotted box. He restrained himself because his housekeeper had a weakness for stewed rabbit, and turned into Cardew Way. He passed the Doyle house slowly, inspecting it as he went, because he had a patient there, and because he had felt that there was something mysterious about the household, quite aside from the saturnine Doyle himself. He knew all about Doyle, of course. All, that is, that there was to know, but he was a newcomer to the city, and he did not know that Doyle's wife was a Cardew. Sometimes he felt that he was under a sort of espionage all the time he was in the house. But that was ridiculous, wasn't it? Because they could not know that he was on the Vigilance Committee. There was something curious about one of the windows. He slowed Annabelle and gazed at it. That was strange. There was a sort of white rope hanging from Mrs. Doyle's window. He stopped Annabelle and stared. Then he drew up to the curb and got out of the car. He was rather uneasy when he opened the gate and started up the walk, but there was no movement of life in the house. At the foot of the steps he saw something, and almost stopped breathing. Behind a clump of winter bare shrubbery was what looked like a dark huddle of clothing. It was incredible. He parted the branches and saw Elinor Doyle lying there, conscious and white with pain. Perhaps never in his life was Dr. Smalley to be so rewarded as with the look in her eyes when she saw him. "Why, Mrs. Doyle," was all he could think to say. "I have broken my other leg, doctor," she said. "The rope gave way." "You come down that rope?" "I tried to. I was a prisoner. Don't take me back to the house, doctor. Don't take me back." "Of course I'll not take you back," he said soothingly. "I'll carry you out to my car. It may hurt, but try to be quiet. Can you get your arms around my neck?" She managed that, and he raised her slowly, but the pain must have been frightful, for a moment later he felt her arms relax, and knew that she had fainted. He got to the car somehow, kicked the oranges into the gutter, and placed her, collapsed, on the seat. It was only then that he dared look behind him, but the house, like the street, was without signs of life. As he turned the next corner, however, he saw Doyle getting out of a street car, and probably never before had Annabelle made such speed as she did for the next 6 blocks. Hours later Elinor Cardew wakened in a quiet room with gray walls, and with the sickening sweet odor of ether over everything. Instead of Olga, a quiet nurse sat by her bed, and standing by a window in low-voiced conversation were 2 men. One she knew, the doctor. The other, a tall young man with a slight limp as he came toward her, she had never seen before. A friendly young man, thin and grave of voice, who put a hand over hers and said, "You are not to worry about anything, Mrs. Doyle. You understand me, don't you? Everything is all right. I am going now to get your people." "My husband?" "Your own people," he said. "I have already telephoned to your brother. And the leg's fixed. Everything's as right as rain." Elinor closed her eyes. She felt no pain and no curiosity. Only that there was something she had to do, and do quickly. What was it? But she could not remember, because she felt very sleepy and relaxed, and as though everything was indeed as right as rain. It was evening when she looked up again, and the room was dark. The doctor had gone, and the grave young man was still in the room. There was another figure there, tall and straight, and at first she thought it was Jim Doyle. "Jim," she said, and then, "You must go away, Jim. I warn you. I am going to tell all I know." But the figure turned, and it was Howard Cardew, a tense and strained Howard Cardew, who loomed amazingly tall and angry, but not with her. "I'm sorry, Nellie dear," he said, bending over her. "If we'd only known. Can you talk now?" Her mind was suddenly very clear. "I must. There is very little time." "I want to tell you something first, Nellie. I think we have located the Russian woman, but we haven't got Doyle." Howard was not very subtle, but Willy Cameron saw her face and understood. It was strange beyond belief, he felt, this loyalty of women to their men, even after love had gone. This feeling that, having once lain in a man's arms, they have taken a vow of protection over that man. It was not so much that they were his, as that he was theirs. Jim Doyle had made her a prisoner, had treated her brutally, was a traitor to her and to his country, but he had been hers. She was glad that he had got away. Chapter 47. It was dark when Howard Cardew and Willy Cameron left the hospital. Elinor's information had been detailed and exact. Under cover of the general strike, the radical element intended to take over the city. On the evening of the first day of the strike, armed groups from the Revolutionary Party would proceed first to the municipal light plant, and having driven out any employees who remained at their posts, or such volunteers as had replaced them, would plunge the city into darkness. Elinor was convinced that following this would come various bomb outrages, perhaps a great number of them, but of this she had no detailed information. What she did know, however, was the dependence that Doyle and the other leaders were placing in the foreign element in the nearby mill towns, and from 1 or 2 mining districts in the county. Around the city, in the mill towns, there were more than 40,000 foreign laborers. Subtract from that the loyal aliens, but add a certain percentage of the native-born element, members of seditious societies and followers of the red flag, and the Reds had a potential army of dangerous size. As an actual fighting force they were much less impressive. Only a small percentage, she knew and told them, were adequately armed. There were a few machine guns, and some long-range rifles, but by far the greater number had only revolvers. The remainder had extemporized weapons, bars of iron, pieces of pipe, farm implements, lances of wood tipped with iron, and beaten out on home forges. They were a rabble, not an army, without organization and with few leaders. Their fighting was certain to be as individualistic as their doctrines. They had 2 elements in their favor only: numbers and surprise. To oppose them, if the worst came, there were perhaps 5,000 armed men, including the city and county police, the state constabulary, and the citizens who had signed the cards of the Vigilance Committee. The local post of the American Legion stood ready for instant service, and a few National Guard troops still remained in the vicinity. "What they expect," she said, looking up from her pillows with tragic eyes, "is that the police and troops will join them. You don't think they will, do you?" They reassured her, and after a time she slept again. When she wakened at midnight, the room was empty, save for a nurse reading under a night lamp behind a screen. Elinor was not in pain. She lay there, listening to the night sounds of the hospital, the watchman shuffling along the corridor in slippers, the closing of a window, the wail of a newborn infant far away. There was a shuffling of feet in the street below, the sound of many men, not marching but grimly walking, bent on some unknown errand. The nurse opened the window and looked out. "That's queer," she said. "About 30 men, and not saying a word. They walk like soldiers, but they're not in uniform." Elinor pondered that, but it was not for some days that she knew that Pink Denslow and a picked number of volunteers from the American Legion had that night, quite silently and unemotionally, broken into the printing office where Doyle and Akers had met Cusick, and had, not so silently, but still unemotionally, destroyed the presses and about a ton of inflammatory pamphlets. Chapter 48. There was a little city, and few men within it. And there came a great king against it, and besieged it, and built great bulwarks against it. Now there was found in it a poor wise man, and he by his wisdom delivered the city. Ecclesiastes 9:14-15. The general strike occurred 2 days later, at midday. During the interval a joint committee representing the workers, the employers, and the public had held a protracted sitting, but without result, and by 1 o'clock the city was in the throes of a complete tie-up. Laundry and delivery wagons were abandoned where they stood. Some of the street cars had been returned to the barns, but others stood in the street where the crews had deserted them. There was no disorder, however, and the city took its difficulties with a quiet patience and a certain sense of humor. Bulletins similar to the ones used in Seattle began to appear. "Strikers! The world is the workers for the taking, and the workers are the vast majority in society. Your interests are paramount to those of a small, useless band of parasites who exploit you to their advantage. You have nothing to lose but your chains, and you have a world to gain. The world for the workers! The world for the workers!" There was one ray of light in the darkness, however. The municipal employees had refused to strike, and only by force would the city go dark that night. It was a blow to the conspirators. In the strange psychology of the mob, darkness was an essential to violence, and by 3 o'clock that afternoon the light plant and city water supply had been secured against attack by effectual policing. The power plant for the car lines was likewise protected, and at 5 o'clock a line of streetcars stalled on Amanda Street began to show signs of life. The first car was boarded by half a dozen youngish men, unobtrusively ready for trouble, and headed by a tall youth who limped slightly, and wore an extremely anxious expression. He went forward and commenced a series of experiments with levers and brake, in which process incidentally he liberated a quantity of sand onto the rails. A moment later the car lurched forward, and then stopped with a jerk. Willy Cameron looked behind him and grinned. The entire guard was piled in an ignoble mass on the floor. By 6 o'clock volunteer crews were running a number of cars, and had been subjected to nothing worse than abuse. Strikers lined the streets and watched them, but the grim faces of the guards kept them back. They jeered from the curbs, but except for the flinging of an occasional stone they made no inimical move. By 8 o'clock it was clear that the tie-up would be only partial. Volunteers from all walks of life were in line at the temporary headquarters of the Vigilance Committee, and were being detailed for police duty, to bring in the trains with the morning milk, to move streetcars and trucks. The water plant and the reservoirs were protected. Willy Cameron, abandoning his car after the homeward rush of the evening, found a line before the committee building which extended for blocks down the street. Troops had been sent for, but it took time to mobilize and move them. It would be morning before they arrived. And the governor, over the long-distance wire to the mayor, was inclined to be querulous. "We'll send them, of course," he said. "But if the strikers are keeping quiet, I don't know what the country's coming to. We're holding a conference here now. There's rioting breaking out all over the state." There was a conference held in the mayor's office that night. Cameron and Cardew and 1 or 2 others of the Vigilance Committee, 2 agents of the government secret service, the captains of the companies of state troops and constabulary, the chief of police, the mayor himself, and some representatives of the conservative element of organized labor. Quiet men, these last, uneasy and anxious, as ignorant as the others of which way the black cat, the symbol of sabotage and destruction, would jump. The majority of their men would stand for order, they declared, but there were some who would go over. They urged, to offset that reflection on their organization, that the proletariat of the city might go over too. But by midnight it seemed as though the situation was solving itself. In the segregated district there had been a small riot, and another along the river front, disturbances quickly ended by the police and the volunteer deputies. The city had not gone dark. The bombs had not exploded. Word came in that by back roads and devious paths the most rabid of the agitators were leaving town. And before 2 o'clock Howard Cardew and some of the others went home to bed. At 3:00 the Cardew doorbell rang, and Howard, not asleep, flung on his dressing gown and went out into the hall. Lily was in her doorway, intent and anxious. "Don't answer it, father," she begged. "You don't know what it may be." Howard smiled, but went back and got his revolver. The visitor was Willy Cameron. "I don't like to waken you," he said, "but word has come in of suspicious movements at Baxter and Friendship, and one or two other places. It looks like concerted action of some sort." "What sort of concerted action?" "They still have one card to play. The foreign element outside hasn't been heard from. It looks as though the fellows who left town tonight have been getting busy up the river." "They wouldn't be such fools as to come to the city." "They've been made a lot of promises. They may be out of hand, you know." While Howard was hastily dressing, Willy Cameron waited below. He caught a glimpse of himself in the big mirror, and looked away. His face was drawn and haggard, his eyes hollow, and his collar a wilted string. He was dusty and shabby, too, and to Lily, coming down the staircase, he looked almost ill. Lily was in a soft negligee garment, her bare feet thrust into slippers, but she was too anxious to be self-conscious. "Willy," she said, "there is trouble after all?" "Not in the city. Things are not so quiet up the river." She placed a hand on his arm. "Are you and father going up the river?" He explained after a momentary hesitation. "It may crystallize into something, or it may not," he finished. "You think it will, don't you?" "It will be nothing more, at the worst, than rioting." "But you may be hurt." "I may have one chance to fight for my country," he said rather grimly. "Don't begrudge me that." But he added, "I'll not be hurt. The thing will blow up as soon as it starts." "You don't really believe that, do you?" "I know they'll never get into the city." But as he moved away she called him back, more breathlessly than ever, and quite white. "I don't want you to go without knowing. Willy, do you remember once that you said you cared for me?" "I remember." He stared straight ahead. "Are you all over that?" "You know better than that, don't you?" "But I've done so many things," she said wistfully. "You ought to hate me." And when he said nothing, for the simple reason that he could not speak, "I've ruined us both, haven't I?" Suddenly he caught up her hand, and bending over it, held it to his lips. "Always," he said huskily. "I love you, Lily. I shall always love you." End of chapters 44 through 48. Chapters 49 through 52 of A Poor Wise Man by Mary Roberts Rinehart. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 49. Howard went back to the municipal building, driving furiously through the empty streets. The news was ominous. Small bodies of men, avoiding the highways, were focusing at different points in the open country. The state police had been fired at from ambush, and 2 of them had been killed. They had ridden into and dispersed various gatherings in the darkness, but only to have them reform in other places. The enemy was still shadowy, elusive. It was apparently saving its ammunition. It did little shooting, but reports of the firing of farmhouses and of buildings in small unprotected towns began to come in rapidly. In a short time the messages began to be more significant, indicating that the groups were coalescing, and that a revolutionary army, with the city its objective, was coming down the river, evidently making for the bridge at Chester Street. "They've lighted a fire they can't put out," was Howard's comment. His mouth was very dry and his face twitching, for he saw behind the frail barrier of the Chester Street bridge the quiet houses of the city, the sleeping children. He saw Grace and Lily and Elinor. He was among the first to reach the riverfront. All through the dawn volunteers labored at the bridge head. Members of the Vigilance Committee, policemen and firemen, doctors, lawyers, clerks, shopkeepers, they looted the river wharves with willing, unskillful hands. They turned coal wagons on their sides, carried packing cases and boxes, and under the direction of men who wore the Legion button, built skillfully and well. Willy Cameron toiled with the others. He lifted and pulled and struggled, and in the midst of his labor he had again that old dream of the city. The city was a vast number of units, and those units were homes. Behind each of those men there was, somewhere in some quiet neighborhood, a home. It was for their homes they were fighting, for the right of children to play in peaceful streets, for the right to go back at night to the rest they had earned by honest labor, for the right of the hearth, of lamplight and sunlight, of love, of happiness. Then, in the flare of a gasoline torch, he came face to face with Louis Akers. The two men confronted each other, silently, with hostility. Neither moved aside, but it was Akers who spoke first. "Always busy, Cameron," he said. "What'd the world do without you, anyhow?" "Aren't you on the wrong side of this barricade?" "Smart as ever," Akers observed, watching him intently. "As it happens, I'm here because I want to be, and because I can't get where I ought to be." For a furious moment Willy Cameron thought he was referring to his wife, but there was something strange in Akers' tone. "I could be useful to you fellows," he was saying, "but it seems you don't want help. I've been trying to see the mayor all night." "What do you want to see him about?" "I'll tell him that." Willy Cameron hesitated. "I think it's a trick, Akers." "All right. Then go to the devil." He turned away sullenly, leaving Willy Cameron still undecided. It would be like the man as he knew him, this turning informer, when he saw the strength of the defense, and Cameron had a flash of intuition, too, that Akers might see, in this new role, some possible chance to win back with Lily Cardew. He saw how the man's cheap soul might dramatize itself. "Akers!" he called. Akers stopped, but he did not turn. "I've got a car here. If you mean what you say, and it's straight, I'll take you." "Where's the car?" On their way to it, threading in and out among the toiling crowd, Willy Cameron had a chance to observe the change in the other man, his drooping shoulders and the almost lassitude of his walk. He went ahead, charging the mass and going through it by sheer bulk and weight, his hands in his coat pockets, his soft hat pulled low over his face. Neither of them noticed that one of the former clerks of the Myers House Cleaning Company followed close behind, or that, holding to a tire, he rode on the rear of the Cardew automobile as it made its way into the center of the city. In the car Akers spoke only once. "Where is Howard Cardew?" he asked. "With the mayor, probably. I left him there." It seemed to him that Akers found the answer satisfactory. He sat back in the deep seat and lighted a cigarette. The municipal building was under guard. Willy Cameron went up the steps and spoke to the sentry there. It was while his back was turned that the sharp crack of a revolver rang out, and he whirled, in time to see Louis Akers fall forward on his face and lie still. The shadowy groups through the countryside had commenced to coalesce. Groups of 20 became a rabble of 500. The 500 grew and joined other 500s. From Baxter alone over 2,000 rioters, mostly foreigners, started out, and by daylight the main body of the enemy reached the outskirts of the city, a long, irregular line of laughing, jostling, shouting men, constantly renewed at the rear until the procession covered miles of roadway. They were of all races and all types. Individually they were, many of them, like boys playing truant from school, not quite certain of themselves, smiling and yet uneasy, not entirely wicked in intent. But they were shepherded by men with cunning eyes, men who knew well that a mob is greater than the sum of its parts, more wicked than the individuals who compose it, more cruel, more courageous. As it marched, it laughed. It was like a lion at play, ready to leap at the first scratch that brought blood. Where the street car line met the Friendship Road, the advance was met by the chief of police, on horseback and followed by a guard of mounted men, and ordered back. The van hesitated, but it was urged ahead, pushed on by the irresistible force behind it, and it came on no longer singing, but slowly, inevitably, sullenly protesting and muttering. Its good nature was gone. As the chief turned, his horse was shot under him. He took another horse from one of his guard, and they retired, moving slowly with drawn revolvers. There was no further shooting at that time, nothing but the irresistible advance. The police could no more have held the armed rabble than they could have held the invading hordes in Belgium. At the end of the street the chief stopped and looked back. They had passed over his dead horse as though it were not there. In the mill district, which they now had reached, they received reinforcements, justifying the judgment of the conference that to have erected their barricades there would have been to expose the city's defenders to attack from the rear. And the mill district suffered comparatively little. It was the business portion of the city toward which they turned their covetous eyes, the great stores, the hotels and restaurants, the homes of the wealthy. Pleased by the lack of opposition, the mob grew more cheerful. The lion played. They pressed forward, wanton and jeering, firing now and then at random, breaking windows as they passed, looting small shops which they stripped like locusts. Their pockets bulging, and the taste of pillage forecasting what was to come, they moved onward more rapidly, shooting at upper windows or into the air, laughing, yelling, cursing, talking. From the barricades, long before the miles-long column came into view, could be heard the ominous far-off muttering of the mob. It was when they found the bridge barricaded on the far side, however, that the lion bared its teeth and snarled. Temporarily checked by the play of machine guns, which swept the bridge and kept it clear for a time, they commenced wild, wasteful firing, from the bridgehead and from along the Cardew wharves. Their leaders were prepared, and sent snipers into the bridge towers, but the machine guns continued to fire. That the struggle would be on the bridge Doyle and his counsel had anticipated from the reports of the night before. They were prepared to take a heavy loss on the bridges, but they had not prepared for the thing that defeated them, that as the mob is braver than the individual, so also it is more cowardly. Pushed forward from the rear, and unable to retreat through the dense mass behind that was every moment growing denser, a few hundred found themselves facing the steady machine gun fire from behind the barricades, and unable either to advance or to retire. Thus trapped, they turned on their own forces behind them, and tried to fight their way to safety, but the inexorable pressure kept on, and the defenders, watching and powerless, saw men fling themselves from the bridges and disappear in the water below, rather than advance into the machine gun zone. The guns were not firing into the rioters, but before them, to hold them back, and into that leaden stream there were no brave spirits to hurl themselves. The trapped men turned on their own and battled for escape. With the same violence which had been directed toward the city, they now fought each other, and the bridge slowly cleared. But the mob did not disperse. It spread out on the bank across, a howling, frustrated, futile mass, disorganized and demoralized, which fired its useless guns across the river, which seethed and tossed and struggled, and spent itself in its own wild fury. And all the time, cool-eyed men on the wharves across watched and waited for the time to attack. "They're sick at their stomachs now," said an old army sergeant watching, to Willy Cameron. "The dirty devils! They'll be starting their filthy work over there soon, and that's the 0 hour." Willy Cameron nodded. He had seen one young Russian boy with a childlike face venture forward alone into the fire zone, and drop. He still lay there, on the bridge. And all of Willy Cameron was in revolt. What had he been told, that boy, that had made him ready to pour out his young life like wine? There were others like him in that milling multitude on the river bank across, young men who had come to America with a dream in their hearts, and America had done this to them. Or had she? She had taken them in, but they were not her own, and now, since she would not take them, they would take her. Was that it? Was it that America had made them her servants, but not her children? He did not know. Robbed of the city proper, the mob turned on the mill district it had invaded. Its dream of lust and greed was over, but it could still destroy. Like a battle charge, as indeed it was, the mounted city and state police crossed the bridge. It was followed by the state troops on foot, by city policemen in orderly files, and then by the armed citizens. The bridge vibrated to the step of marching men going out to fight for their homes. The real battle was fought there, around the Cardew Mills, a battle where the loyalists were greatly outnumbered, and where the rioters fought, according to their teaching, with every trick they could devise. Posted in upper windows, they fired down from comparative safety. Ambulances crossed and recrossed the bridges. The streets were filled with rioting men, striking out murderously with bars and spikes. Fires flamed up and burned themselves out. In one place, 8 blocks of mill workers' houses with their furnishings went in a quarter of an hour. Willy Cameron was fighting like a demon. Long ago his reserve of ammunition had given out, and he was fighting with the butt end of his revolver. Around him had rallied some of the men he knew best: Pink and Mr. Hendricks, Dr. Smalley, Dan and Joe Wilkinson, and they stayed together as, street by street, the revolutionists were driven back. There were dead and wounded everywhere, injured men who had crawled into the shelter of doorways, and sat or lay there nursing their wounds. Suddenly, to his amazement, Willie saw old Anthony Cardew. He had somehow achieved an upper window of the mill office building, and he was showing himself fearlessly, a rifle in his hands. In his face was a great anger, but there was more than that. Willie Cameron, thinking it over later, decided it was perplexity. He could not understand. He never did understand. For other eyes also had seen old Anthony Cardew. Willie Cameron, breasting the mob and fighting madly toward the door of the building, with Pink behind him, heard a cheer and an angry roar, and, looking up, saw that the old man had disappeared. They found him there later on, the rifle beside him, his small and valiant figure looking, with eyes no longer defiant, toward the heaven which puts, for its own strange purpose, both evil and good into the same heart. By 11 o'clock the revolution was over. Sodden groups of men, thoroughly cowed and frightened, were on their way by back roads to the places they had left a few hours before. They had no longer dreams of empire. Behind them they could see, on the horizon, the city itself, the smoke from its chimneys, the spires of its churches. Both homes and churches they had meant to destroy, but behind both there was the indestructible. They had failed. They turned, looked back, and went on. On the crest of a hilltop overlooking the city a man was standing, looking down to where the softened towers of the great steel bridges rose above the river mist like fairy towers. Behind him lay the city, powerful, significant, important. The man saw the city only as a vast crucible, into which he had flung his all, and out of which had come only defeat and failure. But the city was not a crucible. The melting pot of a nation is not a thing of cities, but of the human soul. The city was not a melting pot. It was a sanctuary. The man stood silent and morose, his chin dropped on his chest, and stared down. Beside and somewhat behind him stood a woman, a somber, passionate figure, waiting passively. His eyes traveled from the city to her, and rested on her, contemptuous, thwarted, cynical. "You fool," he said. "I hate you, and you know it." But she only smiled faintly. "We'd better get away now, Jim," she said. He got into the car. Chapter 50. Late that afternoon Joe Wilkinson and Dan came slowly up the street toward the Boyd house. The light of battle was still in Dan's eyes, his clothes were torn and his collar missing, and he walked with the fine swagger of the conqueror. "You ask me," he said, "and I'll tell the world this thing's done for. It was just as well to let them give it a try and find out it won't work." Joe said nothing. He was white and very tired, and a little sick. "If you don't mind, I'll go in your place and wash up," he remarked as they neared the house. "I'll scare the kids to death if they see me like this." Edith was in the parlor. She had sat there almost all day, in an agony of fear. At 4 o'clock the smallest Wilkinson had hammered at the front door, and on being admitted had made a shameless demand. "Bed and thugger," she had said, looking up with an ingratiating smile. "You little beggar." "Bed and thugger." Edith had got the bread and sugar, and having lured the baby into the parlor, had held her while she ate, receiving now and then an exceedingly sticky kiss in payment. After a little the child's head began to droop, and Edith drew the small head down onto her breast. She sat there, rocking gently, while the chair slowly traveled according to its wont about the room. The child brought her comfort. She began to understand those grave rocking figures in the hospital ward, women who sat with eyes that seemed to look into distant places, with a child's head on their breasts. After all, that was life for a woman. Love was only a part of the scheme of life, a means to an end. And that end was the child. For the first time she wished that her child had lived. She felt no bitterness now, and no anger. He was dead. It was hard to think of him as dead, who had been so vitally alive. She was sorry he had had to die, but death was like love and children, it was a part of some general scheme of things. Suppose this had been his child she was holding. Would she so easily have forgiven him? She did not know. Then she thought of Willy Cameron. The bitterness had strangely gone out of that, too. Perhaps vaguely she began to realize that only young love gives itself passionately and desperately, when there is no hope of a return, and that the agonies of youth, although terrible enough, pass with youth itself. She felt very old. Joe found her there, the chair displaying its usual tendency to climb the chimney flue, and stood in the doorway looking at her with haunted, hungry eyes. There was a sort of despair in Joe those days, and now he was tired and shaken from the battle. "I'll take her home in a minute," he said, still with the strange eyes. He came into the room, and suddenly he was kneeling beside the chair, his head buried against the baby's warm, round body. His bent shoulders shook, and Edith, still with the maternal impulse strong within her, put her hand on his bowed head. "Don't, Joe." He looked up. "I loved you so, Edith." "Don't you love me now?" "God knows I do. I can't get over it. I can't. I've tried, Edith." He sat back on the floor and looked at her. "I can't," he repeated. "And when I saw you like that just now with the kid in your arms, I used to think that maybe you and I—" "I know, Joe. No decent man would want me now." She was still strangely composed, peaceful, almost detached. "That?" he said, astonished. "I don't mean that, Edith. I've had my fight about that and got it over. That's done with. I mean—" he got up and straightened himself. "You don't care about me." "But I do care for you. Perhaps not quite the way you care, Joe, but I've been through a lot. I can't seem to feel anything terribly. I just want peace." "I could give you that," he said eagerly. Edith smiled. Peace in that noisy house next door, with children and kittens and puppies everywhere. And yet it would be peace after all, the peace of the soul, the peace of a good man's love. After a time, too, there might come another peace, the peace of those tired women in the ward, rocking. "If you want me, I'll marry you," she said very simply. "I'll be a good wife, Joe, and I want children. I want the right to have them." He never noticed that the kiss she gave him over the sleeping baby was slightly tinged with granulated sugar. Chapter 51. Old Anthony's body had been brought home, and lay in state in his great bed. There had been a bad hour. Death seems so strangely to erase faults and leave virtues. Something strong and vital had gone from the house, and the servants moved about with cautious, noiseless steps. In Grace's boudoir Howard was sitting, his arms around his wife, telling her the story of the day. At dawn he had notified her by telephone of Akers' murder. "Shall I tell Lily?" she had asked, trembling. "Do you want to wait until I get back?" "I don't know how she will take it, Howard. I wish you could be here, anyhow." But then had come the battle and his father's death, and in the end it was Willy Cameron who told her. He had brought back all that was mortal of Anthony Cardew, and having seen the melancholy procession up the stairs, had stood in the hall, hating to intrude, but hoping to be useful. Howard found him there, a strange, disheveled figure, bearing the scars of battle, and held out his hand. "It's hard to thank you, Cameron," he said. "You seem to be always about when we need help. And," he paused, "we seem to have needed it considerably lately." Willy Cameron flushed. "I feel rather like a meddler, sir." "Better go up and wash," Howard said. "I'll go up with you." It happened, therefore, that it was in Howard Cardew's opulent dressing room that Howard first spoke to Willy Cameron of Akers' death, pacing the floor as he did so. "I haven't told her, Cameron." He was anxious and puzzled. "She'll have to be told soon, of course. I don't know anything about women. I don't know how she'll take it. She has a great deal of courage. It will be a shock, but not a grief. But I have been thinking—" Willy Cameron hesitated. "She must not feel any remorse," he went on. "She must not feel that she contributed to it in any way. If you can make that clear to her—" "Are you sure she did not?" It isn't facts that matter now. We can't help those. And no one can tell what actually led to his change of heart. It is what she is to think the rest of her life." Howard nodded. "I wish you would tell her," he said. "I'm a blundering fool when it comes to her. I suppose I care too much." He caught rather an odd look in Willy Cameron's face at that, and pondered over it later. "I will tell her if you wish." And Howard drew a deep breath of relief. It was shortly after that he broached another matter, rather diffidently. "I don't know whether you realize it or not, Cameron," he said, "but this thing today might have been a different story if it had not been for you. And don't think I'm putting this on a reward basis. It's nothing of the sort. But I would like to feel that you were working with me. I'd hate like thunder to have you working against me," he added. "I am only trained for one thing. We use chemists in the mills." But the discussion ended there. Both men knew that it would be taken up later, at some more opportune time, and in the meantime both had one thought: Lily. So it happened that Lily heard the news of Louis Akers' death from Willy Cameron. She stood straight and erect, and heard him through, watching him with eyes sunken by her night's vigil and by the strain of the day. But it seemed to her that he was speaking of someone she had known long ago, in some infinitely remote past. "I am sorry," she said when he finished. "I didn't want him to die. You know that, don't you? I never wished him. Willy, I say I'm sorry, but I don't really feel anything. It's dreadful." Before he could catch her she had fallen to the floor, fainting for the first time in her healthy young life. An hour later Mademoiselle went down to the library door. She found Willy Cameron pacing the floor, a pipe clenched in his teeth, and a look of wild despair in his eyes. Mademoiselle took a long breath. She had changed her viewpoint somewhat since the spring. After all, what mattered was happiness. Wealth and worldly ambition were well enough, but they brought one, in the end, to the thing which waited for all in some quiet upstairs room, with the shades drawn, and the heavy odors of hothouse flowers over everything. "She is all right, quite, Mr. Cameron," she said. "It was but a crisis of the nerves, and to be expected. And now she demands to see you." Grayson, standing in the hall, had a swift vision of a tall figure, which issued with extreme rapidity from the library door, and went up the stairs, much like a horse taking a series of hurdles. But the figure lost momentum suddenly at the top, hesitated, and apparently moved forward on tiptoe. Grayson went into the library and sniffed at the unmistakable odor of a pipe. Then, having opened a window, he went and stood before a great portrait of old Anthony Cardew. Tears stood in the old man's eyes, but there was a faint smile on his lips. He saw the endless procession of life. First love, then out of love, life. Then death. Grayson was old, but he had lived to see young love in the Cardew house. Out of love, life. He addressed a little speech to the picture. "Wherever you are, sir," he said, "you needn't worry any more. The line will carry on, sir. The line will carry on." Upstairs in the little boudoir Willy Cameron knelt beside the couch, and gathered Lily close in his arms. Chapter 52. Thanksgiving of the year of our Lord 1919 saw many changes. It saw, slowly emerging from the chaos of war, new nations, like children, taking their first feeble steps. It saw a socialism which, born at full term, might have thrived, prematurely and forcibly delivered, and making a valiant but losing fight for life. It saw that war is never good, but always evil. That war takes everything and gives nothing, save that sometimes a man may lose the whole world and gain his own soul. It saw old Anthony Cardew gone to his fathers, into the vast democracy of heaven, and Louis Akers passed through the traitor's gate of eternity, to be judged and perhaps reprieved. For a man is many men, good and bad, and the judge of the Tower of Heaven is a just judge. It saw Jim Doyle a fugitive, Woslosky dead, and the Russian Ross, bland, cunning, and eternally plotting, in New England under another name. And Mr. Hendricks ordering a new suit for the day of taking office. And Dr. Smalley tying a bunch of chrysanthemums on Annabelle against a football game, and taking a pretty nurse to see it. It saw Ellen roasting a turkey, and a strange young man in the Eagle Pharmacy, a young man who did not smoke a pipe, and allowed no visitors in the back room. And it saw Willie Cameron in the laboratory of the reopened Cardew mills, dealing in tons instead of grains and drams, and learning to touch any piece of metal in the mill with a moistened forefinger before he sat down upon it. But it saw more than that. On the evening of Thanksgiving Day there was an air of repressed excitement about the Cardew house. Mademoiselle, in a new silk dress, ran about the lower floor, followed by an agitated Grayson with a cloth, for Mademoiselle was shifting ceaselessly and with trembling hands vases of flowers, and spilling water at each shift. At 6:00 had arrived a large square white box, which the footman had carried to the rear and there exhibited, allowing a palpitating cook, scullery maid, and divers other excitable and emotional women to peep within. After which he tied it up again and carried it upstairs. At 7:00 Elinor Cardew, lovely in black satin, was carried down the stairs and placed in a position which commanded both the hall and the drawing room. For some strange reason it was essential that she should see both. At 7:30 came in a rush. Mr. Alston Denslow, in evening clothes and gardenia, and feeling in his right waistcoat pocket nervously every few minutes. B. An excited woman of middle age, in a black silk dress still faintly bearing the creases of 5 days in a trunk, and accompanied by a mongrel dog, both being taken upstairs by Grayson, Mademoiselle, Pink, and Howard Cardew. "He said Jinx was to come," she explained breathlessly to her bodyguard. "I never knew such a boy." C. Mr. Davis, in a frock coat and white lawn tie, and taken upstairs by Grayson, who mistook him for the Bishop. D. Aunt Caroline, in her diamond dog collar and purple velvet, and determined to make the best of things. E. The real Bishop this time, and his assistant, followed by a valet with a suitcase, containing the proper habiliments for a prince of the church while functioning. A military term, since the Bishop had been in the army. F. A few important people, very curious, and the women uncertain about the proper garb for a festive occasion in a house of mourning. G. Set of silver table vases, belated. H. Mr. and Mrs. Hendricks, Mayor and Mayoress-elect. Extremely dignified. I. An overfull taxicab, containing inside it Ellen, Edith, Dan, and Joe. The overflow consisting of a tall young man, displaying repressed excitement and new evening clothes, with gardenia, sat on the seat outside beside the chauffeur, and repeated to himself a sort of chant, accompanied by furious searchings of his pockets. Money, checkbook, tickets, trunk checks, was the burden of his song. And finally J. Dr. Smalley and Annabelle. He left Annabelle outside. The city moved on about its business. In thousands of homes the light shone down on little family groups, infinitely tender little groups. The workers of the city were there, the doors shut, the fires burning. To each man the thing he had earned, not the thing that he took. To all men the right to labor, to love, and to rest. To children the right to play. To women the hearth, and the peace of the hearth. To lovers, love and marriage, and home. The city moved on about its business, and its business was homes. At the great organ behind the staircase the organist sat. In stiff rows near him were the Cardew servants, marshaled by Grayson and in their best. Grayson stood very rigid and waited. And as he waited he kept his eyes on the portrait of old Anthony in the drawing room beyond. There was a fixed, rapt look in Grayson's eyes, and there was reassurance. It was as though he would say to the portrait, "It has all come out very well, you see, sir. It always works out somehow. We worry and fret, we old ones, but the young come along, and somehow or other they manage, sir." What he actually said was to tell a housemaid to stop sniveling. Over the house was the strange hush of waiting. It had waited before this, for birth and for death, but never before. The Bishop was waiting also, and he too had his eyes fixed on old Anthony's portrait, a straight level-eyed gaze, as of a man to man, as of a prince of the church to prince of industry. The Bishop's eyes said, "All shall be done properly and in order, and as befits the Cardews, Anthony." The Bishop was as successful in his line as Anthony Cardew had been in his. He cleared his throat. The organist sat at the great organ behind the staircase, waiting. He was playing very softly, with his eyes turned up. He had played the same music many times before, and always he felt very solemn, as one who makes history. He sighed. Sometimes it seemed to him that he was only an accompaniment to life, to which others sang and prayed, were christened, confirmed, and married. But what was the song without the music? He wished the scullery maid would stop crying. Grayson touched him on the arm. "All ready, sir," he said. Willy Cameron stood at the foot of the staircase, looking up. End of chapters 49 through 52. End of A Poor Wise Man, by Mary Roberts Rinehart. Recorded by Céline Major.